A very warm good morning to all the delegates of Exam Focus 2023. Hearty welcome to all of you. Success is no accident. It is hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. The university exams are around the corner, and it is this time of the year where students have just one thing on their mind: how to pass my exams. Our program today exactly serves this purpose. We are happy to receive all of you here today for the Rapid Exam Review Program, Exam Focus 2023-2024, conducted by the Department of Oral Pathology and Microbiology, Anu Dental College and Hospital. As we have participants all over India and also out of the state, let me first brief you about our institution. A big tree grows from a small single seed. It takes time, but one fine day, it gets what it deserves. Such has been the growth of Anu Dental College and Hospital. Our college motto, as one who serves, is practiced in strict sense to ensure that excellence and service prevail in every aspect of the operation. The first years has seen Anu Dental College shining brighter than the rest, excelling in several fronts and propelling itself into a league of its own. Anu Dental College has been the sixth college in the country to get accredited with NAC and now associated with the prestigious MS University Malaysia and Manipal University Malaysia, which is a significant collaboration, first of its kind for a dental college in the state of Kerala, which helps us stay at forefront of innovation and knowledge. We are the 22nd among the private colleges all over India, and Higher Education Review magazine has shortlisted Anu Dental College and Hospital as a College of the Year from 300 dental colleges all over India. To cap it all, the prestigious Nelson Mandela Award for the Best CEO was backed by our director, Mr. T.S. Benjamin, and the most honorable Best Principal Award conferred to our principal, Professor Dr. Jiju George Baby, by the Global Society for Health and Education. This was yet another golden topping in Anu's pennant. As a research institute, we take pride in various accolades. We are proud to announce that we have 36 ICMR projects, 16 Kerala-funded projects. Along with that, 8 of our undergraduate students are the recipient of the prestigious Tata Trust Scholarship. So let us flag off today's event by taking a quick glance of our institute. That was a short glimpse of our college. Now, I'll call upon Dr. Deepu George Matthew, head of the Department of Oral Pathology, to give an overview of the program, Exam Focus 2023. Over to you, sir.
Devu sir, kindly unmute.
Okay. So sorry for that. So good morning to you all. And it's been an excellent morning here. And let me first congratulate all the participants for being a part of this exam focus 2023-24. This program, this exam focus 2023-24, is an online program in which we are going to prepare the students for the first year students for facing the dental anatomy and oral histology exams. And we are going to focus more on the theory topics that is going to be frequently asked in your university exams. And this time there's been a huge success with more than 1,000 registrations, crossing over 1,000 registrations for this program today. And we have excellent speakers from all over India. More than 10 speakers are there. And let me just go through the overview of today's program and what we are focusing on today. If you see, like the first talk is by Dr. Jiju George Baby, our own principal. He's going to deal with the tips for writing the exams and preparing for the exams. Then myself will be dealing with oral mucous membrane, an important chapter. And Professor Dr. Priya Thomas will be dealing with salivary gland. And Dr. Rakesh from Amrita School of Dentistry will be dealing with Odontogenesis. And Dr. Jayanti from Assisia Dental College will be dealing with Enamel. Dr. Jubin from Malabar Dental College will be dealing with Dentin. Dr. Anna Joseph from PMS Dental College, Trivandrum, will be dealing with pulp. And Dr. Vindhya will be from Amrita School of Dentistry again, will be dealing with periodontal ligament cementum complex. And Dr. Lakshmi Priya from Al-Azhar Dental College will be dealing with molars. And premolars and canines, like from the dental anatomy, will be dealt by Dr. Nirupa Thomas, Associate Professor from our own college. And Dr. Lakshmi Venugopal will be dealing with eruption, the theories of eruption, again, an Associate Professor from our college. So then let me use this opportunity to welcome all the participants for this program and make the maximum benefit of today's program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, without further ado, let's get ready to unlock the secrets to effective exam preparation. Stay tuned for an enriching experience that will undoubtedly contribute to your academic journey here at Anu Dental College. We begin with today's session. Kindly post your queries to the chat box. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to introduce our distinguished speaker for the first session, none other than Dr. Jiju George Baby, the esteemed principal of Anu Dental College. Dr. Jiju George Baby, the principal of Anu Dental College and Hospital, is an organized professional with proven teaching, guidance, and counseling skills. He possesses a strong track record in academics, effectively with an experience of over 25 years training both undergraduates and postgraduates, and currently an approved PhD guide under KUHS University. As a specialist in oral medicine and radiology, Sir has conducted several CBCT hands-on workshops for undergraduates, postgraduates, and general practitioners, with delivering keynote lectures in national and international conferences. He has several index publications to his credit,
Let's lend all our ears to Dr. Jiju George Bedi for the topic, How to Face Exam.
Good morning, all. Warm greetings from Anur Dental College. And first of all, let me congratulate my team, Team Anur, especially Department of Oral Pathology, Dr. Dibu, Dr. Priya, and all the other staffs of department and the members of Team Anur, and all the friends from the neighboring states, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and other states of India. A warm good morning to you all and happy learning. So, when I look at this person, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, the great MSD, I'm really fascinated to see him, maybe my iconic hero. I've taken a lot of points from him in my life. See, the greatest point he possesses is only one thing, that is confidence, So that's why we could win the World Cup okay, entire team played, I know, but there's a strong leader who could visualize everything and who could read the game properly. That's why even though he was not the best talented person in the team, but the team won, as well as he remains as the best captain the cricket has ever seen. And the one point with his character is going to be his confidence. And confidence can't be bought from anywhere. It comes through experience, and experience comes from practice. And he always had a poised mind, focused mind, calm and cool mind. He knew what he's doing, what he's going to do, and what will happen. He knew. So definitely that increased his confidence. That still he remains as the best captain. So today's topic is prepare yourself. It is known as Alistair. See, we know that anything, whether it's your profession, whether it's your personal life, whether it is your social life, anything, you need to have a proper preparation. That always, please understand. You just walk into a market. If you are going with a proper plan, definitely you'll be able to pick up things faster and without losing much money. So definitely for anything, you need to have a good preparation. So coming back to a story which has happened a long back, long back, according to the Indian history, the great Mahabharata. You see, Pandavas and Kauravas joined the Gurukul on the same day. They were equally talented. Everybody was excellent. There was no doubt. Initial phases, they were very good friends also. And see, in Gurukul, what used to happen was they used to get up at the same time. They used to sleep in the time, play together, study together. Everything happens. One night, they were having dinner. So that time, lights were not there. Only oil lamps were there. And the wind blew and the oil lamp went off. So everybody stopped eating, but the voracious eater Bhima didn't stop. So even though it was dark, he knew where the plate is, where the food is, so he started eating. Arjuna was sitting next to him. So Arjuna knew that if you know the target, you can hit. So that day onward, he started practicing in the night. So like hearing the sound, Guru Drona came out and saw his student practicing. So that day onwards, Arjuna became his pet student, and rest is history. After 5,000 years later, we are discussing still Arjuna as one of the best warriors in the history. See, that's what a passion I can make you. So always understand preparation is a year-long process. We are towards the fag end of the course. We are fag end of this year. I know that, but still we have got 10 more days for KUHS. Like the rest of the like places, I don't know. But for at least this will be useful for the next year. So for any successful examination, you need to have a proper preparation. Second is that even if you prepare, you should know how to write. And third part is going to be food. And the fourth is going to be the mindset, which is again going to be really, really important. So I'll just talk about two phases. First is the early preparation and year-long preparation. Second is the short-term preparations also. So in a student's life, you have to get up at a point of time. And majority of the students are staying in the hostel, and majority of the college having camps like hostel in the campus itself. So what happens is that you can get up at any time. See, because usually college start 8:30 time. So even if you get up at 7, it's going to be fine. According to see, some people get up early, some people get up late, but at least by 7 you have to get up, and you have to finish all the maybe your primary duties, and you have to have the breakfast and go to this one, go to your colleges. You have to do the academics. You have to do the clinics and lunch proper time. Maybe if the nap time is there, please have it. Then you must go for some physical recreations, and at least 1 hour per every day you have to study. And study means, see, without this, a student's day is not complete. So we have to spread it across the entire day, so that a day is complete. And definitely a student is going to do much better in the like in any forms of academics. And always you should have a goal. See, goal should be specific, it should be realistic, and should be measurable, and definitely it should be time specific. I tell you a reason. See, day before the examination, we all study hard and we study very fast, and that picking is going to be really, really immaculate. But the problem is that if we can do it every day, so the scene will be totally different. Okay, the urgency makes a lot of difference. So here what happens, see, the thing is that, see your X time. So 15 minutes, I'm just going to finish one answer. Okay, fine. So that time you are not supposed to see the mobiles. You should not be distracted. Within that 15 minutes, you finish it. If it is according to your capacity, you finish it. Then it becomes much easier. See, if you take bath, if you finish bath with 10 to 15 minutes, every day you'll bath. But if you take 1 hour for to taking bath, so the frequency will reduce. That's quite count. Whatever you do it fast. Second is that before studying, you have to organize your study materials. And definitely there should be a timeline. Prioritize important questions, see from chapter, first page to last page, it's not that big. Okay, and 99% of the colleges, theory classes are taken properly, notes are there. But I tell you, every note is not complete. Only 80% points will be covered in any notes, including mine. But you go to the library same day, you read from the text, so already you have attended a theory class, you know it, so you complete it. So definitely you have a prepared full notes. So this is for the first BDS, but this can be utilized for the future, for the PG examination, or everywhere it is useful. So all these subjects are going to be basic ones. It can be utilized for the time, lifetime. And as far as UG is concerned, you have important questions, you have got less important questions, and you have got least important questions. So if you take X chapter, you study the most important questions first. Like that, you study, you distribute your time. So it saves your time. More than that, you will be having good marks for the examination. And starting off an year, you should understand that you must go to the syllabus. You must go to the syllabus, and you should have full coverage. At least you once see a 3, 4, 5 of you sit can together and have a syllabus coverage. Write the important, mark the important questions. You can take the help of the teachers or seniors, and you must write notes. I am of the opinion that I still hold. I finished my first videos in 1991. Still, I have my anatomy notes. So you have to write your own notes. You have to write your own notes, and chapter wise you should be there, and you should go to the library, refer the text, complete it. Once it is complete, you have a paper with your own handwriting. You need only 5 minutes to read because you have written it. So it's quite easy for you to study. And when you just see the picture like this, if you highlight the important points, again, it's going to be really, really easy for you to study. And the technology is now everywhere. Everywhere you go to the toilet, you can play and go. See, all these videos are available now, or net, it's available. Okay, but from YouTube, don't believe 100%, but text is the authorized thing, or you can go for reference articles. But as far as first year is concerned, text is enough. But if you want to remember something, okay, day for the examination, everything is available in the technology. Okay, and you can go for this, and you can go for other credible seminars and other presentations. And one more thing I tell you, in our student, not only me, that gradation always use library, because we didn't have net that time. Net became popular after 98. So by the time I finished my studies, so library is one of the best places in the earth, one of the silent places, every day you must go to library. 1 hour you spend it. Okay, Sundays you can leave it. All the other 6 days, at least which are not holidays, if you spend 1 hour, that makes a huge difference. You met very good people out there. Everybody is calm, quiet, and everybody will be studying. If you see someone studying, definitely that also creates an urge in you to study. And you must have a recreation. Any sporting activity, any arts activity, every day you should be engaging for at least 30 minutes. See, if you are not specific in anything, you can go for a walk. You'll get good friends, you can talk and you can walk. So definitely some exercise should be there, and the health to be maintained. Every day, little bit physical exercise is a must. And please practice examination. Without practice, nothing is going to work out. You take any, sports, you leave it. Without practice, nothing is going to happen. You just take any speech gurus, big people, including our Prime Minister. They have their homework done properly. Same way, if you are facing an examination, definitely you should practice the examination. Because see, the long essays has got this many time limit, and short essays has short again time limit, and again short notes has again time limit. See, if you can write, so you may know everything, but thing is that if you start writing, you can't write for 4 hours. Maximum it is 3 hours. So definitely you have to restrict time. Within that time, you have to write important points and you have to highlight it also. Without practice, nothing is going to work out. Minimum 4 or 5 question papers you have to write within time limits. Okay. Then please do understand this. First year we have a small problem as far as question person is concerned. See, 70 DADH, 70% of the questions are repeated, no doubt. But anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, only 30%. If you refer the previous 6 question papers, only 30% is repeated. But I tell you something, we have got fantastic teachers in all these subjects. So they have given notes. You are also good people. You might have completed notes from the library. Definitely, you might have finished your revisions twice or thrice. So it's quite easy for you. It's quite easy for you. So now we'll just talk about the short-term preparations. See, anatomy. See, if somebody wants, you can take a screenshot of this. Anatomy, we have got only 148 topics. Just see this. Just take a screenshot. Somebody needs. Okay. All these sessions, anatomy has 148 questions in total. 148 questions in total. Out of this 148, you will get only the questions. So I hope all of you have all these topics notes, and if you have covered well, and it is fantastic. One thing I tell you, anatomy is diagrams. Diagrams, diagrams, diagrams. If you write the contents, if you write the title properly, contents properly, if you draw a neat diagram and label it, I assure you, none of the examiners are going to read what is written outside. See, I have just included KUH's last 6 question papers, but the problem is that only few questions are repeated. But anyway, out of this 148 questions, only you get for your next question paper. Coming to physiology, you can put it as questions, but there are only 21 topics. As far as medical profession is concerned, physiology is one of the easiest subject, easy to study, easy to understand, easy to keep also. So definitely, it's only 21 topics. So you can take a screenshot. Biochemistry again, questions I am not counted, but it's only 30 topics. Biochemistry again, like anatomy, if you have written properly, you get 100% marks. There won't be any reduction in biochemistry. Okay, and physiology, biochemistry again, the repetitions are comparatively lesser. But DADH, we can predict the questions also. If you have got fantastic teacher with you, definitely he will give you this or this or this. I'll tell you how it is. Okay, DADH, we have got only 51 topics. These are the topics. Please take a screenshot. Okay. So please understand this. Dental anatomy, one essay is for sure. Almost 5 to 6 questions will be from dental anatomy. And the maximum we have to study is only this: maxillary first molar, mandibular first molar, canine, maxillary first premolar, mandibular first and second premolars, and the maximum, the least important is going to be central incisors. Out of this, at least 2 or 3 questions will be there. So now itself we can predict your questions. Out of this embryology, there will be 2 questions. Only this many, only 5 topics are there. And oral physiology, again 1 to 2 questions. So mastication, deglutition, and only saliva, only 3 chapters. But the advantage is that 1 to 2 questions definitely you're going to get. See, DADH, if you refer the previous 6 question papers, definitely 70% of the questions will be repeated. Okay. So totally 148 plus 21 plus 31 plus 51, it is 250. Maximum you have 250 topics. 250 topics. And the 250 topics, by the time, I know, at least once or twice, once for sure, twice you have finished and you may be doing your 3rd revisions. And again, 10 more days for KUHS people, you can easily finish it. Okay. Now this understand your question paper pattern, Dental anatomy, 1 question. Out of that 6, 1 question is going to come. Oral histology, again, we can less than 10 questions, 1 essay, definitely you have to come. Oral history, short essays, we have 2 questions, and from oral histology, oral physiology, 1 question, dental anatomy, again, 1 question. And the short notes, embryology, 1, oral physiology, again, 1, dental anatomy, 3, and oral histology, 5. But I tell you, out of these 3 topics in embryology, 1 question, and oral physiology, 5 topics, again, you are going to do it 2 questions. So study that properly so that you can easily answer that much. When you write 100% points, 90% mark is going to come to you. So before starting the examination itself, DADH you can pass. But if you use your brain little bit. More than that, if you need just clarification, Dibu sir will answer. Okay. Again, I have practiced this in my life. And whatever I have studied, I just taught my dear friends. So again, that knowledge will be treated with me. And my students, okay, they are also benefited. What is wrong in that? So we can see if the subject is tough, one next chapter is tough, definitely you can call your friends, you can have a timeline, and you can have a study also. But the understanding is that please switch off your mobiles. You should have a discipline. So we decide that so this many time we are going to finish this topic. Do it. And when you learn, you teach someone. Okay, it will be, they will also benefited, but more than anyone, if you teach something, you are the best person in the world to get benefited. And you can use all kind of this, you can write, I have a small book and I used to write points. So on the day before the examination, I used to go through that points only. The whatever you want, you can use bullets, you can use charts, you can show short notes, anything you can. And say, okay, X question you have taken 15 minutes, Y question you have taken 30 minutes, you take a small 5 minutes break, go for a little walk, stretch yourself, so that you have a good blood circulation, and definitely you're going to, like, circulation is going to increase, and by the time you just memorize it. So learning will be fast. See, 10 questions, 3 hours, if you finish means, okay, I have done this much, so let me finish 10 more. So 20 questions per day means you have just finished, because already you have done one revision. Now, preparation is over. Please do understand how to write. Again, even if you know everything, if you don't write properly, again, marks are not going to come. This is one of my students' answer sheet, not a university one. It's a sessional answer paper and the previous batch. Just see this. Do you want to read this? Everything is diagrammatic representation is perfect, and everything is labeled properly. And what examiner is going to do? At least 90% mark it's given. I tell you something, if you write 40 minutes, if you write 40 papers, an examiner, with all due respect to everyone, examiner is going to take maximum 4.5 hours to value 45 papers, maybe 5 hours. So an examiner will spend 1.5 hours for 15 papers. So if you calculate again 40 papers means 9 to 12 seconds an examiner spends in each paper, each sheet. So please understand this. So when somebody is spending only 10 to 15 seconds in one sheet, whatever is important, you push it for him. So you just go through the points and the marks are put. Easy for him, easy for you to get marks. So definitely highlighting the important point, diagrams hold a great value. It is really important for anatomy, which is important for physiology and DADH. Okay, biochemistry, you have got charts. So definitely if you draw a chart, nobody is going to read what is written. Just see this. If you see a chart like this, whatever is written on the other page, nobody is going to read. And please, we have KUHs and all these 3 states which has got long essays, short essays, and short notes. Long essays, please write number properly outside the margin, write the title and write the contents like this. When the evaluator sees that, okay, tap, he just goes through each and every point. At least if you miss one point, he will understand that you know everything. And when you go inside, if you see a good diagram, just see like this, good diagram or a good chart, marks are 90% of the marks are guaranteed. So see, long essays in KUHs, you get 30 minutes. Short essays, you get 15 minutes. And short notes, you get 6 minutes. And with that, you can underline with the red pen. You can highlight the important points, diagrams neatly labeled. You have done. Last is food. Food plays an important role. Okay. During the examination day, at least previous day, please don't have any spicy food. Only the half stomach you are supposed to have. Drink a lot of water. We know that all these nutrients to be taken, which you also know, but I'll tell you something different, So we have few things. So the first thing is that, see, we have melatonin, the happy hormones, and oxytocin. So if this to be increased, the 2 foods which can increase is going to, one is honey. If you take 1 spoon honey in the morning in an empty stomach, that increases your happy hormones. Same way, chocolates also. Good chocolate, I'm not talking about 50 pies chocolates. Good chocolates increases the happy hormone levels. So your mind will be cool, your learning will be faster, you'll be really vigilant, you can just perform just like that. What you can do is that just before entering the examination hall, you can just place a chocolate on your buccal vestibule. So that will be there, don't eat it. So it will just nicely melt into saliva, it just goes down. So all the time brain will be active. Just do a stretching exercise also. All these four things are totally contraindicated on the day of examination, just day before the examination. Tapioca only in Kerala. Chilies, again, please try to have minimal, and the ginger and the potato. So this reduces the happy hormones levels. That's why please try to avoid all these kinds of food. And mental attitude is going to play a great role. Even if you have studied well, you know how to write and you have taken food well, but if you are really tensed on that particular day, you are gone. See, you should have the Virat Kohli like mentality. You know, you'll be itching. You should be itching to go to the examination to hall to blast. When you have studied everything, why to worry, man? 95% of the questions will be from within the syllabus. Within the syllabus, only maximum 5% will be our answer. If 90% you know, 100%, definitely you can score 70% easily. You can score up to 80%. You can score. There is nothing is going to lose. And we need everything. See, we need a World Cup. We have to play the final. We need everything. Some examination has to be passed. And if you want to be successful, you have to really work hard. So the mental attitude to even if you have done well is going to be really important. Always carry a positive mindset. See, the positive attitude would like to see, I have to pass the examination. That is really important, which is mandatory. Second thing is that I'm going to do it. I've studied, I'm going to do it. Third thing is that positive aspect. If you go give a good examination, I tell you that gives your confidence for the lifetime. I have faced my PG examination for 2 days. I was the only candidate. First day, Viva took for 2 hours 45 minutes. Second day, it was 2 hours 15 minutes. And I've done well. That's why I still have that great confidence in me. And the last thing is that I have revised twice and I've studied well. There is nothing to go wrong. Whatever comes, I'm going to write. If that is your decision, nobody can beat you. Just be going, be like on the examination, or don't yawn and just move, like, just stretch yourself, rub your hands so that you have a good blood circulation. Just wait for the question paper. Plan properly for that 10 minutes, then you blast properly in the proper fashion. And I tell you something, my beloved, we are nothing actually. Even if you are the best in the world, but there is something known as God, destiny, or goodness, whatever you call it as. Okay, but religion means so many other gods are there. Whatever it is, you forget all these things. See, we have to get connected to the eternity. We have to get connected to eternity. Be humble, be simple. Do your work, rest you'll do. See, in Kurukshetra, see, Krishna could have been everywhere, anywhere. Okay, he could have been with the Kauravas, or he could have been with the Pandavas also. In fact, Duryodhana went first to invite him. But somehow he conspired the entire thing. And finally, he was with Arjuna and Pandavas. Because God likes to be with the best Kshatriya, who is really good, who is dedicated, who is humble, who is working hard, who has the intelligence. So God will be there if you help yourself. The rest he will do. If you don't help yourself, he is not going to be with you. Even if you do 100 mantras or 100 dedications and now so much amount only you dedicate, nothing is good. God sees only your mind. If you're humble, simple, you have really worked hard, he is going to bless you. Sooner or later, 100% things are going to come to you. And to summarize, my beloved ones, a student life, if you have to leave, you have to spread it out. For next year onwards, every day, 1 to 2 hours. Plus 22 hours are available for you for everything. Okay, you can freak out, you can enjoy, you can have parties, anything you can do, but 1 to 2 hours every day you have to do. Reading 1 hour must is there. Then you have record and other things are there. Definitely you have to do it. And please set a goal. See, the moment you enter the first BDS, you should have a goal. Wow, what should I become? Should I become a good dentist? Should I become a researcher? Okay, just be committed to that. And every day, if you work means little bit work is required. And when you accumulate this towards the end of your career, it is going to be something great. And the first year, second year, third year is going, all these years are really important, because if you are planning to go for the higher studies in this profession, or if you want to stay in this profession active, definitely you need the basic notes or the information. So if you write your own notes, if you complete the notes and keep it with you, definitely, even if it's after 5 years, if you read your own handwriting within 5 to 10 minutes, you'll understand. You won't waste time. And please write the references also after completing the notes. This teachers gives you, but the only thing is that only 80% will be there. Rest you have to complete. Use technology properly. Okay, we all use the social media. Please use technology for our studies also. Then before studying, every year, next year onwards, at least you just go to the syllabus, just find, understand, just mark the important questions. First, you study the important question. Then second, less important, and the least and towards the last. Campus is one of the best areas in life, because campus, this is the best time in your life, I tell you. and campus, use the campus resources, whether it's a library, whether it's a clinics, or whether it's a sports or any other recreation fields. And preparation and the practice is really important. Practice the previous year's question papers. So 3 hours every day you can't do. I know it. But thing is that what you do is that today I'm going to write 2 essays. So essays, long essays 30 minutes and short essays 15 minutes, like that. And 100% questions first year. Every year we can make a question. We have a question bank. So it's first years it is only 250 questions. So even if 20 questions, 15 questions every day, it takes around 12, 15 days. All that's all. Nothing else. Nothing beyond that. Group study is really important. If you are disciplined and at least you study and you teach your friends, friends will learn definitely more than that. You will concrete your knowledge, and presentation is really important, my beloveds. I showed you sample answer papers and you have to present it that way. And if a diagram is there, contents for long essays, and if you underline the important points, again, your things have done. And food, please mind the food, and please try to have a spoon of honey. Honey is available in the market. With like, I'm not talking about cheaper one, a good honey. And food, again, before entering the examination hall, you just keep a chocolate on a buccal vestibule. It will make at least 1 to 2 hours. It will be there. So your happy hormones will be there. You'll be active. And finally, after studies, you pray hard. Connect to the eternity. God help me. I'm nothing. Through your blessings, we become everything. Okay. And beyond all, I'm going to become. It's not your pride, you know. So it should be a confidence. All the very best. All the very best. May God bless you abundantly, and all the success be there in your life to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening session. So we have a query in the chat box. The question is whether we have to draw diagrams for 5-marker questions and 3-marker questions. I call upon Professor Dr. Deepu George Matthew for the response.
So if a 3 marks question or a 5 marks question is being asked, like whether we have to draw a diagram or not, because diagram is going to take up some time. But we know that for essay question, that is a 10 marks question from Kerala University of Health Sciences. Definitely you have to draw diagrams wherever it is required, because that is going to add more marks. But when it comes to a 5 marks question, a short essay question, we have a time limit is there, like we should not exceed more than 15 minutes for writing a short essay. Definitely, I think you can draw 1 or 2 diagrams, and you have to practice these diagrams beforehand itself. Then only you can draw it within the time limit. For a 3 marks question, like it depends, because you have only 5 minutes or 3 minutes for attempting that question. So maybe you can put like 4 or 5 points. By the time I get over, if you are good enough, if you are fast enough, if you can put one diagram, it'd be good. But I think it may not be wise to go and do that, because like if it goes beyond the time, you're going to lose. You may not get enough time to attempt other questions in the end, and you're not going to gain much marks, because only 3 marks are there for that 3 marks question, and maximum you're going to gain maybe a half mark or something if you're going to put one more diagram into it. So I think for 10 marks questions and 5 marks questions, you can go for diagrams, and for 3 marks, it depends on your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Up next, we are moving to an important topic, oral mucous membrane, which will be dealt by Dr. Deepu George Matthew. Deepu sir is working as a professor and head department of oral and maxillofacial pathology at Dental College. He is a recognized PhD guide under KUHS. Sir is also the founder, partner, and supervising oral pathologist of Nirnaya Orofacial Diagnostics, which is an exclusive oral pathology diagnostic center. He has 500 research projects and more than 20 index publications to his credit. He has been an invited speaker to many national and international conferences and has many international publications to his credit. He has a postgraduate diploma in tobacco control and a certificate degree in biostatistics, epidemiology, and research methodology. He has been awarded for the best photography in oral and maxillofacial pathologist in the year 2008. Deepu sir will be enlightening us on the topic. Over to you, sir, and please proceed.
So good morning, everybody. So today we are going to deal with oral mucosa. It's an important chapter when we see, even from a practice point of view or even from the exam point of view. You're going to get a lot of essays and short essays and short notes from this particular chapter. So I feel like it's very important for you to have an idea and an update about this particular portion even before going for your exams. Now, if you talk about Kerala University Health Sciences, there are a few questions which are frequently asked in your exams. One is like the classify oral mucosa and describe in detail the macroscopic and microscopic features of gingival epithelium. The another one is describe dentogingival junction and discuss the development structure or the different stages in the shift in the dentogingival junction. Another question that has been frequently asked is classify oral mucous membrane, discuss in detail the specialized mucosa of the oral cavity. Or even a question can come on the 5 marks like discuss in detail the parts of the palate, the hard palate. So as a 5 marks question. So these are all the frequent questions that has been asked in your oral histology portion from oral mucosa. So let us see like what are the different headings under which we are going to discuss the portion today. Since there is a paucity of time, we may not be able to discuss everything from this particular chapter. This is a pretty huge chapter. So we will be dealing basically on an introduction to oral mucosa, what is really oral mucosa and the basics of it. And we're going to deal about what is a classification of oral mucosa, the layers of a keratinized epithelium. We're going to talk in detail about gingiva, palate and dorsum of tongue. That is a specialized mucosa. And we will also discuss few of the questions and how to approach those questions in your exams. So when we talk about oral mucosa, or like when we talk about mucosa in general, you have to understand that the GI tract, which extends from the oral cavity up to the anus, is been covered by a layer of epithelium which is always moist, it is always washed in mucous secretions. In the oral cavity, these mucous secretions are nothing but the saliva that has been secreted from the salivary gland. And each part of the GI tract, like we have different glands which is giving out secretions which makes the surface of this mucous membrane lubricated. So that is why that is the reason why this layer is being referred as mucous membrane. If you ask what is the layers of a mucous membrane, especially in the oral cavity, we have to say that there are 2 layers for it. One is the overlying epithelium and the underlying supporting connective tissue, which is known as a lamina propria. These 2 components together forms the oral mucous membrane. So you should remember that it is not the epithelium alone. It is epithelium with the underlying supporting connective tissue, that is a lamina propria, together is known as mucous membrane. If you see here, you will be able to visualize in this diagrammatic representation. You can see that we have an overlying epithelium, and underneath what we have is the supporting connective tissue known as the lamina propria, and this epithelium and lamina propria together is known as the oral mucosa, and the connective tissue which is seen beneath the mucosa is known as the submucosa. So that is where the larger blood vessels and nerves and even the salivary glands are situated in the submucosa. So if you see the oral mucosa properly, you can see that we have the retiridges or the extensions of the epithelium down into the connective tissue known as the retiridges, and between the retiridges, the connective tissue which is seen between these retiridges are known as the connective tissue papillae, and the lamina propria part which have this connective tissue papilla is known as the papillary layer of the lamina propria, and the connective tissue which is seen beneath the papillary layer of the lamina propria is known as the reticular layer. So this is how you name the different parts of the oral mucosa. So you have the epithelium has got retiridges. Between the retiridges we have the connective tissue papillae. The part of the lamina propria which houses the connective tissue papillae is known as the papillary layer, and that the lamina propria is known as the reticular layer. So in most of the areas we are going to see the epithelium, lamina propria forming the oral mucosa, and beneath that we are going to see the submucosa. This is the common thing that you're going to see in the case of buccal mucosa, floor of the mouth, and most of those areas. But in certain areas of the oral cavity, like in the case of gingiva or in the mid-palatal raphe region of the palate, you're going to see that the oral mucosa is going to be directly attached to the periosteum of the underlying bone. There is no submucosa over there. This type of arrangement is known as the places where this kind of an arrangement is there. The mucosa is known as mucoperiosteum. That is known as mucoperiosteum. So let's talk about the characteristic feature of oral epithelium. We have to understand this oral mucosa is covered by a type of epithelium known as stratified squamous epithelium. And these epithelial cells have got the ability to produce a protein in their cytoplasm known as keratin. That's one of the characteristic feature of being an epithelial cell. Now, another important. So when you try to discuss, let us try to discuss in detail about this particular keratin protein which is formed inside the epithelial cells. Now, epithelial cells produces an intracellular filament known as tonofilaments. And these tonofilaments are fibrous proteins of size 8 nanometers. And they belong to a class of intracellular filaments known as intermediate filaments. And chemically, they belong to a class of proteins known as keratins. So, what you have to remember is these tonofilaments, when they aggregate to form bundles, they are known as tonofibrils. So, when you go through the textbooks, like interchangeably, you will see that in many places they will describe it as tonofilaments. Some places they will describe it as intermediate filaments, and some other places as keratin. So what you have to remember is that all these three terminologies describe the same entity. Tonofilaments, intermediate filaments, and keratin are all the same only. Another characteristic feature that defines epithelium is the cells are bounded to each other by means of intracellular junctions known as desmosomes. And the epithelium is separated from the underlying connective tissue by means of a basement membrane or a basal lamina. Now, you have to remember about the basement membrane or basal lamina. Basement membrane is nothing but it is just a acellular material that has been secreted, a proteinaceous material seen separating the epithelium from that of the underlying connective tissue. When you see it under light microscopy, you will see it as a single layer. That is when you describe it or you refer it as basement membrane. But the same structure, if you observe it under electron microscopy, you will realize that they are made up of different layers like lamina lucida, lamina densa or sublamina densa. And then we will refer it as basal laminae. Okay, so basically basement membrane is when you observe the structure under light microscopy, we will call it as basement membrane. The same structure when you observe it under electron microscopy, we will refer it as basal laminae. And the epithelial cells are attached to this basement membrane by means of apparatus, attachment apparatus is known as hemidesmosomes. Now, the integrity of this epithelium is maintained by the continuous renewal mechanism. That is, the old cells are lost from the surface by means of desquamation, and the new cells are formed from the basal layer by means of mitotic division, and they replaces these old cells which are being lost by means of desquamation. And the epithelial cells, as they mature, they are pushed towards the superficial layers of the epithelium. Now you have to realize that all these epithelial cells have got keratin intermediate filaments, and hence they are known as keratinocytes. And the maturation of these epithelial cells follows two patterns, that is keratinization and non-keratinization. Now both the epithelium where like the maturation is keratinized or non-keratinized, whatever it may be, they will have the keratin intermediate filaments produced in their cytoplasm. So both of them are, we can say that both even if it is following a keratinization or non-keratinization, all of them are formed by keratinocytes only. So what do you mean by keratinization? In keratinized epithelium, as the epithelial cell matures, the amount of keratin produced inside the cell will increase. And the most matured keratinocytes are dead cells which are filled with keratin proteins and whose cell membranes are very much thickened. And the process by which the keratinocyte matures to form squams of keratin, which are basically nothing but dead cells which are filled with protein keratin, is known as keratinization. So we have two types of keratinization, orthokeratinization and parakeratinization. So what do you mean by these ortho and parakeratinization? In orthokeratinization, the superficial layer, which is the keratinized layer, will have lost all the nuclei and organelles, and then we call it as orthokeratinization. But in the case of parakeratinization, you will see that the remnants of the nuclei of a pycnotic size will be there on the superficial layer of the keratinized layer. This is known as parakeratinization. So here you can see the histological pictures of an orthokeratinized and a parakeratinized epithelium. So you can see the superficial layer of an orthokeratinized epithelium. The red arrow points to the first picture. There are like no remnants of nuclei or other organelles can be seen in the histology. While when you see the parakeratinized epithelium, you can see the remnants of the nuclei as pycnotic nuclei in the keratinized superficial layer. So this is the basic difference between orthokeratinization and parakeratinization. Now there is another type of epithelium where you see non-keratinized, where the epithelium is non-keratinized, where the superficial layer you don't see any keratin layer. Instead of that, you will see flattened epithelial cells. Now you have to understand that even in a non-keratinized epithelium, the cells are basically keratinocytes. It has not undergone the maturation to the extent of what you see in the case of ortho or parakeratinization. That is the only difference. Diagrammatic representation of keratinized epithelium and non-keratinized epithelium in order to make a comparison, and you can see that the basic difference between keratinized and a non-keratinized epithelium is the presence of the keratin squams or the dead cells that is there on the most superficial layer. In the case of a non-keratinized epithelium, that will be absent, and instead of that, you get only flattened epithelial cells on the superficial layer. So here is a histologic comparison between keratinized mucosa and a non-keratinized mucosa. If you look at the epithelium, you can see that in the case of a keratinized epithelium, we have the layer of keratin on the surface, which does not have any cells or any organelles in it. It's just dead cells and squams and sheets of keratin are there. While in the case of a non-keratinized mucosa, you can see that the epithelium, the superficial layer, has got only flattened epithelial cells. So when we talk about the classification of oral mucosa, based on function, you can classify the oral mucosa into three. First one is lining mucosa, which covers the buccal mucosa, labial mucosa, floor of the mouth, ventral surface of tongue, alveolar mucosa, vestibule, fascial pillars. And the next one is the masticatory mucosa. This is an area, is a parts of the oral mucosas which are subjected to friction or masticatory stresses, where the bolus of food is being pushed against this area of mucosa. That includes hard palate and gingiva. Then we have the specialized mucosa, where characteristic of both masticatory and gustatory mucosa is there. That is the dorsum of tongue, which contains taste buds. That's the reason why that part is known as the specialized mucosa. And based on keratinization, again, we can divide the oral mucosa into keratinized mucosa and non-keratinized mucosa. Under non-keratinized, the examples of non-keratinized mucosa is basically lining epithelium, like the buccal mucosa, labial mucosa, vestibular mucosa, ventral aspect of tongue, soft palate, all will come under non-keratinized mucosa. And the keratinized mucosa again can be divided into orthokeratinized mucosa and parakeratinized mucosa. Under orthokeratinized mucosa, we have the hard palate. Under parakeratinized mucosa, we have the gingiva. So let's talk about the keratinized epithelium in detail and the various layers of this keratinized epithelium. So when we talk about the different layers of the oral epithelium, we'll be referring the orthokeratinized epithelium, which has got all the four different layers. The first one that is near to the basement membrane is the stratum basale, which are basically columnar or cuboidal cells. Then we have polygonal cells which are more matured, which is the stratum spinosum. Then we have a flattened layer which has got keratohyalin granules in it, that is a stratum granulosum. And above that, what we have is squams of dead cells, which is filled with keratin filaments or tonofilaments, that is the stratum corneum. So these are the four different layers of a orthokeratinized epithelium. So here in the histology, again, let us see where are the different layers. You can see the base, this is the connective tissue here. Then we have the stratum basale, which is basically comprised of columnar or cuboidal cells. Then we have polygonal cells forming the stratum spinosum. Then we have flattened cells with the keratohyalin granules, which is called the stratum granulosum. And then we have the stratum corneum, which is the dead cells or the keratinized dead cells which is there on the surface. So let us now see each of these layers of the keratinized epithelium in detail. So we'll start with the light microscopic features of stratum basale. It basically consists of a single layer of cuboidal or columnar cells which rest on the basement membrane. And these basal cells and the cells just above that, that is the parabasal cells, are the only cells in the epithelium which has got the ability to divide. So these cells are known as stratum germinativum. Okay, so let's have a look at it in our histology picture. So those yellow dotted lines is where the basement membrane is lying, and the cells just above that are basically the basal cells, which are cuboidal or columnar. May not be very easy for you to appreciate the boundaries of this cell. So let me just mark it for you. So you can see the connective tissue here, and this is the stratum basal is over here, and let's see how these cells appear. Okay, this is a picture of, or this is the outline of a basal cell. So I'm just like, you can see that there is an outline of this basal cells over there, and if you see here, you can see that the basal cells have got a centrally placed nucleus, and the nucleus is like very big, and it is almost filling up like most of the area of the space inside the cell. So it occupies around 1/3 of the cytoplasm, and this nucleus is hypochromatic. The reason why the nucleus is bigger and it is hypochromatic, it is because it is a dividing group of cells, and because it's a part of stratum germinativum, it is from where like the cells divide in the epithelium. So you can see the outline of the nucleus here inside the cell. You can see that the cell is the nucleus is pretty big, and it occupies most of the space inside the inside the cell, that is in cytoplasm. So when you look at the electron microscopic picture of the electron microscopic features of this stratum basal, you can see that they are basically made up of two types of cells. One is the serrated cells, and the other one is the non-serrated cells. The serrated cells have got small cytoplasmic processes at the basal region, which facilitate the attachment to the basement membrane through the hemidesmosomes, and they are packed with ton of filaments. So they form the serrated cells. The non-serrated cells are the stem cells, which has got the ability to divide and provide cell for the maturing compartment. So remember, we have two types of cells. Under electron microscopy, we'll be able to appreciate two types of cells: serrated cells and non-serrated cells. Serrated cells have got small protoplasmic extensions which facilitate the attachment of the cells to the basement membrane, while non-serrated cells are the dividing stem cells which provide cells for the maturing compartment. Now, the way in which the stem cells undergo division in the basal layer is known as asymmetric division. That is, a stem cell, when they undergo division, they have two daughter cells will be formed. One daughter cell will remain in the basal layer itself as a dividing cell, as a stem cell, and the other daughter cell will undergo maturation and will progress, or will move to the superficial layer, will undergo differentiation or maturation, and will lose the ability to undergo division later. And they will mature into spinous layer, then they will mature into the stratum granulosum layer, and they will become keratinized or the keratinized squams, and they will get desquamated. So this type of a division is known as asymmetric division. So here we are diagrammatically representing it. You can see here there's a yellow columnar cell over here. Imagine that there is a stem cell in the basal layer. It undergoes division and forms into two daughter cells. One daughter cell will remain as a stem cell itself in the basal layer itself, and the other daughter cell will undergo maturation and will progress into the superficial layer as a stratum spinosum layer, spinosum cell, and cell in the stratum spinosum, and they will lose the ability to undergo division, and again they will mature into the cells of the stratum granulosum, and then they will completely undergo keratinization and will be desquamated from the surface of the epithelium. So this type of division and a maturation pattern is known as this type of a division of the cells in the basal layer is known as asymmetric division, where one remain in the stem cell, one daughter cell remain in the stem cell pool, and the other daughter cell matures into the loses the ability to divide and matures into the superficial layer. So other than that, the basal cells are also involved with protein synthesis. So you will be able to see organelles involved with protein synthesis like endoplasmic reticulum, Golgi apparatus, and mitochondria in these cells. The next layer of cells that you're going to see is the stratum spinosum layer. It is also known as prickle cell layer. The reason why it is called prickle cell layer is if you look at the boundaries between the spinosome cells, you'll be able to see small prickly extensions, between the cells. Like you can see small extensions. They are nothing but desmosomal junctions. And when you do processing, and you will be taking the specimen through dehydration in the alcohol, and the cells will shrink when you do that. And when they shrink, these cells which are still attached to one another by means of desmosomes will get, when they get shrink, those desmosomal attachments will appear as small prickles on the surface of the cell. So that is the reason why this layer, which has got a very much increased numbers of desmosomal junctions, are often referred as a prickle cell layer. So let us talk about the light microscopic features of the cells of the stratum spinosum. You can see that they are irregularly polyhedral cells, and they are larger than that of the basal layer cells. So here you can see, I'm just going to mark the outline of one of these cells of the stratum spinosum, so you will be better able to appreciate these cells. So I'm just marking the outline here. And these cells in this particular layer, that is stratum spinosum layer, are very active in protein synthesis, because that is where like the maximum amount of keratin filaments are being produced. And they have a decrease in basophilia for the cytoplasm, and the boundary between the cells will become very distinct in this particular layer. Now, when you look at the nuclei here, when compared to that of the stratum basal, the nucleus is much smaller when compared to that of the rest of the cytoplasm. In the stratum basal layer, the nucleus-cytoplasmic ratio was around 1:1, because most of the cytoplasm was occupied by the nucleus, the large nucleus in the basal layer. But when it comes to the cells of the stratum spinosum, the nucleus is centrally placed, and the cytoplasm content is much more than that of the nucleus. So here you can see the cells of the stratum spinosum, and we can see with the blue dotted lines, I have marked the outline of the nucleus, and you can see that the nucleus cytoplasmic ratio is around 1:6. And as the cell matures and move upwards, and these cells will become more and more flattened. You can see the boundary, and you can even make out the yellow arrow is showing the boundary between the two cells, and you can see the small prickly extensions that you can see between the two cells. And this is nothing but the desmosomal junctions. So electron microscopically, since this layer of cells are the most active in protein synthesis, you will see all the the organelles for protein synthesis much more prominent here, and you will also see a concentration of tonofilaments of increase, or the keratin filaments have increased, and they are forming into bundles. And there is an increase in the size and the number of the desmosomes also. Now, another characteristic feature is in the upper layers of the stratum spinosum, cytoplasmic organelles known as Ortland bodies are seen. In keratinized epithelium, they have a lamellated appearance, and they have what you call parallel internal lamellae with electron dense and electron lucent bands, and they are basically considered to be formed from the Golgi apparatus. As these to the superficial layers, as they mature, they will not become increased. There will not be any increase in the size of these Ortland bodies, but instead of that, there will be an increase in the density of the contents of the Ortland bodies. The other name for the Ortland bodies are membrane coating granules, cytoplasmic lamellated body, keratinosomes, or even microgranules or cementosomes. The next layer of cells that we have to discuss is the stratum granulosum. And under light microscopy, you can see that these cells are basically flattened layer of cells, which has got a granules in it, which is known as the keratohyalin granules. And the nucleus are also flatter, and they are pycnotic, and they show degenerative changes. And you can see in this picture of stratum granulosum that they are flattened cells, and they contain, the cytoplasm contain hematoxyphilic granules known as keratohyalin granules. That is the reason why it has got the name as stratum granulosum. So under electron microscopy, you can see that again, at this layer also, they have the ability to produce keratin, and the amount of tonofibrils or keratin filaments are much more in this particular layer, and the desmosomes have become more condensed in this layer. Now, there are certain events that is going to occur in the upper layers of stratum granulosum. The one thing that happens is the outline bodies which are formed in the upper layers of stratum spinosum, these outline bodies in the granulosum will fuse with the cell membrane and discharge their content outside the cell into the intercellular space. And this discharged material is a glycolipid, and they provide permeability barrier limiting the movement of substances through the intercellular space. So that is one reason why, like, if something falls on your skin, it will not penetrate or it will not diffuse down into the connective tissue. It is because of the material that is discharged from the outline bodies, which are nothing but glycolipids. So here you can see in the stratum granulosum layer, it's a diagrammatic representation. You can see that stratum granulosum layer, the contents of the outline bodies will be discharged into the intercellular space, and they will form as a permeability barrier in the epithelium. The other thing that is going to happen in the upper layers of stratum granulosum is the keratohyalin granules, which releases a protein known as involucrin. And this involucrin thickens the cell membrane, making the cells resistant to chemical solvents. So that is a function of involucrin, which is secreted, which is released from the keratohyalin granules. There are two more proteins which are formed, which are released from this keratohyalin granules, which are filaggrin and loricrin. And what are their functions? This filaggrin and loricrin produces aggregation and cross-linking between the cytokeratin filaments or the tonofilaments, making it more thickened and making it more resistant. So you can see what are the events that is happening in the upper layers. So let me summarize the events that is happening in the upper layers of stratum granulosum. One is the outline bodies whose content is a glycolipid is being released, the outline bodies fuse to the cell membrane, and the contents are being released into the intercellular space, forming a permeability barrier. Then keratohyalin granules releasing involucrin, which thickens the cell membrane, making it resistant to chemical solvents. Then the keratohyalin granules again producing or releasing filaggrin and loricrin, which aggregates and cross-links the keratin filaments. The last layer is the stratum corneum, and which is the most superficial layer. And in this particular layer, you will not be able to make out the boundaries of the cells or even the organelles like the nuclei. And the keratohyalin granules also will completely disappear, and the cells will become dehydrated, and they will be packed with cross-linked keratin filaments. And these dehydrated cells forms into hexagonal discs known as squams. You can see them here. There are layers and layers of squams of epithelium. The squams of epithelium can be seen here. Now, if you don't see any remnants of the organelles or nuclei here, then in this particular layer, then we will call it as orthokeratinoization. If you see the remnants of the nuclei in this particular layer, then we will call it as parakeratinoization. Now, what do you mean by desquamation? It is a physiological process by which the superficial squams of these squams have been shed off. Is known as desquamation. And they say that there are two mechanisms by which that can be happening. One is it can be the breaking down of the desmosomes by hydrolytic enzymes, or it can be that the physiological lifespan of the desmosomes are over and they have become weakened, and because of which the cells are just falling off or shedding off. Then the other type of keratinization is parakeratinoization. As I have told you before, we have discussed before, we are just going to see remnants of the nuclei in the stratum corneum layer, and then we will call it parakeratinoization. Usually in parakeratinoization, the stratum granulosum layer will not be very prominent, and the gingiva is one site in the oral cavity where you are going to have parakeratinized epithelium. The next, we will just briefly see about non-keratinized epithelium. Layers of the non-keratinized epithelium is stratum basale, stratum intermedium, and stratum superficial. So I'm not going into the details of these things. It's very similar to that of the keratinized epithelium, the electron microscopy, and slight differences are there. And you need to note those differences. And one of the questions that has been asked is the differences between keratinized and non-keratinized epithelium. So you can put a tabular column and you can just mention the differences in the various layers. So I'm not going in detail into that particular portion. So this is the histological picture of different layers of a non-keratinized epithelium. We have a stratum basale, stratum intermedium, and stratum superficial. So we don't have any dead cells on the surface. Instead of that, the superficial layer is comprised of flattened epithelial cells. Now let's talk about the connective tissue of the oral mucosa. We have two parts. the papillary layer and the reticular portion of the oral mucosa. The papillary layer is the papillary part of the lamina propria is where the connective tissue papillae is present between the two retiridges. So you will get few nerves entering into the epithelium, and you have components like fibroblast defense cells and the collagen fibers, oxytocin fibers, and ground substance will be there. So the portion of the lamina propria just beneath the basement membrane has got the property of taking silver stains, and they can take that black silver stainings, and this is because they have fine immature collagen fibers which have got an affinity to the silver stain, that is argyrophilia, and they have a lattice like or a network like pattern, and that is why they are known as reticular fibers. So the lamina propria beneath the base membrane, including the papillary layer, have these fibers, and this portion of the lamina propria having the reticular fibers is known as the reticular portion of the lamina propria. Now, what is the relationship between papillary layer and reticular layer? The retiridges and the connective tissue papilla are prominent in the case of masticatory mucosas, and so we have more amount of connective tissue papillae, so we have a prominent papillary layer there. But when it comes to lining mucosa, like in the buccal mucosa, the retiridges may not be very prominent and the connective tissue papilla may not be very much apparent. So on those layers, like the papillary layer is less obvious. So papillary layer is prominent in the masticatory mucosa and less prominent in the case of lining mucosa. But reticular layer is always present even if the papillary layer is present or not. So what do you basically mean by reticular layer? It is that portion of the lamina propria which has got reticular fibers and which are argyrophilic and takes up the silver stains. So which include both the papillary layer also. So reticular layer and papillary layer are not separate, but two terms used to describe the same region in two different ways. So that's all we have to remember. So here you can see the connective tissue papillae, the retiridges, the papillary layer and the reticular layer. So both papillary layer and the reticular, what we see beneath that has got the reticular fibers which are argyrophilic in nature. Now the mucosa, the connective tissue that is seen beneath the lamina propria is more loosened up and they are known as submucosa, and usually the submucosa is divided into vertically arranged collagen fibers with elastic fibers extending from the lamina propria to the fascia of the muscles of periosteum. That is the reason why the mucosa does not get folded up when we open and close the mouth. And the submucosa contain large blood vessels, arteries, and they also have got a rich network of lymphatics. The nerves are myelinated in this layer, and as they divide into smaller nerve fibers and smaller branches and enter to the papillae, they will lose their myelination. And this layer also, submucosa also contains minor salivary glands and adipose tissue. Now let's discuss in detail about the masticatory mucosa, that is the gingiva and the hard palate. Both of them can be asked frequently, can be asked as questions frequently in the university exams. Gingiva as an essay and hard palate as a 5 marks question. So gingiva is a part of the oral mucosa that covers the cervical part of the teeth and the alveolar process. That is the definition of gingiva. And you can see the gingiva over here, which forms the cervical part of the, which covers the cervical part of the teeth and the alveolar process. So macroscopically or like anatomically, we can, the parts of the gingiva are the marginal gingiva, indental papilla, and the attached gingiva. Now, if you want to have a look at a closer view of this, the different parts of the gingiva, we can actually take a cross section of the teeth along with the gingiva so that we'll have a better appreciation. So you can see how it appears. We can see the teeth on one side, then we have the gingiva on the other side. So this is a diagrammatic representation of the same teeth and with the gingiva. So you have the marginal gingiva, you have the attached gingiva and the teeth. So let's first talk about the marginal gingiva or the free gingiva. It is the unattached gingiva that surrounds the teeth like a collar. So you can really make out this is the initial layer that is there, or the initial part of the gingiva. Just below the teeth is known as the marginal gingiva. It is not attached to the teeth and there is a space between the free gingiva and the teeth. So here is the diagrammatic representation of the gingiva with that of the teeth. And you can see that first what we have is the marginal gingiva, and there is a V-shaped space between the free gingiva or the marginal gingiva and the teeth. And this is known as the gingival sulcus. You can see this triangular space which between the teeth and the marginal or the free gingiva, which is known as the gingival sulcus. This gingival sulcus is a V-shaped space present around the teeth, with the teeth surface on one side and the marginal gingiva on the other side. So you can see that it is a V-shaped space. Now, this gingival sulcus has got average depth of around 1.8 millimeter, which ranges between 0.5 to 3 millimeter. And if you have a depth of the gingival sulcus more than 3 millimeters, it is considered to be pathological. Now let's come to the next one, that is the interdental papillae. It is the part of the gingiva that fills the interdental space between the two adjacent teeth. This space. It's a triangular or a pyramidal in shape with from both labial and the lingual surfaces. In the case of an anterior teeth, this labial and lingual interdental gingiva will taper towards the interdental area, forming a pyramidal shape. But when it comes to the posterior teeth, we have a triangular pieces of interdental papillae present on the buccal and the lingual aspect, and they are joined by a shallow depressed central area, forming a tent shape. So you can see here from the buccal aspect we have a triangular interdental papillae, and in the lingual aspect we have another triangular interdental papillae. It is being joined by a depressed central area like this. And it forms the tent shape. Like this, you can see that it has got a tent shape appearance. This interdental papillae. And the buccal and lingual area has got the high points, and the central depressed area, which is like forming in the tent shaped structure. This depressed valley-like depression or depressed area in the center is known as the caul. This part is known as the caul over here. Now, what is the significance of caul? You know that the gingiva is basically formed by keratinized epithelium, and the only part of the gingiva which is formed by non-keratinized epithelium is the caul area. So this is considered to be the weak point of gingiva, where the bacteria can have an easy entry, and this is usually considered to be the starting point of gingival inflammation or periodontal diseases. The next comes the attached gingiva. It is a part of the gingiva which is attached to the alveolar bone, and it is firm and immobile part of the gingiva, seen below the free gingiva or the marginal gingiva. So this is the marginal gingiva, and what you get beneath that is the attached gingiva. Now the junction between the marginal and the attached gingiva is demarcated by a free gingival groove. Now beneath the attached gingiva, what we have is the alveolar mucosa, which is a lining epithelium, and the junction, so this is the alveolar mucosa here, and the junction between the attached gingiva and the alveolar mucosa is demarcated by the mucogingival junction. Now, if you see the attached gingiva closely, if you just dry out that area and you observe the attached gingiva closely, you can see that there are elevations and depressions, which resembles like an orange peel appearance. And these elevations and depressions creating an orange peel appearance on the attached gingiva is known as stippling. You can see the similarity of the orange peel. You can see that elevations and depressions on the attached gingiva. This is due to the firm attachment of the attached gingiva to the underlying bone by means of the fibrous connective tissue. And stippling is considered as a functional adaptation against mechanical stresses. And what is the clinical relevance of stippling? The loss of stippling is considered to be an initial sign of gingival inflammation. And usually stippling is seen more in the case of males, and it is less prominent in the lingual side than that of the buccal side. You can see here a gingiva which is inflamed, and you can see there is a loss of stippling over there. The loss of stippling is because of the presence of edematous fluid because of inflammation in the gingival connective tissue. So let us talk about the microscopic parts of gingiva or microscopic structure of gingiva. So we can divide them into 4 parts. One is the oral part, which include the free gingiva and the attached gingiva. Then we have the sulcular part, or the part which the epithelium that lines the sulcular the gingival sulcus. Then we have the junctional epithelium. Then we can also talk about the connective tissue part of this gingiva. So when you talk about the oral region, which includes free gingiva and attached gingiva, so that is this part, we can see that the epithelium lining over there is parakeratinized, stratified squamous epithelium, and the connective tissue shows numerous thin elongated retiridges. We can see the black arrows pointing to the thin elongated retiridges. Then comes to the sulcular epithelium, or that is a part of the gingiva which forms the gingival sulcus. And you can see this is the gingival sulcus here, and this is the part here, and you can see that the epithelium that lines in this gingival sulcus region is non-keratinized epithelium, because there are no exposure to, it is not a masticatory area, or this is not an area where stresses are being applied. So this part of the gingiva is not formed by non-keratinized epithelium. And the epithelial connective tissue interface we don't see, is almost flat, and there is not much of retiridge formation in this particular area. You can see the arrows pointing there. Compare that with the oral part of the gingiva. And then comes the junctional epithelium. This is that part of the gingival epithelium which is attached to the cervical part of the teeth. We can see here. So the gingiva is attached to the teeth through the junctional epithelium. So it forms a junction between the tooth and the gingiva, and hence that is the reason why it has got the name junctional epithelium. Now, when you talk, when you discuss in detail about the junctional epithelium, you can see that it is actually a triangular piece of epithelium with the coronal portion near to the gingival sulcus. It's around 15 to 30 cellular thickness, and the apical portion is of around 3 to 4 cellular thickness. And it has got basal lamina on both sides. That is, one at the junction of the epithelium and the connective tissue as usual, and the other, the basement membrane, is going to be seen at the surface of the adjacent or the surface adjacent to the teeth. And the cells of the junctional epithelium are attached to the teeth by means of hemidesmosomes onto this basement membrane on the tooth side. Now, as we know that the cells above the basement membrane are basal cells, and they are cells with the dividing capabilities. So in the case of a junctional epithelium, we have basement membrane on one side between the junction between the epithelium and the connective tissue, and the other side on the teeth. So we have basal cells like on two sides of this junctional epithelium, and they are these dividing group of cells. They divide, and the cells, they mature, they migrate towards the coronal direction, and they get exfoliated into the gingival sulcus. So at the junctional epithelium, the cells have fewer desmosomal junctions and more intercellular spaces, and this is a functional adaptation, and this helps in the migration of neutrophils from the connective tissue into the epithelium and into the gingival sulcus. Let us talk about the gingival connective tissue now. So the lamina propria has got dense collagen bundles, and these fiber bundles are known as the secondary fibers of periodontal ligament, or the gingival fibers of the periodontal ligament. So let us see what are these fibers. So one group of fibers which extends from the teeth or from the cementum surface to the gingiva, they are known as the dentogingival fibers. So they extend from the cementum to the lamina propria of the gingiva. The next group of fibers, you can see that they extend from the cementum to the alveolar bone, or the periosteum of the alveolar bone. They are known as dentoperiosteal fibers. It's very easy for you to remember. You just have to know from where the fibers are coming and where they are going and attaching. The next group of fibers, you can see they start from the crest of the alveolar bone to the lamina propria of the gingiva. They are known as alveolo-gingival fibers. And then you get the fibers which goes around the teeth in the gingiva. They are known as the circular group of fibers. And we also have a group of fibers which is attached to the cementum of one teeth, goes over the crest of the alveolar bone and attaches to the cementum of the adjacent teeth, and this is known as the transeptal fibers. So these are the various fibers of the secondary fibers of the periodontal ligament. So let's now discuss about dentogingival junction. It's again an important question, can be asked about the development and the shift on the dentogingival junction as a 10 marks question, or the shift alone as a 5 marks question. So it's very important. So the part of the gingiva which facilitates the attachment of the gingiva to the teeth is known as the junctional epithelium. So let's now discuss about the dentogingival junction in detail. So as we already have discussed, junction between the teeth and the gingiva is known as the dentogingival junction. Now the part of the junctional epithelium, or those cells which are facilitating the attachment of this junctional epithelium to the teeth, is known as the attachment epithelium. So that is those group of like this is the junctional epithelium and forming the dentogingival junction, and those group of cells, those cells which are close to the teeth, which are facilitating the attachment of this junctional epithelium to form the dentogingival junction, is known as the attachment epithelium. And the mode of attachment, or how these epithelial cells are attached to the tooth, is known as epithelial attachment. So you have to remember, like sometimes in Viva they may ask what is the difference between attachment epithelium and epithelial attachment. You should understand that this is what it means. Now let's talk about the formation of how this dentogingival junction is being formed. So you have to remember, like the enamel formation, and how the ameloblasts are functioning over there, and what the post-functional ameloblast does during the protective stage. So once the enamel formation is completed, the post-functional ameloblast secretes a proteinaceous material on the surface of the enamel known as primary enamel cuticle. And the primary enamel cuticle is structurally similar to that of a basal lamina or a basement membrane. And the reduced enamel epithelial cells, that is the post-functional ameloblast and the reduced enamel epithelial cells, will get attached to this enamel, through the basal lamina, which is, or the primary enamel cuticle, by means of hemidesmosomes. So that is how the attachment is being made onto the crown of the unerupted teeth. So here you can see the enamel, and on the surface of the enamel we have the reduced enamel epithelium, which is closely adherent onto the surface of the enamel, and this is facilitated by the attachment of the post-functional ameloblast at the bottom layer of the reduced enamel epithelium to the enamel surface by means of hemidesmosomes onto this base primary enamel cuticle. So you can see the reduced enamel epithelium here. Now what are the processes involved in the tooth eruption? So first, what is going to happen, we know that the teeth is being covered by the reduced enamel epithelium. On the surface we have the surface epithelium, and between that we have the connective tissue. Now the teeth has to pass through all these structures and then cross all these structures and reach in the oral cavity during eruption. So what happens is the connective tissue between the reduced enamel epithelium and the oral mucosa will first degenerate, and there is a proliferation of the oral epithelium downwards and the reduced enamel epithelium upwards, and they will meet together to form a solid epithelial plug. And you can see a solid epithelial plug is being formed, and later the central cells of this plug degenerate, and then eruptive canal will be formed through which the tooth will erupt out into the oral cavity, as you can see here. Now as the tooth erupts through this canal and it reaches into the occlusal plane, and this is how the process of eruption is happening. Now even after the tooth is erupted into the oral cavity and reached the occlusal plane, you can see that at the cervical part of the teeth, the 1/3 of the teeth is still covered by the reduced enamel epithelium, as you can see here. If you just see the outline, there's so much of cervical part, 1/3 of the cervical part is still covered by the gingiva and attached to the teeth by means of the reduced enamel epithelium. So the part of the reduced enamel epithelium still attached to the teeth is known as the primary attachment epithelium. So that is something that you're going to see at the time when the tooth is just erupted into the oral cavity. Now slowly what is going to happen is this attachment epithelium, which is formed from the reduced enamel epithelium, is slowly replaced by the oral epithelium. And once this attachment epithelium is completely replaced by oral epithelium, then it will be known as secondary attachment epithelium. So there is a difference between primary attachment epithelium and secondary attachment epithelium. The primary attachment epithelium is formed by the reduced enamel epithelium, and later it will be replaced by the oral epithelial cells. then they are known as, this attachment epithelium will be known as, referred as secondary attachment epithelium. Now, there are two more terminologies that you have to be familiar with. One is active eruption. That is the actual movement of the tooth into the occlusal plane is known as the active eruption. As you can see here, that is what we have discussed till now. Next one is the passive eruption. That is, the teeth has already reached the occlusal plane and no more tooth movements are happening, but more and more tooth material, that is the crown and the root material, will be exposed to the oral cavity by the downward migration of the covering epithelium. This is known as passive eruption. And this is a phenomena that happens during aging process. So you can see that as soon as the tooth is erupted, the cervical 1/3 of the teeth will be still covered by the gingiva. But as the age advances, more and the gingiva or the epithelium which is covering the teeth will migrate down apically, and you're going to get more teeth that is being exposed in the oral cavity. And sometimes when the aging occurs, what can happen, even some of the root surface also will get exposed along with the crown or the enamel covered part, and then you have more tooth material that is being exposed in the oral cavity. So this is a phenomena that happens because of aging. So that is where like another two terminologies are coming, that is anatomical crown and clinical crown. You should have an idea about what is these things. So the part of the teeth which is covered by enamel is known as the anatomic crown. Okay, so that part of the tooth which is covered by enamel is known as anatomic crown. And what is clinical crown? The part of the tooth which is exposed into the oral cavity is known as clinical crown. So clinical crown can be like it will depend upon how much attachment epithelium is there or how much gingiva is covering the teeth. In the early phases of the earliest phases of the teeth, that is, as soon as the tooth is being erupted, you will see that cervical 1/3 of the teeth will be still covered by gingiva. So you will see that the clinical crown or the part of the teeth that is exposed in the oral cavity will be lesser than that of the anatomic crown. But as the age advances in old age person, you will see that along with the enamel covered crown, you will see that some part of the root also will be exposed outside. So that means that the clinical crown means like the anatomic crown plus a part of the root. So there, like the clinical crown is going to be bigger than that of the anatomic crown. So that is how the relationship between anatomic crown and clinical crown is going to be going about. So this much is the clinical crown. So I hope this concept is clear for you. Now, once the dentogingival junction is established, and as the age advances, there will be an apical shift of this attachment epithelium and with exposure of more tooth surface. And this process, as I already mentioned, is known as passive eruption. And we can actually categorize this passive eruption into 4 stages. That is 4 stages in the shift of the dentogingival junction. This can be asked as a 5 marks question. This alone can be asked as a 5 marks question. This diagram is very important. This is a pencil diagram and you have to learn to draw this diagram. So very easily we can summarize the whole shift in the dentogingival junction into a tabular column, so that it will become easy for you to present it in your exams, and you will be able to score more marks because of the presentation itself. So we have 4 stages, and we have 4 descriptive headings under which we have to explain this type of passive eruption. That is, one is age. The next one is where is the position of the attachment epithelium. Then you have to mention about where is the coronal portion of the attachment epithelium present, and where is the apical portion of the attachment epithelium present, and where is the bottom of the gingival sulcus present, and what is the relationship between clinical crown and anatomic crown, and that you have to draw a diagram also along with that. So let's talk about it. When you talk about the first stage, you can see that this is usually you are going to see within the age of 20 to 30 years, and the attachment epithelium is completely in the enamel. The coronal portion of the attachment epithelium is in the enamel. The apical portion of the attachment epithelium here in this first stage will be in the cemento-enamel junction, and the bottom of the gingival sulcus will be in the enamel surface. And here you're going to see that the anatomic crown is greater than that of the clinical crown, because a part of the anatomic crown is still covered by gingiva. So the crown part that is exposed into the oral cavity will be much lesser than that of the anatomic crown. So anatomic crown here is going to be greater than that of the clinical crown. The second stage, you're going to see that this is something that you're going to see in the age of 40, and the attachment epithelium is going to be partially on the enamel and partially on the cementum. The coronal portion of the attachment epithelium is going to be in the enamel. The apical portion of the attachment epithelium is going to be on the cementum, and the bottom of the gingival sulcus is going to be there on the enamel surface. And here also anatomic crown is going to be greater than that of the clinical crown. And in the third stage, you're going to see that the attachment epithelium is completely on the cementum, and the coronal portion of the attachment epithelium is on the cemento-enamel junction, and the apical portion of the attachment epithelium is going to be on the cementum, and the bottom of the gingival sulcus is going to be on the cemento-enamel junction. Here, the enamel covered, the anatomic crown is completely exposed into the oral cavity. So at this stage, the anatomic crown is equal to that of the clinical crown. In the fourth stage, you're going to see that there is a more apical migration of the attachment epithelium, and so the attachment epithelium is completely on the cementum. The coronal portion of the attachment epithelium is on the cementum. The apical portion of the attachment epithelium is also on the cementum, and the bottom of the gingival sulcus is also on the cementum. And here, the clinical crown is more than that of the anatomic crown, because along with the enamel covered crown part, some amount of the root surface is also exposed into the oral cavity. So we have the clinical crown more than that of the anatomic crown. So these are the four stages. So these are the four stages of the shift in the dentogingival junction. So next we are coming into the next part, that is of the masticatory mucosa, that is the palatal mucosa. So here it can be asked as a 5 marks question, and we have different parts of the palate. That is what we have to describe here. So if you look at the palate, we can divide the palate into the anterior 2/3, that is a hard palate, and the posterior 1/3, that is a soft palate. The hard palate forms the masticatory mucosa, and the soft palate forms the lining mucosa. And palate forms as a roof of the oral cavity, separating the nasal cavity from that of the oral cavity. And the anterior 2/3 hard palate is an immovable part, and the posterior 1/3 is the movable part, that is a soft palate. Now there are different parts of the palate, and this is what we have to describe when you are going to write a 5 marks question. We have gingival zone, mid-palatal raphe zone, anterolateral region, posterolateral region, palatal rugae, incisive papilla. These are the different parts of the palate. You just have to describe them. Now, general features of this palate is the epithelium that is lining the palate is orthokeratinized. Then the epithelial connective tissue interface is irregular with many long retiridges and connective tissue papillae. The lamina propria is loose, and the structure of submucosa, that is what is going to be different for the different zones of the palate. So if you can, all the other things, that is the epithelium, the retiridges, and the lamina propria is all going to be same for the whole palate. The only difference is going to be in how the submucosa is arranged, or what are the structures, that is the variation in the structures in the submucosa. So if you can just explain those submucosal changes, I think the zones of palate will be covered. So if we talk about the gingival zone and the mid-palatal raphe zone, so that is a gingival zone and the mid-palatal raphe zone. As we have mentioned before about mucoperiosteum, this is an area of the oral cavity where the lamina propria is directly attached to the periosteum of the underlying bone. So these parts of the oral mucosa is known as mucoperiosteum. Now what we have is, next is the anterolateral and the posterolateral region. This is the palatal part of the palatal mucosa that is seen between the gingival zone and the mid-palatal raphe region. And this region has got a distinct submucosa, unlike the mucoperiosteal region, that is the mid-palatal raphe and the gingival zone. Now if you look, we can divide this area between the mid-palatal raphe and the gingival zone into anterolateral region and posterolateral region, because they have different contents inside the submucosa. So here the submucosa is thicker in the posterior region than on the anterior region. And if you look specifically at the anterolateral region, the submucosa in the anterolateral region is filled with adipose tissue, and hence this anterolateral region is also referred as fatty zone, while in the posterolateral region is filled with the submucosa is filled with the minor salivary glands, and hence this area is known as glandular zone. Now, even though we have submucosa in this region, the palatal mucosa is still immovable, and this is due to the thick, dense vertical bands that is of collagen fibers, which is attaching the lamina propria to that of the underlying periosteum, and because of which the palatal mucosa is immovable, even though we have submucosa in this particular region. Now, next is the incisive papilla, and it is an oval prominence that you're going to see on the anterior region of the palate, immediately behind the maxillary central incisors, and it covers the oral opening of the incisive canal. And the next one is the palatal rugae. They are ridges of mucous membrane extending laterally from the incisive papilla and the anterior part of the midpalatal raphe, and we have it has got a core made up of dense connective tissue. Next is we're going to deal about, so we have finished the palatal mucosa, and I think it is pretty clear for you. The next area that we have to discuss now is the specialized mucosa. So specialized mucosa means the dorsum of tongue, and it is keratinized. It's a masticatory mucosa. At the same time, it has got taste buds over there, so special sensations are there, and because of which it is being designated as a specialized mucosa. So let's talk about it or discuss about it further. So the dorsal surface of the tongue is rough and often irregular, and it is functionally a masticatory mucosa, but we have a lot of elevated projections on this tongue that is known as the papillae, and they have taste buds for perceiving taste sensations. So we can divide this dorsum of tongue into two parts: the anterior 2/3 or the body of the tongue or the papillary part, and the posterior 1/3 or base of the tongue or the lymphatic part by a V-shaped line. That is called the sulcus terminalis, and you can divide the teeth into two parts: anterior 2/3 and as the papillary part, and the posterior 1/3, which is the lymphatic part of the dorsum of tongue. Now we are going to discuss in detail about the papillary part or the anterior 2/3 part. The surface is irregular due to the presence of numerous papillary projections on the surface of this tongue, and these papillary projections are the papillae, and you have to, there are 4 papillae present, and you have to discuss these papillae in detail if an essay is being asked about the dorsum of tongue. The common one, the first one is the filiform papillae, then we have the fungiform papillae, we have the foliate papillae, and we have the circumvallate papillae. And if you look into the distribution of this papillae on the tongue, you can see that the filiform papillae and fungiform papillae are seen throughout the anterior 2/3 of the tongue. You can see that the circumvallate papillae is seen just in front of the sulcus terminalis, the posterior part of the tongue, and you can see the foliate papillae is seen on the posterolateral edges of the tongue. So these are the areas. So you can see here the filiform and the fungiform papillae, the circumvallate papillae in the posterior region, and the foliate papillae on the posterolateral edge of the tongue. Now let us talk about the filiform papillae in detail. And the filiform papillae covers the anterior part of the tongue, and it is a cone-shaped structure with a core of connective tissue, and it is completely keratinized, and it lacks any taste buds over there. So you can see the filiform papillae, how they are like conical projections. It is completely keratinized, and it lacks taste buds over there. And this is the because of this papillae, the tongue is tough and abrasive, and the surface of the tongue is tough and abrasive, and it facilitates in compressing the food, and when the tongue is opposed to the hard palate. The next one is a fungiform papillae, which is again seen in the anterior portion of the tongue, and it contains small fungus-like papillary projection that is why it is known as fungiform papillae. Now they have a smooth round structure. They are smooth round structures covered by non-keratinized epithelium. So remember, it is different from that of the filiform papillae. Filiform papillae has got keratinized epithelium, while fungiform papillae is covered by non-keratinized epithelium, and they are often appears red in color because of the vascular connective tissue core that is there, and it has got taste buds over there on the superior surface. You can see the fungiform papillae here, the connective tissue core beneath that. The third one is the foliate papillae. So they are like a small leaf-like papillae seen on the lateral margins of the posterior part of the tongue. It consists of around 4 to 11 parallel ridges, which are seen with alternate deep grooves on the mucosa. And a few taste buds are also seen there, and they are more prominent in mammals other than human beings. The last one is the circumvallate papillae. They are adjacent and anterior to the sulcus terminalis, and around 8 to 12 circumvallate papillae can be seen in this area. So in this cadaver, you can actually see this circumvallate papillae that is present on the posterior part of the tongue in front of the sulcus terminalis. Usually they don't protrude into the surface of the tongue. So they are seen on the same level as that of the surface of the mucosa, and they are bounded by this is the circumvallate papillae, and they are bounded by deep circular furrow or a trough, as you can see here. And small serous glands can be, or minor salivary glands called Warnebner's glands, can be seen on the submucosa, and this the secretions of these glands will be like will be opening up into this trough that is there. And the superior surface of this circumvallate papillae is covered by keratinized epithelium, and the lateral borders of this area are covered by non-keratinized epithelium, and that is the area where you're going to get a lot of taste buds. As you can, the red arrows are all pointing to the taste buds that is present on the lateral borders of this circumvallate papillae. And the posterior 1/3 is known as the lymphoid part of the tongue, and where you can see the mucosa covering the base. It contains a lot of lymphoid tissue and is often referred as lingual tonsil, and forms a part of the Walde's ring. Now let us talk in detail about the taste buds, the structure of taste buds. They are specialized sensory receptors that occur only on the oral cavity or on the oral pharynx. So let's discuss about the structure of taste buds in detail. These taste buds are small barrel-shaped intraepithelial organs of height 80 microns and a thickness of 40 micrometers. And each of these taste buds contain around 30 to 80 spindle-shaped cells within them. And it extends, the taste buds extends from the basal lamina to the surface of the epithelium, and the outer surface is covered by few flattened cells, and which is surrounded by which surround a small opening that is known as the taste pore. And it is through the taste pore the food which is mixed with the saliva is going to enter and is going to stimulate the cells of the taste buds, which is going to be perceived as taste sensations. If you observe these taste buds under electron microscopy, you will be able to appreciate 4 types of cells within these taste buds. They are the type 1 cells or the dark cells, type 2 cells or the light cells, type 3 cells or the intermediate cells, and the type 4 cells and the basal cells. So let's talk about the type 1 cells or the dark cells. These are the type 1 cells in the pictorial representation beneath that. They are long and narrow cells and form 60% of the population of the total spindle-shaped cells in the taste buds. At the base of these cells will rest on the basement membrane, and the apex has got small finger-like processes known as the microvilli. And they have a dark nuclei, and the cells are rich in organelles and dense coat vesicles, especially in the apical cytoplasm. The next one is the type 2 or the light cells. So these are the type 2 cells. They are oval shaped cells. They have an electron lucent cytoplasm. Few organelles are seen, and the light stained nuclei, and forms around 30 to 40% of total cells. And the base rests on the basement membrane, and the apex ends with short microvilli. The type 3 or the intermediate cells, they are similar to type 2 cells in morphology and accounts for 5 to 15% of the total cells. And they have a narrow club-shaped projection at the taste pore, and it contains dense core vesicles in the basal region. Remember, type 1 cells used to have it in the apical region, while type 3 cells have them on the basal region. The last one are the type 4 cells or the basal cells. These are cells which are resting on the basement membrane, and they don't extend up to the surface or up to the taste pore. And they are basically undifferentiated precursor cells, and these are the cells which divides and differentiates into other cell populations. So these are the four types of cells within the taste buds. So let us now discuss about some of these frequently asked essay questions. So basically two questions can be frequently asked. The most frequently asked question is classify oral mucosa and describe in detail the macroscopic and microscopic features of gingival epithelium or gingival mucosa. So here, if this kind of a question is being asked, we definitely have to write contents for an essay question. So the contents will be, first will be classification, then about we have to define gingiva, then we can write about the macroscopic parts of gingiva. There you can draw diagrams about on free gingiva. You have to describe about interdental papillae. You have to describe about attached gingiva. Then the next major heading is the microscopic parts of gingiva, under which comes the oral part, which is parakeratinized, which includes both free gingiva and attached gingiva. Then you have the sulcular part. Then you have the junctional epithelium. Then you can also mention about the gingival connective tissue, under which comes the gingival fibers of the periodontal ligament. The next essay that is being asked is classify oral mucosa and discuss in detail specialized mucosa of the oral cavity, that is the dorsum of tongue. Again, you can classify, you have to write the contents, and the headings under which you have to discuss this essay will be, you have to write about the classification of the oral mucosa, that is both classification based on function and based on characterization. Then you can put a major heading as anterior papillary part of the tongue, and under which you have to write about the different papillae. That is a fungiform, filiform papillae, foliate papillae, circumvallate papillae, and you also have to mention in detail about the taste buds. And then you can put a small another heading. You can put posterior lymphoid part of the tongue, and you can just like mention about that part also. So these are and you have to draw the appropriate diagrams also, the diagram of the dorsum of tongue and where the different papillae is present, and diagrams for each papillae, and a diagram for the light microscopic and electron microscopic, especially the electron microscopic picture of the taste buds. Now, so that is the end of our presentation. So I hope you have benefited from today's talk on this oral mucosa. And it's a vast topic, so we will not be able to, I was not able to cover all the topics. The other important questions that you have to remember is about the non-keratinocytes, that is the Langerhans cells, Merkel cells, melanocytes, and inflammatory cells, that can be asked as a 5-mark question, and other smaller topics. A lot of smaller questions will come, we can take from this essay itself, like taste buds can be asked separately as a 5 marks or a 3 marks question. So a lot of other call can come, stippling can come. So those are the things that we have already covered in our essay topics. Now, this is my team in the Department of Orthopathology at Annur Dental College, my colleagues and my postgraduate students. So, and thank you so much for your patient listening, and best of luck for your upcoming exams. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the informative session. Now we are moving on to the next speaker, Dr. Priya Thomas, who will be talking on salivary. A great teaching in oral, Dr. Priya Thomas, professor in oral and maxillofacial pathology in Annur Dental College, Noatura, with more than 12 years of teaching experience. She graduated from VS Dental College, Bangalore in 2003 and completed her PG from Savita Dental College in 2011. She holds a postgraduate diploma in bioethics from PSG Medical College, Coimbatore, currently a research scholar in molecular biology with Savita Dental College. Highest scorer on dental materials at institutional level for BDS, first rank holder in KHS certificate program in healthcare counseling. She was awarded the Best Teaching Award 2019 at national level by Indian Education Awards, IIT Patna. She has guided UG projects under ICMR and Kerala State Council of Science and Technology. She has various national and international publications and also reviewer of many scientific journals. Welcome, ma'am. Please proceed. A very warm good morning to one and all. I'm Dr. Priya from Dental College. I'll be covering on the topic on salivary glands. Basically, I'll be dealing as per the university exam point of view. So I'll be discussing the entire chapter as a 10-mark question, as a 5-mark question, and as a 3-mark question. So when you look at the essay questions, they are basically asked like classify salivary glands and discuss in detail the histology of parotid gland or the microscopy of a serous cell, and also to add a note on ductal system. So these were the different types of essay question that has been asked till now. So I'll deal individually. So let's take the first question, classify salivary gland and discuss in detail the histology of parotid gland. So when they ask you this essay question, first write the content, first you write the classification. The histology of parotid gland will be divided into the structure, and there are two structures in salivary gland. You have a parenchymal structure and you have a connective tissue. So the parenchyma consists of the secretory unit, the myoepithelial cell and the ductal system, and your connective tissue forms a capsule as well as it contains all the blood vessels, nerves, etc. so on. So we'll go into detail of the question. So first is classify salivary glands. So you have classification based on 3 types. One is on the size, on the type of secretion, and on location. So size is major and minor salivary gland. Major example is parotid, sublingual, submandibular, and also you have one more gland which is present in the nasopharynx, that is bilaterally present. It's called as a tubarial glands. Minor is based on where it is located, that is labial mucosa. It's called as a labial gland, buccal glands, palatoglossal glands, palatal glands, and the lingual glands if it's present on the tongue. The minor salivary glands are absent in the anterior 2/3 of the tongue as well as gingiva. Based on the type of secretion, you divide into serous, mucus, and mixed. Serous is the parotid gland, mucus is your submandibular gland, and the mixed one is sublingual gland. Based on the location, it can be intraoral and extraoral. Intraoral is inside the oral cavity, so all your minor salivary glands are intraoral. Extraoral is your major salivary gland. So classify it and give examples of each type. Then we move on to the second half of the question, that is discuss in detail the histology of the parotid gland. So we have to go in detail about the full histology of parotid gland, and remember parotid is serous acini. So you don't need to describe on mucus and mixed acini, you only stick on to serous acini. So here you will talk about the parotid gland is made up of 2 elements. The parenchyma, which is a glandular tissue, and the stroma, which is a connective tissue. So the parenchyma is the epithelial component which consists of secretory unit, myoepithelial cells, and duct. The stroma is a connective tissue component which supports the parenchyma and contains all the cells, blood vessels, nerves, and lymphatics. The cells is all the defense cells and fibroblast. And this is how it looks. This is your acini, the duct, and around the acini you will have the myoepithelial cell. Background is the whole thing as your connective tissue stroma. The stroma is the one which forms a fibrous capsule, and from the capsule it extends inside the salivary gland, which divides the salivary gland into lobe and lobules, and the lobules contain your duct and secretory unit. And the background is made up of your extracellular matrix, which contains the fibers as well as a ground substance. So this is how it looks. You have the capsule, and you have the capsule entering in between the inside, dividing the salivary gland into lobes and lobules, and this forms your connective tissue septate. This is the capsule. The parenchyma is made up of secretory unit, the duct, and the myoepithelial cells. So the terminal secretory unit is the acini, which resembles your bunch of grapes. So it has resemblance to the bunch of grapes. The acini drains into the duct, and the duct, through the duct, the saliva comes out. So other than these two, there's a specialized group of cell which is present around the acini, that is called as a myoepithelial cell. So you have 3 structures forming the parenchyma. And when they ask you histology of parotid gland, you have to discuss in detail about all the 3 structures. So we'll go into the first one, that is a secretory unit. So since it's parotid, it is going to be serous acini or serous cell, which is a basic functional unit. And the acini is spherical in shape. And when you look at the light microscopy, one acini is made up of 8 to 12 cells which surrounds a lumen. The cell is pyramidal in shape with the base towards a stroma and the apex towards a lumen. It has a round nucleus which is located towards the basal portion, and in the apical area, that is towards the lumen, it contains numerous secretory granules called as the zymogen granules. And this is how it is. It is almost pyramidal in shape. Nucleus is round, present towards the basal third. The apical part contains these orange colored dots. What you see are the secretory granules or the zymogen granules, and you have the lumen. Then you have a small gap between the cells. If you can notice here, between two pyramidal cells, you can see a gap which is called as the intercellular canaliculi, which increases the surface area for secretion. The basal portion of the cell is thrown into numerous folds, and also below the cell you have a basement membrane. So this gray line, what you see here, is a basement membrane. When you have an electron microscopic view, in the basal area you can see the nucleus, and around the nucleus you can see rough endoplasmic reticulum, Golgi apparatus and few mitochondria. And also you can see lysozymes and ribosomes. The apical portion, it has secretory granules which are called as the zymogen granules, which is spherical in shape, regular, and it is surrounded by a membrane. It is electron dense. So this is the electron micrographic picture of a serous cell, and this is what you have to draw for your exam. And the next one is the myoepithelial cell. The myoepithelial cell or the basket cell, it is otherwise called as a basket cell. As per the words myoepithelial, it is an epithelially derived cell. Origin is from the epithelium, but it has muscle-like property because it contains actin and myosin filament. So why it is called as a basket cell? Because it holds the acini like a basket, or it cradles the acini. Where is it found? It is present over the acini as well as the intercalated duct between the basement membrane and the plasma membrane of the acini or the ductal cell. And there is a difference in the appearance of the myoepithelial cell. Over the acini is different, over the duct it is different. So over the acini it looks like an octopus which is sitting on a rock, or it has a spider-like appearance or a star-shaped appearance, wherein it has a central body. Like the octopus head, it has a central body and it has got 8 branching processes which is going to embrace the acini. And within the center, you have a flat nucleus, and also there is a cytoplasm present around the perinuclear area. When you look at the ductal associated myoepithelial cells, they are more flatter or fusiform or spindle shape, and they have less number of processes when compared to that over the acini. So this is how it looks. This is the myoepithelial cells. This is the cytoplasmic process. So this is the basement membrane and this is the plasma membrane of the acini. So this is present in between those two. The functions, there are so many functions. So the myoepithelial cells will help in the contraction of the acini and push the saliva into the lumen. That is the main function for the flow of the saliva. Since it has a contractile property, it will help in the contraction of the acini and the duct to excrete the saliva from the acini. Then it reduces or controls the luminal volume. It will support the parenchyma, regulate the diameter of the intercalated duct, contributes to the pressure within the duct, and also prevents a backward flow of the saliva, and also it is the cell which has tumor suppressive activity. It produces proteins which has got an anti-tumor suppressor activity. So this is about myoepithelial cell. Looking at the ductal system, first you have to classify the ductal system. It is divided into interlobular and intralobular, and based on the diameter is divided into intercalated, striated duct and excretory duct. So interlobular duct are the first two, interlobular duct is excretory duct, and intralobular, within the lobule, you have intercalated duct and striated duct. So this is what it is. This is your interlobular, between two lobules, interlobular duct, which is the excretory duct. And within the lobules, you have ductal system here, which is intercalated as well as striated duct. Now we'll go into each. Intercalated duct is the one adjacent to the acini. It is smaller in diameter. It has low cuboidal cells and a centrally placed nucleus. Less amount of cytoplasm, few secretory granules, and it has a narrow lumen. And when you look at the electron microscopy, it has got secretory organelles, rough endoplasmic reticulum and Golgi apparatus, microvilli, and lateral enfoldings. The function of intercalated duct is to secrete lysozyme, lactoferrin, macromolecular components, and also to convey the secretion from the lumen of the acini to the striated duct. So this is a cuboidal cell with a centrally placed nucleus, few organelles, and few secretory granules with lateral enfoldings. Striated duct is one of the major ducts present in your salivary gland. And this forms the largest portion of the duct. It has a larger lumen when compared to intercalated duct. The cells here are tall columnar cells. The other one was short cuboidal. This is tall columnar cells with a centrally placed nucleus. The cytoplasm is eosinophilic and it has prominent basal striations. As you can see here, basally it has a lot of striations. And when you look at the electron microscopy, you have deep indentations of the cell membrane, elongated mitochondria, numerous mitochondria. Around the nucleus, you have rough endoplasmic reticulum and Golgi apparatus, and also microvilli. So why it is called as a striated duct is the presence of enfoldings at the basal area with radial arrangement of mitochondria. And this happens because it has to provide more larger surface area, and presence of numerous mitochondria means this has a lot of activity which requires power. So that is why there is so much of modification of saliva happening with striated duct. That is why it has a lot of mitochondria. When you look at the function of intercalated duct, the striated duct, there is a major change happening in the saliva when it is passing through striated duct. So it changes the tonicity of saliva. From isotonic, it becomes hypotonic. That is by reabsorption of sodium and chloride ions with secretion of potassium and bicarbonate ions. Also, there is reabsorption of proteins by endocytosis. And the duct adds kallikreinin and IgA as well as glycoproteins into the saliva. And from intercalated duct to excretory duct, there is passing of the saliva. So the striated duct will convey the saliva from intercalated to excretory duct. So remember, it is a striated duct where the maximum modification of saliva happens and you require energy as there is absorption and secretion of ions happening against a concentration gradient. Then is the excretory duct. So this is an interlobular duct, which is the largest duct. And when you look at the histology, there's a lot of variation within the histology. So near the striated duct, it is pseudostratified epithelium. There is presence of goblet cells and ciliated cells. In the middle portion of the duct, it becomes striated columnar, and towards where it joins the oral cavity or where it opens into the oral cavity, it becomes stratified squamous epithelium. You have specialized group of cells present within the excretory duct that is called as the tuft cells or breast cells, which are receptor cells with nerve endings at the basal portion of the cell. And other cells which is found as the dendritic cells, macrophages and lymphocytes. So what does the excretory duct do? Remember, only minor modifications will happen in excretory duct, not major like what you saw in intercalated and in striated duct, only minor modifications. And it's a final alteration of the saliva happens here. So there will be some amount of electrolytic concentration altering. It becomes more hypotonic and also a little bit about mucoid component will be added to the saliva. So it is only a minor modification which happens within the excretory duct. So this is how the excretory duct looks. It's a larger lumen with goblet cells. These clear cells which you see here are goblet cells, and that covers your question. So when you write the question, remember, if they ask you classification, you write classification. And when they ask you histology of parotid gland, you have to write about parenchymal structures, but only stick on to serous acini, myoepithelial cells, and the ductal system. And the connective tissue is a stroma which forms a capsule and divides the gland into lobes and lobules. Your next question which was asked is classify salivary glands. Again, the same thing. Light and electron microscopic features of serous cell. The question is only serous cell. And also write a note on ductal system. So you classify it. Only talk about serous cell. That is the number of cells, 8 to 12 cells, pyramidal in shape, the nucleus placement, apical area you have your zymogen granules, the type of secretion, what you have, that is rough endoplasmic reticulum and Golgi apparatus. All that about zymogen granules in detail you have to write. Then you write about ductal system. So you have to describe or classify the ducts and put a tabular column on each of the 3 ducts. So this is a short form of all the 3 ducts which we have described in a table where you discuss on the location. So both are intralobular, excretory duct is interlobular. Describe the cell morphology, cuboidal, columnar, and the histology varies. Size is smaller, larger, and it becomes the largest. Lumen again narrow, larger, and largest lumen. The solute concentrate is hypertonicity or isotonic, hypo and hypo. And what are the functions that happens in each type of duct, and the different cells which is present. So intercalated duct has got undifferentiated cells, while striated there are no cells present, but excretory duct has dendritic cells, macrophages, and tough or brush cells. And when you look at the presence of myoepithelial cells, it is only present in intercalated duct and absent in both. So this is how you concise the ductal system. When they ask you, add a note on a ductal system. The essay number 3 is again classify salivary glands as usual. Discuss the histology of parotid glands. So the whole thing you have to write about serous acini. And here they have asked another question, enumerate the difference between serous and mucus. So you have to write in short about serous and mucus acini. So here same as usual, classify it. You talk about the 2 elements, parenchyma and connective tissue. Talk about secretory unit, that is the serous acini, myoepithelial cell, the ductal system. Also talk about the connective tissue, and you have to enumerate the difference between serous and mucus acini. So this is how, in short, when you write enumerate, in short you write the difference between serous and mucus. So serous acini, if you look at the shape, it is round, it is smaller in size. Mucus acini is elongated, a tubular with a larger size. The lumen is narrow, it's regular or star-shaped lumen. This is larger and irregular lumen. Serous cells, the cell type is serous with 8 to 12 cells, spherical nucleus. Here it is mucus cells and with flattened nucleus. Intercellular canalicula is present for serous acini while it is not present in mucus. The type of secretion, the secretion is merocrine secretion, that is there is no loss of plasma membrane or cytoplasm when there is discharge of the secretory content or discharge of saliva, and it has a lot of enzymes within the saliva. Here there is no enzyme activity and it's an apocrine type of secretion. That means there is loss of plasma membrane and loss of cytoplasm when the mucinogen droplets are discharged into the lumen. And this is a protein content in the serous secretion, and in mucus secretion it's more of carbohydrate content. So this is the difference between serous and mucus acini. You can draw the diagram also, which is tubular with a larger lumen, a smaller lumen, and more of pyramidal cells with a round nucleus towards a basal area. This is a flat nucleus. So this is the electron microscopic picture of serous acini and mucous acini. You can see the mucinogen droplets, a flattened nucleus. This is a spherical nucleus, and these dark color are your zymogen granules. We move on to short essay, 5-mark questions. These were the different questions which has been asked over the years. That is difference between serous mucous acini. Enumerate the major salivary glands, main excretory duct, and discuss in detail parotid gland, histology of serous salivary gland, ductal system and its role in modification, submandibular salivary gland, functions of saliva and compositions of saliva. So we go on to the first question, the difference, histological difference between serous and mucous acini. We had enumerated the difference. Now this is a 5-mark question, so you have to go into detail. The same thing here, acini is spherical, tubular, lumen is narrow, this is larger, irregular. Here in detail you have to describe about the serous cell and the mucous cell. So the serous cell is 8 to 12 cells around a regular lumen, pyramidal in shape. This is also pyramidal. The nucleus is round, present to basal 1/3. This is flattened at the base. The cytoplasm is amphiphilic or it is purple in color. This is light staining because it's carbohydrate. Apical area, it has got zymogen granules, while you have mucinogen droplets. The type of secretion is watery, which is rich in protein. This is thick and rich in carbohydrate. Like I said, the secretion from the zymogen granule is like string of pearls. It's merocrine secretion with no loss of cytoplasm. Lot of enzymes are present in the saliva. Here the mucin is completely spilled into the lumen, and where there is loss of cytoplasm and plasma membrane, so it is apocrine type of secretion, and there is no enzyme activity within the saliva. Then you describe about the zymogen granules. They are small, spherical, regular, covered by a membrane. Here the droplets are larger, irregular, and they are not surrounded by a membrane. Organelles, more of endoplasmic reticulum, more of Golgi apparatus. Microvilli, intercellular canaliculi, and basal enfoldings are prominent for serous acini, while it is not prominent for mucous acini. So this is how you describe for a 5-mark question when they ask you the difference between serous and mucous acini. So in detail you have to describe. The next question is enumerate the major salivary glands, its main excretory duct, and discuss the histology of parotid gland. So here when you enumerate, your major salivary glands are parotid, submandibular, sublingual. Parotid, the excretory duct is Stenson's duct. Submandibular, it is Wathen's duct. Sublingual has got 2 ducts, that is duct of Rivinus and Bartholin duct. And you have your tubarial glands, which contains multiple ducts which opens into the pharyngeal wall. And the second half of the question is histology of parotid gland. Histology, again, in short, not like how we are described for an essay. This is a 5-mark question. So in short, you write about parenchyma, a little bit about the serous acini, the myoepithelial cell, the ductal system in the table, and diagram of your serous acini. So this is how you write this essay question. Then the next question is discuss the histology of serous salivary gland. Again, the same question which is repeated. So again, you follow the same pattern where you go into details of each. The next question is explain ductal system of salivary gland and its role in modification of saliva. So here what you do is you write only about the ductal system. You classify it, that is based on the location, whether it's intralobular and interlobular. Also based on the histology, you divide it into intercalated, striated and excretory duct. After that, you add this table describing all the features of all the 3 ducts. This table is more than enough because it will tell you the cell morphology, the size, the lumen size, the solute, whether it's the tonicity of the saliva, the functions of the saliva, and the different cells present, and also you will discuss about the myoepithelial cells. Then you draw the diagram of these 2 ducts, that is intercalated duct and excretory duct, the pencil diagram, and also you talk in detail about the modification of saliva. So here you're already mentioning the modification. So instead of function, you can just write the title here as role in modification of saliva here. And also draw this diagram showing sodium reabsorption, chloride reabsorption, secretion of potassium and bicarbonate ions into the saliva with reabsorption of protein. So this diagram you can show, and this will complete your answer. The next question is histological feature of submandibular salivary gland. So all this while we were talking about parotid gland, which is a serous gland. It is purely serous gland. Now here we are going to talk about submandibular salivary gland. It's for 5-mark question. So here it is a seromucous gland you have to write. So it contains both serous acini as well as mucous acini. Similarly, you talk about parenchyma. But in parenchyma, instead of serous acini, you will talk about mixed acini. That is serous, mucous and demiliones you have to talk about. Myoepithelial cells, ductal system in short, and also the diagram of your mixed acini. So what exactly is mixed acini? So mixed acini contains both serous, mucous cells and demiliones. Now what are these demiliones? They are mucous cells which is capped with serous acini. It is a mucous acini which is capped with serous cells. They are called as the demiliones of Guillain-Ossai. So it is considered to be present, or it is thought to be an artifact which occurs during tissue processing. So these are your mucous cells are capped over by the dark staining cells, which is your serous acini. So this is how you write the histology of submandibular gland. If they ask, you talk about mixed acini, not about serous acini alone. Then the composition and functions of saliva. That is the next question which is asked. So when you look at the composition of saliva, it has 3 components: inorganic, organic and water. 99% is water itself. Remaining 1% is both inorganic and organic. So inorganic, it contains all the ions, that is sodium, potassium, chloride, calcium, bicarbonate, biphosphate ions. And in minor concentration, magnesium, sulfate, fluoride, iodide and cyanide is present. Secretory proteins, which is organic in nature, it contains all the enzymes. So amylase is there, lysozymes are there, lactoferrin, acid phosphatase. It contains glycoproteins, immunoglobulins, blood clotting factors, amino acids, urea, uric acid and even hormones. So this is the composition of saliva. Now what are the functions of saliva? There are 7 functions of saliva. Main is protection with antimicrobial activity and buffering activity, digestion, mastication, deglutition, taste perception. It helps in speech, tissue repair and excretion. So we have to describe, since it's a 5-mark question, we have to describe in detail about each function. So when you look at protection, how it protects the oral cavity. It prevents drying of the oral tissue. It helps in the lubrication of the tissue when you are talking. Then there is flushing action of debris and bacteria. It protects your oral mucosa from thermal, high temperature alteration as well as any chemical insults. And also when you take acids, again it neutralizes the acid. So that is, it has buffering capacity. That is, the presence of bicarbonates in saliva will maintain the pH and neutralize the acid. And also the metabolism of proteins will produce urea, ammonia and all, which is going to maintain an alkaline pH within the saliva. Then how it helps in digestion. One is it provides a fluid environment for the solubility of the food, presence of enzymes like amylase and lingual lipase for digestion of carbohydrates as well as digestion of lipids. Then how it helps in mastication and deglutition and swallowing of food. So it moistens the food, it helps the food to be broken into smaller particles. It forms a bolus which helps in the movement of the food when you're swallowing. And also it reduces the temperature of the hot food. And it helps in taste perception. So the food that you take in are dissolved and emulsified in saliva, and due to the presence of lipocalins, it enhances your taste perception. The other functions include speech. So because of the lubricated oral mucosa, your vocalization and communication ability will improve. And when you have dryness, your speech actually alters. So the moist environment will help you in your speech. And next is tissue repair and tooth integrity. So tissue repair, it will protect the oral soft tissues of your oral cavity, that is by producing growth factors, trefoil protein. So wound healing and tissue growth and differentiation happens because of these growth factors and trefoil proteins. It maintains the hard tissue structure, that is your tooth. That is, you have proline rich protein and stearin, which prevents the precipitation of your calcium phosphate and also promotes the remineralization of enamel. Also, presence of fluoride ion within the saliva helps in the remineralization of enamel. Excretion, saliva helps in excretion, that is whatever is you taken through your food, it will be reabsorbed in your GIT tract and it will be excreted back into the oral cavity via the saliva. So in saliva, you get low molecular serum constituent also other than your excretory products. You get electrolytes, you get drug concentrates. Also, you get infective agents like your hepatitis B, and the bacteria which is present in the oral cavity will reduce the nitrates to nitrites within the food that is present. So this is a function of saliva. There are 7 functions. So all this you have to add. Now we'll move on to the 3-mark question. So 3-mark question, these are different questions which has been asked, that is histology of mucus acini, composition of saliva which is again repeated, function of saliva which is repeated, difference between serous and mucus acini again repeated, antimicrobial properties of saliva, myoepithelial cells which is a frequently asked question, and von Ebner salivary glands. So among the questions asked, one is histology of mucus acini and the other one is histology of mucus salivary gland. Now, what is the difference between the two questions? Here, it's a direct question where they have asked you about only the mucus acini. So, you have to only talk about the acini structure, the cells and the type of secretion from the mucus acini. Here, it is histology of mucus salivary gland. So, when that is asked, you have to talk in detail about the mucus acini and the cell. You have to draw the diagram mucus acini. In short, you have to describe the myoepithelial cell and also you have to describe the ductal system in short. So this I'll tell you how to go about writing in a comprised or a short manner for a 5-mark question. So this is how you answer for a 5-mark question. When they ask you histology of mucus salivary gland, how do you concise and write it? So it is a compound, a salivary gland is a compound exocrine gland which has parenchyma and connective tissue. The parenchyma is the epithelial component which has a secretory unit, myoepithelial cells and the duct, and the functional unit is the mucus acini here. Now in short, you describe about the mucus acini. So the acini is tubular in shape, cells are pyramided with flattened nucleus at the base. Apical portion contains mucinogen droplets and the secretion is an apocrine type of secretion where mucus is discharged with loss of plasma membrane and cytoplasm. The secretion is more viscous with a high carbohydrate content. That is enough. And then you talk a little bit about myoepithelial cell which is a stellate cells with branching process. They are present around the acini and the intercalated duct. They have contractile filament and the function is to accelerate the flow of saliva. Next is, you have to talk about the duct in short. That is the lumen, you have the intercalated striated duct and excretory duct. So intercalated is directly associated with the acini, layer of cuboidal cell and secrete lysozyme and lactoferrin. This is a larger duct, tall columnar cells with prominent basal striations and maximum modification of saliva happens here. Excretory duct is larger in size. It is pseudostratified columnar epithelium and towards the end it becomes stratified squamous epithelium. There is presence of ciliated and goblet cells. So this is how you write in short. The same thing you can attempt for a 5-mark question. A little more shorter, you can concise on the duct and add for a 3-mark question. So in short, you have to write all this for a 5-mark and a 3-mark question. So what I described for you was a 5-mark question. That is in elaborately on for at least it contained, there was 2 slides containing the same answer. Now, if it is asked for a 3-mark question, the same thing. So exactly you have to reduce the previous answer to half the size of what was there before. So as you can see here, I've concised it to a single page here. A single slide basically, only putting only the important points. So if it is the 3-mark, you cut down the whole thing. You just say that the basic functional unit of a mucous salivary gland is going to be the mucous acini. Just describe the mucous acini saying it is larger and tubular in shape. It has got mucous cells which is pyramidal. The nucleus is flat, pushed to the base. Apical portion has got mucinogen droplets. It's more thicker secretion with a carbohydrate content. Then about myoepithelial cells, you just write 3 sentences. It is stellate with branching. It embraces the acini and the function is to contract the acini to accelerate the flow of saliva. Duct, again, I've cut it short. So you can put a small flow chart saying that intercalated conveys the saliva to striated conveys it to excretory duct. One is directly linked to acini which secretes lysozyme. Striated duct is tall columnar cells where you have final modification of saliva happening or maximum modification of saliva. And excretory duct has got varying histology ranging from pseudostratified columnar epithelium to stratified squamous epithelium where only minor modification of the saliva takes place or hardly any modification of the saliva takes place. So same, you can see the difference between the 2 answers. One was for a 5-mark question, the other one was for a 3-mark question, which is exactly concise to half of what was there. So essay has got lots of points. 5-mark it will be less and 3-mark it will be even less but carrying all the important points. The next frequently asked 3-mark question is myoepithelial cell. So first you write what it is. So it is a specialized epithelial cell with muscle-like property. It is otherwise called as a basket cell. Origin is epithelial origin. Shape is stellate. Located between plasma membrane and basement membrane and over the acini and over the intercalated duct. Over the acini it is like octopus. Over the duct it is fusiform. Just write 3 functions, that is prevent backward flow of saliva, maintains the duct, pressure of the duct, and also it helps in the outlet of the saliva from the acini. And you draw a small diagram. So this is what you write for a 3-mark question. Then a little bit on minor salivary glands. Minor salivary glands are the salivary glands which is intraorally present. So based on the location, you have the labial and the buccal glands which are mixed. You have glossopalatine which is purely mucus. Palatine glands which is again purely mucus. Lingual glands which is present in the tongue are divided into 2, that is anterior lingual glands, that is glands of Bolton and Nunn which is purely mucus. And the posterior lingual glands which is von Ebner which is purely serous. And minor salivary glands are absent in gingiva and anterior 2/3 of the dorsum of the tongue and anterior hard palate. So these are the 3 areas where you don't get minor salivary glands. Now the question which was asked is von Ebner salivary gland. So when they ask you this question, how do you write? It is a minor posterior lingual purely serous gland which is located to the circumvallate papillae and opens into the trough of the circumvallate papillae. Function is it has got antibacterial function because it contains peroxidase as well as lysozymes, and also it secretes lingual lipase or it has lipolytic activity, and this enzyme is high in newborn babies. So this is what you write for a 3-mark question on von Ebner salivary gland. Next question is difference between serous and mucous acini. This I've already told you, serous and mucous acini. Here you mention only 6 differences. You don't have to elaborate the whole table. Mention as a table, put it and mention only 6 differences. Next question is on antibacterial properties of saliva. So antibacterial, antimicrobial properties of saliva. Here there are different proteins which are present within the saliva which helps to fight against your bacteria. So you have high molecular salivary glycoprotein which prevents the adhesion of the microorganism onto the tooth surface. You have peroxidase and thiocyanate. When it combines with hydrogen peroxide, it forms hypothiocyanate, which is bacteriostatic. It prevents the growth of bacteria. Lysozyme is a bactericidal enzyme which helps in lysis of the cell wall. Immunoglobulins prevents the adherence of bacteria, and lactoferrin is an iron binding protein which enhances the inhibitory of antibodies on microorganisms. So these are the different proteins present in saliva, and these are the functions of these proteins. So salivary glycoprotein, peroxidase plus thiocyanate plus hydrogen peroxide gives you hypothiocyanate, which is bacteriostatic. Lysozyme is bactericidal. Immunoglobulins is prevents the adherence of bacteria, especially your IgA. And lactoferrin also enhances the inhibitory effect of antibodies. It is a catalyst, like a catalyst protein, which enhances the effect of antibodies on microorganisms. You have certain antibacterial agents present within the saliva. Few examples is lysozyme, lactoferrin, cystatin, mucin. Cystatin is an antifungal agent. So at least 2 you remember and write it down. So this you have to write when they ask you for a 3-mark question. Another thing which I would like to cover is the difference between major and minor salivary gland. So major, the difference I've given here, based on the size, the major is larger in size, minor are smaller in size. There are 3 in number, basically 4 in number. The tuberal glands are the recently described glands. This is numerous number of glands scattered within your oral cavity. Bilateral occurrence, this is more diffuse. Location, they are extraoral glands. This is intraoral gland. Whole saliva is the amount of saliva, the maximum amount of saliva which is secreted. Maximum comes from your major gland and minor secretes only 5 to 10%. You have a capsule present around major salivary gland while it is absent in minor. Excretory duct is usually single. Here you have multiple small excretory duct. Secretion varies out here. It is serous and mixed type of secretion. Serous is for parotid. Mixed is submandibular sublingual. If it is serous, it's thin watery secretion and more enzymes are present. If it's a mixed, it is a mucoid type of secretion with lots of carbohydrate. Here minor, most of them are mixed type except one Ebner, which is purely serous salivary gland. So this is a difference. So this completes your salivary gland as per the university question. Thank you all and have a good day ahead and happy learning and all the best wishes for your upcoming exam. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for the enlightening session. Next, we are moving on to Dr. Rakesh S., who will be talking on odontogenesis. Dr. Rakesh is the Vice Principal of Amrita School of Dentistry and Professor and Head of the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology and Microbiology. He did his BDS in 1997 from Enamel University, Tamil Nadu, and Masters in 2002 from RGUHS, Karnataka. He's an external examiner for BDS and MDS to various universities and also an external examiner for PhD. He is the chief editor of Amrita Sparsham, newsletter Amrita School of Dentistry. He joined as the assistant professor in February 2003 in Amrita School of Dentistry and took active interest in initiating the lab services so as to spearhead the oral pathology department, which is one of the first in the private sectors in Kerala to offer and start biopsy and histopathology services in 2006. He presented scientific papers at national and international conferences. He's a member of reviewer panel for index journals. We welcome you, sir. Please proceed.
Good day to all of you. Greetings from the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology and Microbiology, Amrita School of Dentistry. Dear students, I am very sure that by now all of you have finished studying your chapters in oral histology at least once for your preparation for your university exams, and this particular session given to me is on the topic tooth development or odontogenesis. Now, this is not meant to be a teaching session, but rather a helping or mentoring session for you to prepare you to face your exams and write the exams well. So, whatever questions have been asked previously in KUHAS from this chapter will be discussed in this session, and my aim is to help you to answer these questions without wasting time during your exams, because usually what happens is the students sit and think in the exam hall when they see the questions, what to write, what shall I write for this, how much shall I write for this. So 10 to 15 minutes is lost in framing the answer. For each chapter, if you know what questions to expect, and for each question, what framework do you have in your mind? If you have that in your mind, then I think it will be easy for you to approach that question when it comes for exams. So with that in mind, let me take you through some of the previously asked questions in tooth development in the KUHAS question papers. You have basically three types of questions which can be asked for KUHAS. Essay, that is 10 marks, short notes for 5 marks, and brief notes for 3 marks. So among the essay questions, one question which I found that has been asked repeatedly is define odontogenesis, enumerate the various stages of tooth development, and discuss in detail the advanced bell stage with the help of a neat labeled diagram. This is a single question with 3 parts. Now here in the last part, you need to give a detailed description of one of the stages. Usually advanced bell stage or early bell stage is a favorite with the examiners, mainly because these are the 2 stages where the tooth germ is in its full glory, where all the layers are well developed, and there is substantially something to write and draw which you can explain in these 2 stages. So usually for essay question you can expect either early bell stage or late or advanced bell stage. For short notes, I found these 2 questions which have been commonly asked, that is for 5 marks. Discuss the development of root with the help of neat diagrams. Explain early bell stage with the help of neat labeled diagram. Now for brief notes, that is for 3 marks question, I found enamel knot and its significance in odontogenesis, dental lamina, Hertwig's epithelial root sheath. These are the repeatedly asked questions as far as KUHAS question papers are concerned. So let me take you from the basics and through the different stages of tooth development depending on what questions can be asked. So let us start from dental lamina, which can be asked either as a short note question for 5 marks or a brief note question for 3 marks. So when you are asked to write about dental lamina as a short note or a brief note, you just need to have a framework in mind. What will you write? If you remember these 4 points, then I think that will be sufficient for you to build up your answer. What is dental lamina? What is its structure? What is its function? And what is the fate of dental lamina? If you remember this framework, you need not by heart anything. You just have to remember these points in the framework and then elaborate it. So let us start with what is dental lamina. The stage goes back to the 6th week of intrauterine life, where the oral epithelium invaginates into the underlying ectomesenchyme to form the primary epithelial band along the 2 horseshoe-shaped dental arches. So formation of primary epithelial band during the 6th week of intrauterine life is the first point which you need to remember. In the next week, that is the 7th week of intrauterine life, this primary epithelial band will divide into 2 processes. On the buccal or the outer side, you will have the vestibular lamina, and on the lingual or the inner side, you will have the dental lamina. So here you have a very simple diagram which you can also draw when short notes for 5 marks is asked. For brief notes for 3 marks, you don't have to draw diagram, because you will have time only to write what is relevant. So for brief notes or 3 marks question, don't waste your time by drawing the diagram. For a 5 marks question and an essay question, please see that you draw the diagram, or otherwise you will lose the mark. So here you can see the vestibular lamina on the outer side and the dental lamina on the lingual or the inner side. So here you can see that from the dental lamina, which is horseshoe shaped, that is acting as the primordium for the dental arches, knob-like projections. They are actually the enamel organs. Knob-like projections representing the deciduous and permanent teeth in the deciduous dental lamina and the successional dental lamina. They will be put forth from the dental lamina. Now the vestibular lamina gives rise to the vestibules of the mouth. We are more concerned with the dental lamina. It forms the blueprint of the dental arches. It serves as the primordium for the ectoderm of the deciduous teeth, and later on, as a distal extension of the dental lamina, permanent teeth will arise. Now the dental lamina is horseshoe or arch shaped. It follows the shape of the dental arch. Its length and thickness increases, and there are 2 types of dental lamina: deciduous dental lamina for deciduous dentition, successional dental lamina for the permanent dentition. Now the decidual dental lamina develop 10 knob-like projections in the maxilla and 10 in the mandible. I just showed you on the picture. These knobs are actually the epithelial enamel organs of the tooth germs. Where for permanent dental lamina, that is for successional dental lamina, the number of knobs will differ: 16 for maxilla and 16 for mandible, making it 32. So again, just to show you the knob-like projections of the enamel organ arising from the dental lamina. Now, once you know what is a dental lamina, what is its structure, and what is its function, the next is, what is the fate of dental lamina? How far is the dental lamina active? Remember, the average period of activity of the dental lamina is 5 years. This is an important question for your viva. Examiners are very fond of asking, what is the period of activity of dental lamina? It's an average of 5 years. After initiation of tooth development, the dental lamina in that region begins to degenerate. The remnants of this degenerated dental lamina will persist or remain in the adult oral mucosa as cell rests of serrae. Now, why are these called cell rests? Because they disintegrate to form small islands which are inactive. So since they are in the resting stage or inactive, they are called cell rests of serrae. So here I have just given a small flow chart. If you remember this flow chart, you can write all the points which I have just mentioned about dental lamina. You have the rupture of buccopharyngeal membrane on the 27th day of gestation. It establishes a connection between the primitive oral cavity or stomodium and the foregut. The proliferation of the oral ectoderm due to the neural crest cells occurs in the 6th week to form the primary epithelial band. I already mentioned that. In the very next week, the 7th week, the primary epithelial band divides into the outer vestibular lamina and the inner dental lamina. The dental lamina forms the blueprint of the dental arches. It has deciduous dental lamina, which gives rise to the knob-like projections of deciduous teeth, and the successional dental lamina, which give rise to the 16 plus 16, 32 projections of the knob-like projections of the permanent teeth. And ultimately, what happens to the dental lamina? Period of activity is average 5 years, after which they disintegrate to form cell rests of serrae, which remain in the adult gingiva. So if you remember this flow chart, that is more than enough for you to elaborate and write the answer for 5 marks or 3 marks, whatever it is. For 5 marks, you also should give a diagram, a very simple diagram which I have shown you. So let us move on to the next question. Define odontogenesis, enumerate the various stages of tooth development, and discuss in detail the early bell stage with the help of a neat labeled diagram. Now here I have taken the example of early bell stage. I told you examiners are fond of asking both early bell stage as well as late or advanced bell stage for essay. because in both the stages you have a lot to write and explain about the structure of the tooth germ. Whereas in cap stage and bud stage, it is not sufficient to write an essay. So usually in KUHAS and in all the universities I have seen that they ask early bell stage or late bell stage as the essay question. So what is the definition of odontogenesis? The process of development and formation of a tooth from the tooth germ is called odontogenesis. That is tooth development. There are two important events for beginning the odontogenesis. The first one, the rupture of buccopharyngeal membrane on the 27th day of gestation, thereby creating a communication between the primitive oral cavity or stomodium and the foregut. This is followed by the formation of primary epithelial band. In the 7th week of intrauterine life, the primary epithelial band will divide into an outer vestibular lamina and an inner dental lamina. So these are the two events which mark the beginning of odontogenesis. That is the stages according to the histology or morphology of the enamel organ. There are functional and physiologic stages also, whereby the names are given as per the function which the tooth germ performs, the layers of the tooth germ perform at that particular stage. So when you are asked for essay, when you write the stages of odontogenesis, you have to write both histologic stages as well as the functional stages. So what are the histologic stages? As I said, these stages are based on the shape of the enamel organ in the histology. So you have the bud stage, cap stage and the bell stage. The bell stage being further divided into early bell stage and late bell stage. This is purely on the basis of the shape which the enamel organ takes in the various stages. Now you have functional stages or physiologic stages. This is based on the function performed by the different cell layers in the tooth germ. You have initiation, proliferation, histodifferentiation, morphodifferentiation, apposition, eruption and occlusion. So apposition relates to the hard tissue formation. So one thing which you should remember is these stages, the histologic as well as the functional stages, usually overlap. You can't say bud stage it is initiation, cap stage it is proliferation. No. There are multiple stages overlapping with each other, as we will see during our discussion. So one thing you should remember regarding odontogenesis is that it is a result of interaction between the epithelium derived from the first arch and the connective tissue, that is the ectomesenchyme derived from the neural crest cells. This is called the epithelial mesenchymal interaction. So tooth development or odontogenesis is a result of epithelial mesenchymal interaction. Up to 12 days, the first arch epithelium has the potential to form tooth-like structures. After this potential is transferred to the neural crest cells. Let us see what happens in the bud stage. So I will just explain each stage by stage so that even if short notes are asked for bud stage or cap stage, you can write from this. The bud stage is initiated when 10 knob-like projections each are formed in the upper and lower dental lamina. These knobs are like buds. They are epithelial downgrowths into the underlying ectomesenchyme separated by a basement membrane. This is the initiation of the development of the tooth. So here in the bud stage, you have also see the initiation taking place. So the initiation has taken place here, and you can see that knob-like projections of the teeth, which are nothing but the buds. So what are these buds actually? They are nothing but the enamel organ, which is the shape of a bud. The epithelial cells of the bud proliferate faster than the adjacent cells. So you have proliferation also. Initiation followed by proliferation. So in the bud stage, the histology of the enamel organ will show low columnar cells in the periphery and polygonal cells in the center. There is increased mitotic activity in these epithelial cells and the migration of neural crest cells into the area of underlying ectomesenchyme. This leads to the condensation of ectomesenchymal cells around the tooth bud. This area is called the dental papilla. So the condensed ectomesenchyme that surrounds the entire tooth bud and dental papilla is called the dental follicle or dental sac. So if you take the bud stage histology, you can identify three parts of a tooth germ. You can see the epithelial enamel organ in the shape of a bud. You can see the ectomesenchymal condensation just beneath the bud in the form of dental papilla, and further condensation of the ectomesenchyme surrounding the entire tooth bud and the dental papilla, which is called the dental follicle. So you can see the picture here. You can see the oral ectoderm, the connection with the dental lamina forming the knob-like bud, which is the enamel organ. Just beneath the enamel organ, you can see the thickening or condensation of the ectomesenchymal cells, which is the dental papilla. And surrounding the entire tooth germ also, you can see the dental sac or the dental follicle. Coming to the next stage, the cap stage. Unequal proliferation in different areas of the tooth bud leads to the formation of a cap-like enamel organ. So the enamel organ is in the form of a cap because there is a shallow invagination which occurs in the inner part of the bud, and that leads to a cap-like shape to the enamel organ. And this is the start of morphodifferentiation. So in bud stage we saw there was initiation and proliferation. In the cap stage, apart from proliferation, because of proliferation the size of the enamel organ is increasing. The bud is forming a cap which is larger in size. Apart from that, the shape is also changing from bud to cap. So proliferation as well as morphodifferentiation. You can also see that there is histodifferentiation. Further, the cells which were there in the bud will differentiate further into outer enamel epithelium, inner enamel epithelium, and stellate reticulum. So proliferation, morphodifferentiation, and histodifferentiation, everything is taking place in cap stage. So this is a simple diagram of a cap stage. You can see the oral ectoderm, the dental lamina, and the enamel organ in the shape of a cap. You can see that there is the outer enamel epithelium here, the inner enamel epithelium here, and the star-shaped network of cells in the center, which is the stellate reticulum. You can see the ectomesenchymal condensation, that is the dental papilla, and the dental sac, which surrounds the whole thing. So if you are asked a short note on cap stage, please see to it that you draw this diagram and label the parts. The cuboidal cells lining the convexity of the cap, that is the outer portion, is called the outer enamel epithelium, and the tall columnar cells lining the concavity of the cap is called the inner enamel epithelium. The outer enamel epithelium is separated from the dental sac and the inner enamel epithelium from the dental papilla by a delicate basement membrane. Now the polygonal cells located in the center of the cap form the stellate reticulum. They are separated from the outer enamel epithelium and the inner enamel epithelium due to absorption of water. They are hydrophilic. They absorb water into the enamel organ from the dental papilla. So these polygonal cells become star-shaped with long cytoplasmic processes contacting each other. So the star-shaped cells forming a network is called stellate reticulum. Stellate means star-shaped, reticulum means network. So what is the function of stellate reticulum? Since they are hydrophilic and they absorb water, they act as a shock absorber, giving a cushion-like consistency, supporting and protecting the delicate enamel forming cells. So that is the function of stellate reticulum. So you have a few viva questions here. What is stellate reticulum? What is its function? What is its shape? All these can be asked for viva. The dental papilla in the cap stage is the condensed ectomesenchymal cells in the invaginated portion of the cap-like enamel organ. What does the dental papilla ultimately give rise to? It forms dentin and pulp in the future. During the late well stage, it gives rise to dentin. It also shows active budding of capillaries that provide nutrition to the developing tooth germ. So the dental papilla will also show budding capillaries during the cap stage that provides nutrition to the developing tooth germ. The dental follicle or the dental sac is the condensed ectomesenchyme at the margins surrounding the entire enamel organ and the dental papilla. Gradually, this zone becomes more denser and fibrous. Going on to the next stage, that is the bell stage, the enamel organ proliferates further and enlarges in size. Here, the size is increasing, the shape is also changing. It assumes the shape of a bell because the invagination deepens further in the convexity. So the shape of the crown is now determined during the bell stage, early bell stage. Based on the function of enamel organ and the dental papilla, you have an early bell stage and a late or advanced bell stage. Now in early bell stage, I told you favorite question for essay with examiners is either the early bell stage or late bell stage. So you need to explain each layer of the early bell stage in detail. The folding of the upper portion of the bell-like enamel organ takes place, determining the shape of the crown. That is an important event which takes place during the early bell stage. Why does this folding take place? Due to the difference in mitotic rates and difference in cell differentiation. When the cells stop division or mitosis, they start differentiating. So another event which takes place here is the differentiation of inner enamel epithelial cells which lie in the tip of the future cusps. They divide first and then differentiate into ameloblasts. So again, viva questions. What are ameloblasts? They are inner enamel epithelium cells which differentiate into tall columnar cells which ultimately produce enamel. So which is the cell producing enamel? The answer will be ameloblasts. So in early bell stage, you can appreciate 4 different layers of cells in the enamel organ. Outer enamel epithelium, inner enamel epithelium, stellate reticulum. These 3 layers were there in the cap stage also. The extra layer which comes in the early bell stage is the stratum intermedium. So this is again a simple diagram to show you early bell stage. You can see the enamel organ is in the shape of a bell. The outer enamel epithelium, the inner enamel epithelium which later differentiates into ameloblasts, the star-shaped polygonal cells which ultimately become star-shaped and network with each other, stellate reticulum. The extra 2 or 3 layers of cells are the flat squamous cells here, low cuboidal cells, which are called the stratum intermedium. Here you can see the dental papilla which forms lot of blood vessels to supply nutrition to the tooth germ, and the peripheral cells of the dental papilla differentiating into odontoblasts. Odontoblasts ultimately secrete dentin, produce dentin. So outer enamel epithelium in the early bell stage comprises of flat low cuboidal cells, usually has a smooth periphery. It becomes infolded just before enamel formation starts. Usually it has a smooth periphery, but just before enamel formation begins, it starts infoldings. This is because it brings the capillaries of the ectomesenchyme closer to the avascular enamel organ. Till then, the tooth germ has capillaries from the dental papilla to provide nutrition. But in the next stage, the late bell stage, hard tissue is going to start forming. So when hard tissue starts forming, the enamel organ and the dental papilla will move away from each other, so that blood supply nutrition cannot be, relation cannot be maintained. So in order to get continued nutrition, the outer enamel epithelium develops infoldings in its membrane, and this brings the connective tissue capillaries outside the outer enamel epithelium more closer to the enamel forming cells, enamel organ. Another event which takes place during this stage is that the connection of the enamel organ or the bell with the oral epithelium is broken. It is cut off. So it becomes an independent unit. The inner enamel epithelium is a single layer of tall columnar cells which differentiates into ameloblasts or the enamel forming cells having cell junctions. and they induce the peripheral cells of the dental papilla to differentiate into odontoblasts. So here actually there is a reciprocal induction taking place. The differentiation of inner enamel epithelium cells into ameloblasts will induce the peripheral cells of the dental papilla to differentiate into odontoblasts and start production of dentine in the late bell stage. Stellate reticulum, the star-shaped cells expand further by absorbing more water just before enamel formation. That is, enamel formation begins in the late bell stage. Just before that, the stellate reticulum collapses to reduce the distance between the ameloblasts and the nutrient capillaries near the outer enamel epithelium. Then, once they collapse, they lose their star-shaped structure. The extra layer which is formed in the early bell stage is the stratum intermedium. 2 or 3 layers of squamous cells between the inner enamel epithelium and the stellate reticulum form the stratum intermedium. They have well-developed organelles, a high degree of metabolic activity, and high levels of alkaline phosphatase enzyme. Remember, alkaline phosphatase is an enzyme which is very high in cells which are forming hard tissue. It is an enzyme required for hard tissue formation. So here, since the stratum intermedium and the inner enamel epithelium cells will function as a single unit to begin the formation of enamel during the late bell stage. So the alkaline phosphatase which is required for the production of enamel is present in the stratum intermedium. So wherever stratum intermedium is present, it will combine with inner enamel epithelium to secrete enamel. It will help in the formation of enamel. The stratum intermedium is absent in the root, where only the outer and inner enamel epithelia will progress as the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath. So since no stratum intermedium is present in the root area, enamel is not formed in the root area. So here the viva question can be, what is the function of stratum intermedium? Which cell layer in the enamel organ is rich in alkaline phosphatase enzyme? All these can be asked. Now, in the early bell stage, the outer enamel epithelium and the inner enamel epithelium meet at a point which is called the cervical loop or the zone of reflection. You can see here the outer enamel epithelium meeting the inner enamel epithelium at a point. This point is known as the cervical loop or the zone of reflection, which denotes the future cemento-enamel junction between the crown and the root. It is from here that the outer and inner enamel epithelia proliferate downwards to form the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath. So this point, the cervical loop, is the point where root formation begins. Remember that. Now coming to late or advanced bell stage. So when you are asked an essay on the late or advanced bell stage, write about the enamel organ, what we have discussed, write about the dental papilla, and write about the dental follicle. Apart from that, what you need to write is the events which take place exclusively in the late bell stage. So in the early bell stage, we saw that the stage is set for the hard tissues of the teeth to start forming. The cells are already now differentiated. So in late bell stage, starting of mineralization, that is formation of dental hard tissue begins. Which is the first hard tissue to form? The odontoblasts of the dental papilla will form predentine. This in turn will induce the ameloblasts of the enamel organ to secrete enamel. So this is again an example for reciprocal induction. And where does dentine and enamel start forming? It begins at the tip of the future cusps and then proceeds down the slopes. The junction between the enamel and dentine develops into the future dentino-enamel junction. And this is the cervical loop area. This is the area from where Hertwig's epithelial root sheath proliferates downwards to produce root. So this is the future cemento-enamel junction. This is a diagram of the advanced bell stage. You can see the 4 layers of the enamel organ. But apart from the 4 layers, you can also see the hard tissue layers, enamel and dentine, which you have to show in the advanced bell stage. It is absent in the early bud stage. So to sum up the odontogenesis, you have the dental lamina in the bud stage forming the bud-like enamel organ, which forms a cap-like structure in the cap stage, and then invaginates into a bell-like enamel organ in the early bell stage, where you have differentiation of inner enamel epithelium into ameloblasts and the peripheral cells of the dental papilla into odontoblasts. And in the late bell stage, the dental hard tissues form, and you can see that the layers of hard tissue start forming, separating the enamel organ from the dental papilla, moving away from each other. This flow chart gives you all in one flow chart. That is the stage, what are the layers in each stage, what are the layers of the enamel organ in each stage, which are the cells which make up the each cell layers, and what are the important events. In the bud stage, you have formation of dental papilla and dental sac apart from the enamel organ. In cap stage, you have the stellate reticulum which is forming extra, and formation of enamel knot, enamel cord and enamel septa, which I will be dealing with later on. Early bell stage, you have the events like the stratum intermedium, which is extra in the enamel organ, collapse of stellate reticulum, then infolding of the outer enamel epithelium. Advanced bell stage, you have the hard tissue formation. So if you remember this flow chart, again, you will be able to write all the events, explain all the structures along with labeled diagrams. I told you the morphologic or the histologic stages and the physiologic stages will overlap with each other. So you can see that in this flow chart. The only thing here, a correction, it is cap, not cup. It's a spelling mistake. So that completes the essay on tooth development. Now you have a short note on development of root for 5 marks. What will you write? So the framework for that question is, when does root formation start? What is Hertwig's epithelial root sheath and what is its importance? What is the process of root formation, both difference in the single rooted teeth and multi-rooted teeth? What happens to Hertwig's epithelial root sheath after the period of activity? And draw a neat labeled diagram. If you remember this framework, it will be easy for you to build up the answer. So, when does root formation begin? The development of root begins after the enamel and dentine formation reaches the future cemento-enamel junction, that is the cervical loop area of the enamel organ. Once enamel formation is complete till this cervical loop area, the enamel organ plays a major role in the formation of root by contributing to the formation of Hertwig's epithelial root sheath, because the stratum intermedium and stellate reticulum will already be collapsed. Only the outer and inner enamel epithelia will remain. From the cervical loop, they will proliferate downwards into a thin sheet called the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath. Since there is no stratum intermedium in that sheath, only outer and inner enamel epithelia alone are there. There is no enamel formation which will take place in the root. Now, at the cervical loop, the outer and inner enamel epithelia bend horizontally to form the epithelial diaphragm. Proliferation of dental papilla or the pulp cells lead to the proliferation of cells of the epithelial diaphragm. This leads to the lengthening of the root sheath. Differentiation of odontoblasts and formation of root dentine takes place, leading to further lengthening of the root. Now you can draw this labeled diagram. You can see that the enamel and dentine of the crown is already formed. In the cervical loop area, the outer and inner enamel epithelia alone will put forth horizontal projections called epithelial diaphragm, and then the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath will proliferate downwards. So here the proliferation zone of the pulp will lead to formation of root dentine here. So this formation of root dentine will lead to lengthening of the root. That is how the root lengthens. What is the difference in the formation of root in the single-rooted and multi-rooted teeth? Differential growth of the epithelial diaphragm causes the division of the root trunk either into 2 roots or 3 roots. There is a simple diaphragm expanding to form horizontal flaps. So this is the simple diaphragm in the case of a single-rooted teeth. It is a cross-section which is shown. So in case of 2-rooted teeth, double-rooted teeth, it will proliferate and unite to form 2 horizontal flaps which will proliferate and unite and divide into either 2 openings or 3 openings. So if it divides into 3 horizontal flaps, it will form 3 openings. What happens to the fate of Hertwig's epithelial root sheath? After the first layer of root dentin is laid down, the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath loses its continuity and disintegrates. Its remnants will remain in the periodontal ligament of erupted teeth, and they are called the cell rests of molasses. So you have 2 cell rests in tooth development. One is the cell rests of serrae, which are the remnants of dental lamina, which will be seen in the adult gingiva. The second is the cell rests of molasses, which are remnants of Hertwig's epithelial root sheath, and you will see that in the periodontal ligament of erupted teeth. Now, to a lesser extent, I have also seen questions being asked as a short note or very brief note. Transient structures during tooth development. Now, what are transient or transitory structures during tooth development? These are structures which are temporary. They appear temporarily during certain stage of odontogenesis, and after a brief period, they disappear. They don't remain throughout. The permanent structures are the enamel organ, the dental papilla, and the dental sac. They remain throughout. Whereas the transient or the transitory structures, they do not remain throughout. They remain for a certain period of time and then disappear. You have the enamel knot, enamel cord, enamel septum, and the enamel navel. Sometimes, 1 or 2 times, I have also seen question on enamel knot, which is again a brief note question. So it is a transient structure which occurs during the cap stage and then disappears in the before the early bell stage. So enamel knot comprises densely packed cells in the center of the enamel organ in the cap stage. It projects partly towards the dental papilla. It acts as a reservoir of dividing cells for the enamel organ. It also acts as a signaling center where many growth factors are expressed. And recent studies have also pointed to an important role for the enamel knot in controlling growth as well as contouring the shape of the tooth cusps. So it's very important as far as recent studies go, control the growth as well as contouring the shape of the tooth cusps. So when you are asked for a brief note question, I have seen them enamel knot and the transitory structures only as brief questions, brief note questions for 3 marks. You don't have to draw the diagram. The enamel knot is here. This is just for you to understand. I have also seen a 3 marks question, the brief note question being asked. Genetic control of tooth development or genes controlling the tooth development. So you just have to remember a few genes which are involved with odontogenesis. FGF8 expressed in the first branchial arch epithelium, LHX6 and 7 expressed in the ectomesenchyme, PITX2 and BMP4 expressed in the oral epithelium, PAX9 which is expressed in the tooth mesenchyme. Apart from these, there is a family of important genes called homeobox genes. They regulate the tooth type determination. What type of tooth in which anterior segment and posterior segment, that is regulated by the homeobox family of genes, which are DLX1 and 2 and BARX1 in the posterior segment, MSX1 and 2 and DLX2 in the anterior segment. So just remember this and write briefly about the genes if you are asked about a brief note. Now these are the important questions which I found from tooth development and which I have put forward to you not to teach you regarding the topic, but to tell you how to write good answers. So you should not waste your time in the exam hall sitting and thinking. If a question comes, discuss the early bell stage with the help of a neat label diagram for essay. You should know exactly what to write. So I have just helped you with the framework of each expected question. Try to go through that and then form your answers. These are self-answer questions. These will help you to answer your Viva well. From my 20 plus years of experience, I have seen that there are some common questions which examiners usually ask for Viva from each chapter. So whatever I could gather from tooth development, I have put it on the slide. Please try to answer them yourselves first, and once you have found out the answer with you, you can repeatedly go through these PowerPoints and then prepare your answers. Before you go for exams, I just want to remind you, always read from standard textbooks and follow the latest edition because that will contain the recent advances. You don't go for shortcuts because short textbooks will only have brief notes, and if you forget even one point, you will miss a very important point in your answer. So always go for standard textbooks. Prepare notes for questions based on previous question papers. That we are making it easy for you now because different teachers will be taking different chapters. So they will have referred the previous cohort's question papers and picked out what questions have been asked from their respective chapters and will give you an idea about how to answer those questions. Like I have done tooth development now. So go through this PowerPoint again and again when you get time. Try to find out how the questions are answered because you should not waste time in the exam hall thinking of what to answer. That framework, suppose you get dental lamina for a short note, that framework of what to write in that should be there in your mind. If you have that framework, it will be easy for you to build up the answer. Draw diagrams wherever necessary, very important as far as essay and short notes are concerned. Do not forget to take H&D pencils and lead pencils and along with your erasers for the theory exams also, because you will not be allowed to borrow anything in the exam hall. So ultimately you may have to draw with pen, which will be very dirty, which will appear dirty, and the examiner may not give you marks for that. So always have your pencils in hand. So before I stop, I also want to tell you, I have only covered the important events taking place in the tooth development. The hard tissue formation, amelogenesis and dentinogenesis will be covered in the respective chapters by those faculty members because they are entirely different topics. They come under enamel and dentin. So though they are part of tooth development, I have not elaborated on that because they should be discussed under the respective chapters. So I just wanted to remind you that, and this is my department. I thank the organizers, Dr. Deepu and his team, for giving us a chance to be part of this venture, helping the students prepare for their exams. And students, especially for you, stay safe and healthy because that's very important. Take care of the food what you eat. You should be healthy during the time of your exams. Most importantly, have proper sleep on the previous night because 5 to 6 hours of sleep is important for your brain. Otherwise, your brain will get fatigued if you sit throughout the previous night. The next day morning, you will be blank in the exam hall. So see that you don't do that and go through these PowerPoints again and again, especially before you go to the exam hall. You can revise these. Even before your Viva, you can keep revising this because you will get important points to answer. So once again, wishing you all the very best. Do your exams well and come out in flying colors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was an excellent session. Sir, am I audible? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, sir. So we have a query in the chat box, and the question asked us, if a question is being asked about advanced bell stage, should we have to describe about the parts of enamel organ like stellate reticulum, stratum intermedium, as in early bell stage?
Yeah, actually, that again depends on the type of question asked. If it's an essay on late bell stage or advanced bell stage, yes, definitely you need to describe all that in detail because only then it will make up the essay. But if it's asked as a short note, then I think you can write the answer in brief. Just mention about those layers and then directly go on to how advanced bell stage is different from early bell stage and what are the events which take place in the advanced bell stage. Concentrate more on advanced bell stage alone, the differences when it comes to a short note. So I think it depends a lot on the type of question asked and the quantity of marks which are allotted for the question.
Thank you, sir.
I think I am clear.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, thank you for the informative session, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
So next, we are moving on to the next speaker, Dr. Jayanti, who will be talking on enamel. Dr. Jayanti is a professor in the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology and Microbiology at Assisia College of Dental Sciences and Research, Kollam. She has received 4 gold medals during her undergraduation at Savita Dental College and is a university rank holder in oral pathology from Dr. MGR Medical University during her post-graduation. She is a fellow of Indian Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathologists and is a recognized PhD guide in KUHS. She has completed research methodology course from Manipal University and KUHS. She has conducted research methodology workshops in various dental colleges in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. She is the associate editor of Journal of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology, Journal of Indian Dental Association, and Kerala Dental Journal. She is a reviewer in high-impact journals like Archives of Oral Biology and Journal of Oral Pathology and Medicine. She has numerous publications in national and international journals. So welcome, ma'am. Please proceed.
Everyone. Thank you, Team Anur, for that kind introduction. Now, today, we are going to discuss a very important topic from the exam point of view, that is enamel. Now, a lot of questions, if you see the old question papers, a lot of questions are asked in this chapter. So this is one chapter you cannot avoid while you prepare for your exams in the university. Now, there are a lot of things to be covered in enamel, but we've got only 45 minutes. So what I'm going to do today is, I'm only going to focus from the exam point of view. So if you see the old question papers, the most commonly repeated questions in this chapter would be these 3 questions. Number 1 is the histological structure of enamel, then the life cycle of ameloblast, and then amelogenesis. So we will see one by one how you're going to answer this particular question if it is asked in the exam. So the first question, if it is a 10-mark question and they're asking you to write in detail about the structure of enamel, these are the 4 topics you will cover under the structure of enamel. Number 1 would be the enamel rods, rod sheath and interrod substance, hypocalcified structures of enamel, the optical phenomena and the surface structures. So what are these enamel rods? Just for your understanding, I've just shown a simple picture of enamel and the enamel rods. As you can see from this picture, what is mentioned as R is the enamel rod. And in between 2 enamel rods, what you have in between, that is the interrod substance. Now we know that when we cut a tooth and make a section out of it, we can make 2 types of sections. One is the longitudinal section, that is along the crown and the root, you just cut the tooth. That is called a longitudinal section. And when you do a longitudinal section, this is how the enamel rods will look like. They will be cylindrical in shape or elongated. However, the same tooth, if you make a cross section, which is also called as transverse section, then the same cylindrical shaped rod will be seen as a hexagonal shaped or a circular shaped structure. So you need to understand that based on what type of section you make, the enamel rods are going to appear differently. So in the second picture where the cross section is shown, you see the enamel rods, and in between two enamel rods, you have the interrod substance, and there is a black color outline covering each rod. This is called the rod sheath. So rod sheath is basically a covering that covers the enamel rods. In some textbooks, especially in the older editions, the rods are mentioned as enamel prisms. So you need to also know that enamel prisms are the other name for enamel rods. So what are these rods exactly? I already told you that the rods are nothing but these rods are cylindrical shaped structures. This is how it will look under the light microscope. This brown color area is the enamel. Then this area is the dentin, and in between the enamel and dentin, you have a junction called dentino-enamel junction. And whatever you see here is a longitudinal section. So as I already mentioned, in longitudinal section, the enamel rods will be cylindrical shape. This is a schematic picture showing that it is a cylindrical shape structure. Now we see from this picture itself that the enamel rods will start from the dentino-enamel junction, that is from here, and it will move towards the surface of the enamel. The rods are approximately 5 microns in breadth and 9 microns in length. So the average diameter of each rod will be 4 microns. And the rods are not uniformly the same size from starting to ending. Usually the diameter will be slightly less towards the dentino-enamel junction, and as the rods move close to the enamel surface, the diameter of the enamel rods also will increase. And each tooth will have different number of enamel rods. For example, an anterior tooth like an incisor will have less number of enamel rods, whereas a molar will have increased number of rods. So the average number will range between 5 million to 12 million. And you can see from this particular picture here that the direction of enamel rods is different in a deciduous tooth and a permanent tooth. So when we talk about the deciduous tooth, this is the crown, and we have 3 different areas. Near the cervical area, the enamel rods will be horizontal. See, it's written here. This is the cervical area of the tooth. The enamel rods are horizontal in direction. But when it comes to the middle third, they are changing the direction and it is becoming more oblique. And when it comes to the cusp tips, they are becoming vertical. So this is the direction of enamel rods when it comes to the deciduous tooth. Whereas in a permanent tooth, near the cusp tip and the middle third, it is similar to a deciduous tooth. Only in the cervical portion, they are different. So in the cervical portion of a permanent tooth, the direction of enamel rod is not horizontal. Please note, it is not horizontal, but it is more towards the apical portion of the root. That's why the direction is like that. It is pointing towards the apex of the tooth. Now, what do you mean by ultrastructure of enamel? The word ultrastructure, because when you're reading from the textbook, a lot of times you will come across this term. Ultrastructure means that we are looking under the electron microscopy. So we all know that there are 2 types of microscope that we generally use. One is the light microscope, the other one is the electron microscope. So the structure of enamel, all this time about enamel rods, direction and their length, breadth, all these we discussed. They are all the light microscopic features. But the same enamel rods, when you look under an electron microscope, the structure will be somewhat more clear because the magnification in electron microscopy is higher than a light microscopy. So what will you see when you look under the electron microscope? When you look under the electron microscope, you see that the enamel rod has a very characteristic shape or pattern which is called the keyhole pattern. That is, just remember the keyhole where you insert the key of the door and open it. So each enamel rod will have a keyhole pattern. So there is a head and there is a tail portion. And this is how one enamel rod will look like. And all these enamel rods will be tightly packed with each other. So we are telling enamel rods. What is this actually enamel rods? What are they made up of? They are all made up of hydroxyapatite crystals, because going back to the chemical composition of enamel, we know that enamel is a highly mineralized structure. It has got 96% of inorganic content and only 4% of organic proteins. So the 96% inorganic is nothing but calcium and phosphate minerals. And these minerals are just organized in the form of a crystal. That crystalline shaped structure is called hydroxyapatite crystals. So when I say hydroxyapatite crystals, I am referring to the calcium and phosphate which is arranged in a crystalline form. So the enamel rods are nothing but they contain the hydroxyapatite crystals within them. So all these crystals will be almost parallel to the long axis of the rod in the head portion. So this is how the keyhole pattern is how the enamel rods will look like when you look under the electron microscope. So we discussed till now how the enamel rods will look like, what is an interrod substance and what is a rod sheath. Now we will move on to the second aspect of the structure, that is the hypocalcified areas. Hypocalcified areas are also called as hypomineralized areas. Now these are some areas in enamel where mineralization is not happening properly. So when mineralization is not happening properly, those areas, when you look under the ground section in transmitted light, they will appear as black areas. So please note down these three words under light microscopy when you look in the ground section of tooth, and number 3 using transmitted light, then all the hypocalcified areas will always look black in the transmitted light. So we have 5 such hypocalcified areas in the enamel. They are the enamel tufts, lamellae, enamel spindle, the incremental lines and the neonatal line. So what are enamel tufts? You can see from the picture here that enamel tufts are just a black area because it is hypocalcified. They are seen arising from the dentino-enamel junction towards the outer surface of the enamel, but they do not touch the surface. They will only extend up to 1/3 of the enamel thickness. And they are ribbon-shaped structure. They are resembling like a tuft of grass. If you arrange a group of grass together, how they will look like. That is how these tufts will look. That is why the name tuft is given here. And they are specifically seen in ground section, mainly transverse section. Transverse sections are nothing but other name for cross section. So they are very obviously seen in cross sections. The second hypocalcified structure is the lamellae. Again, you can see one black color line extending from the enamel surface towards the DEJ. This is exactly opposite to the tuft because the tuft was arising from the DEJ towards the surface, whereas the lamellae will arise from the surface and it comes towards the DEJ. And it is a thin leaf-like structure. Okay, and we have 3 different types of lamellae, type A, B, and C. Type A is mainly consisting of poorly calcified segments of the rod and they are restricted to enamel. Whereas type B and type C, the difference is that they will penetrate the dentino-enamel junction and they will extend into the dentin also. The third hypocalcified structure is the enamel spindle. That is sometimes during the formation of tooth and during the formation of dentin. The odontoblasts are the cells involved in dentin formation. We all know that. This odontoblast will have a cell extension that's called odontoblastic process. Sometimes the odontoblastic process will cross the dentin and it will enter into the enamel. That is only during the formation. So that extension will be seen as a dark area that is called as an enamel spindle. Then we have the incremental line. So what do you need to understand about all the hard tissues, not only enamel, dentin or cementum, even for that matter bone, any hard tissue, when they are formed, they always form in increments. That is, for example, we are talking about enamel. Enamel is formed by ameloblast. When the ameloblast is forming the enamel, every day the ameloblast will form approximately 4 micron thickness of enamel. So one day it is forming 1 4 micron thickness. Then after that, the next day, again 1 4 micron thickness of enamel will form. So every day when it keeps forming, let us take just for example, say Monday, the formation is starting, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. From Monday to Friday, every day, Ameloblast is laying down 4 micron thickness of enamel. After that, what happens? Saturday, Sunday comes up. So what we will do, we always need a rest, right? That is Saturday and Sunday. We have worked from Monday to Friday. So we take a break on Saturday and Sunday. So the ameloblast also will take a break. It will not form any enamel on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday. So only 5 days it has formed. Per day, the increment formed is 4 microns. So which means for 5 days, how many increments will be formed? 4 into 5 is 20. So from Monday to Friday, the total thickness of enamel formed by the ameloblast will be 20 microns. After this 20 microns, there is a period of rest, Saturday, Sunday. That period of rest, ameloblast is not forming enamel properly. So that is a hypocalcified area, which will be seen as a dark line. That is mentioned as incremental line. So the incremental line is just telling us that enamel is formed in increments, number 1, and they will be indicating the period of rest where the ameloblasts do not form the enamel. So it is hypomineralized, and that is why it will appear as dark areas in the ground section in transmitted light. I told you some time back, remember these 3 words: ground section, transmitted light. Then if it is a hypocalcified structure, always it will appear as black line. So that is how the incremental line also will appear. Now you have 2 types of incremental lines in enamel. One is after 5 days when it is formed, then there is a period of rest, Saturday and Sunday. That is long-term period of rest. That is called as incremental lines of Retzius, or you can also call them striae of Retzius. However, from today, if I am working from morning 9 to evening 5 o'clock. Then again, the night I am taking a rest. I am not working, correct? Same way, the ameloblast also per day, it will work from morning till evening. Then there will be a period of rest. Therefore, the ameloblast is taking 2 types of rest. One is everyday rest and then weekend rest. That everyday rest is called as short-term rest, and the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, is called as a long-term rest. So we will be able to see 2 types of incremental lines in enamel. The short-term incremental line every day is called cross striations, and the long-term incremental lines, which is after 5 days in the weekend, that is called as striae of Retzius. So just for you to understand, the distance between 2 cross striations will be 4 microns, whereas the distance between 2 striae of Retzius will be approximately 20 microns. The last incremental or the last hypocalcified structure I was mentioning in the enamel will be the neonatal line. So what is this neonatal line? We know that some enamel is formed before birth, whereas some enamel is formed after birth of the child. So the enamel that is formed before birth is called prenatal enamel. And the enamel that is formed as, so in this picture it is shown, this one is the prenatal enamel. The enamel formed after birth is called postnatal enamel. Between the prenatal and postnatal enamel, there is a demarcation that is seen as the dark line that is called as a neonatal line. This is called as neonatal line because it is usually seen on the surface of newly erupted teeth. This is also an hypocalcified structures of enamel. Now, please note that this hypocalcified structure of enamel itself can be a separate 5-mark question, very, very frequently repeated. So if a 5-mark question is asked about hypocalcified structure of enamel, 5 different structures you're supposed to mention and write about it. Number 1 is enamel tuft. Number 2 is lamellae. Number 3 is enamel spindle. 4 is incremental line, and 5 is neonatal line. Then we have some optical phenomena. What do you mean by this optical phenomena is that you don't have any particular structure, but because light is passing, light is light from the microscope, light is passing through the enamel rods, you are able to see some structures because of the optical properties of the light. So such structures are called as optical phenomena. We have 2 such structures in enamel. Number 1 is gnarled enamel and number 2 is Hunter-Schricker bands. So what is this gnarled enamel? Gnarled enamel, you can see this only in the cusp tips of posterior teeth or in the incisal edge of the anterior teeth. What will happen there in those areas? The enamel rods will intertwine with each other. That is, adjacent rods will combine with each other and it will look like a intertwining areas. Why? Because that is the area where maximum occlusal load is created while chewing food. Therefore, if you have only individual enamel rods, it will be easy for that rods to break. Whereas multiple rods are intertwined together, then breakage will be very less or minimal. So that is why intertwining of rods happen in the cusp tips and incisal edges. So when the light is passing through this area, we will be seeing one typical appearance that is called as a gnarled enamel. The second one is a Hunter-Schreger band. You can see from the picture here, you can see one white line and a black line. So alternating white band and a dark band, this is called as a Hunter-Schreger band, because Hunter and Schreger are two scientists who first described this. So it is called as Hunter-Schreger band. Now, why are you seeing like this alternative light and dark area? Because you have adjacent two enamel rods. They are not running in the same direction. They are all running in different direction. So when all the enamel rods are running in different direction and light is passing through them, you are able to see one dark and one white line. That is only because of change in direction of the enamel rods. Okay. So you have a specific name for them. The light band is called parazone and the dark band is called diazone. And again, this will be very prominently seen in the ground section when we make a longitudinal section of the tooth. So the last aspect in the histology will be the surface structure. So as the name only implies, when you see the surface of the enamel, only on the surface you will be able to see few structures, which are number one, perikymata. So what is this perikymata is? I already told you about the striae of Retzius, correct? Now these striae of Retzius, when it touches the surface of the enamel, it will create small depression or grooves on the surface. That is called as perikymata, which means, in other words, the external manifestation of striae of Retzius is called as perikymata. The second structure that you will see on the surface is called as prismless enamel, which means that for around 30 micron thickness on the surface, you don't see any enamel rods or interrod substance. You will just see one structureless enamel. That is called as prismless enamel. In addition to that, you will also be able to see few cracks on the surface of the tooth. That is also possible. Some depressions can be seen on the surface. If the depression is very small, then you call that as enamel pits and enamel cap. Whereas if the depression is very large, or if you have any elevation, you will call that as an enamel brooch. In addition to all of this, one important surface structure that you see in the enamel is called enamel cuticle. The other name for enamel cuticle is Nessemet's membrane. Now, this can be asked as a viva question for you. What is Nessemet's membrane? So, the answer you should give is the Nessemet's membrane is otherwise called enamel cuticle. It is one of the surface structure of enamel. Why do you see it on the surface? Because it is representing the basal lamina of ameloblast. So we know that ameloblast forms enamel. After formation, sometimes only the basement membrane of the ameloblast may be left behind on a newly erupted tooth. That is what you call the enamel cuticle. So it is usually seen only on the newly erupted teeth. So now we have come to the end of all the structure of enamel. So if a 10-mark question is asked to you about the histological structure of enamel, please remember that you need to cover these 3 important or 4 important topics. The basic enamel rod structure, number 2, the hypocalcified structures, number 3, optical phenomena, and last about the surface structure. So your answer will be complete only if you cover all these 4 aspects. And please make sure you draw very good diagrams. I think most of you must be familiar with all the diagrams I showed you. You all would have drawn in your record also. So practice that very nicely and make sure you draw good diagrams also along with this. Now coming to the second aspect, or very, very frequently repeated question, I would say, if you take the last 5-year question paper, almost alternatively every paper will have this question. That is life cycle of ameloblast. So as the name only suggests, the ameloblast undergoes a lot of changes. So what changes are they undergoing? Based on that, we have 6 different stages in the life cycle of ameloblast. which is in a particular order. So when you write this answer, you cannot interchange this and write. You cannot write organizing stage first and then morphogenetic phase. You can never do that because it is happening in a sequence. So you always have to by heart one after the other in the same order only. So it is morphogenetic stage, organizing, formative, maturative, protective, and desmolytic. So I suggest that you write all these names and stick it on your cupboard every day morning. When you open your cupboard to take your dress out, you see this and then you memorize it, because this is only about memory. So I also want to tell you that this morphogenetic and organizing together can be called pre-secretory stage. The formative stage is otherwise called secretory stage, whereas the last three, maturative, protective, and desmolytic, are also called as post-secretory stage. So what is happening to the ameloblast in each of the stage is what we are going to see. So in the first stage, that is a morphogenetic phase, you don't call it ameloblast, you call them as inner enamel epithelial cells. I think you all know that the inner enamel epithelial cells only later differentiate to become ameloblast. So in the first stage, where you call the morphogenetic stage, you don't call it ameloblast, you call it inner enamel epithelial cells. So the inner enamel epithelial cells will be short columnar, as you can see from the picture. It will have a large nucleus located in the center of the cell, and there are a lot of cell organelles. Out of this, the mitochondria will be distributed throughout the cytoplasm, all over the cytoplasm, whereas the Golgi apparatus and centrioles, these two organelles will be seen in the proximal end. You can see some structures here. These are the Golgi apparatus and centrioles. And for your understanding, what is on the top of the cell, that is the proximal side. The lower part of the cell is the distal side. So just remember like that for your understanding. So the mitochondria is throughout the cytoplasm, whereas the Golgi and centriole is in the proximal end of the cell. What happens in the next stage, which is otherwise called as the organizing stage? In the organizing stage, what happens? The cell, inner enamel, you still call it inner enamel epithelium. The inner enamel epithelial cells, from short columnar, they are elongating. So they are becoming tall columnar. The nucleus, which was in the center, is now pushed towards the distal side. I told you, right? The lower half is the distal side. So the nucleus is pushed to the distal side. The mitochondria was dispersed throughout the cell in the previous stage. Now that mitochondria will slowly move towards the proximal end. Whereas what was already there in the proximal end? The Golgi apparatus and centrioles. Those Golgi apparatus and centrioles will move from the proximal end towards the distal end. So these are the changes that will happen in the organizing stage. And in this stage, the inner enamel epithelium will interact with the dental papilla cells. So the dental papilla cells will now differentiate to odontoblasts. And odontoblasts will form what? We all know odontoblasts will form a layer of dentin. Now, dentin formation is very important for enamel formation. First, dentin will form. After that, only enamel can form. So the next stage is, dentin is already formed. So the next stage is enamel should form. So that is called the formative stage, where now in this stage, you call it an ameloblast. So the previous two stages, you call them as inner enamel epithelial cells, whereas in the formative or secretory stage, you call it as an ameloblast. The ameloblast is tall columnar, and you can see one small projection is formed from the distal part of the ameloblast. That is called as Tome's process. Again, this is a Viva question for you. What is Tome's process? Tome's process is nothing but the cytoplasmic extension or the cell process of ameloblast is called as Tome's process. So by a process of reciprocal induction, what is the meaning of reciprocal induction? The dentin which is formed will help the inner enamel epithelial cells to differentiate into ameloblast, and that will form an enamel. So the formation of dentin and enamel are interdependent on each other. Without dentin, enamel cannot form. Without enamel, dentin cannot form. So in the enamel, one layer is formed. Then what will happen to the ameloblast? The ameloblast will slightly reduce in length, and lot of projections or microvilli. Can you see this in the distal end? Lot of microvilli are formed. These microvilli are called as ruffled end ameloblast. Now about amelogenesis, when I am discussing, I will tell you what is ruffled end ameloblast is. But remember that for maturation of enamel rods, you need this ruffled end ameloblast. Then you have the protective stage. So enamel formation is over, maturation is over. Now we don't need ameloblast anymore. So what will happen? The ameloblast along with stellate reticulum, stratum intermedium and outer enamel epithelium. These are the other layers, correct? All these layers will collapse together and they will all reduce and form one thin layer. That new layer formed is called reduced enamel epithelium. Why is it called reduced enamel epithelium? Because multiple layers collapsed and it reduced into a thin layer. So it is called reduced enamel epithelium. So what are the layers that are collapsing? Outer enamel epithelium, stellate reticulum, stratum intermedium and ameloblast. These 4 layers collapse and together form reduced enamel epithelium. Why this stage is called protective stage? Because the function of reduced enamel epithelium is to protect the enamel until eruption. Till eruption is happening, the newly formed enamel has to be protected. So that protection is given by reduced enamel epithelium. So you call this stage as a protective stage. And the last stage is the desmolytic stage. So desmolytic stage, what is happening is that this reduced enamel epithelium will secrete a lot of enzymes, and these enzymes will cause desmolysis. The word desmolysis means the connective tissue will be destroyed. So when the connective tissue will be destroyed, that process is called desmolysis. Why it is getting destroyed? Only then eruption of the tooth will happen. So to help in the eruption of the tooth, the reduced enamel epithelium will secrete enzymes that will cause destruction of connective tissue. This process is called desmolysis and that helps in the eruption of the tooth. And that is the last stage called as the desmolytic stage. So totally we had 6 stages in the life cycle of ameloblast, starting from the morphogenetic phase and ending with the desmolytic phase. So if a question is asked about this life cycle of ameloblast, just describe, first write all the names of all the stages. Then each stage you describe what changes are happening along with that particular diagram. I showed you the diagram also for each picture. This is all given in your textbook. So describe about that particular stage, draw this diagram, and then your answer is complete. Last, we will move to again an important essay question which is frequently asked, amelogenesis. Now, one more thing before we go into amelogenesis, many students write life cycle of ameloblast and the stages when they ask about amelogenesis. Please remember, life cycle of ameloblast is a separate question. Amelogenesis is a separate and a different question. You cannot write the same answer for both. Okay? Life cycle of ameloblast only tell about the 6 stages in the ameloblast. Whereas amelogenesis means the process of formation of enamel is called as amelogenesis. And what is happening or how it is happening is what we are going to discuss now. So there are 2 steps in amelogenesis. Number 1, formation of organic matrix. Number 2, mineralization. So these are the 2 steps in amelogenesis. Always we know that enamel will have inorganic component, organic component. The organic component will form first. That is what is called formation of organic matrix. And in the second step only, the minerals will get deposited. So what is formation of organic matrix? It will happen in the advanced bell stage of tooth development. So we know that tooth development has 4 stages, starting from bud, cap, early bell and advanced bell. Only in the advanced bell stage, enamel formation will happen. For enamel formation, dentin formation is important. That is what I told you, reciprocal induction. Only if dentin one layer forms, after that only enamel can form. So in a tooth, the first structure to form is always a dentin. It is not enamel. So please remember this. Dentin is the first structure to form. Once a layer of dentin is formed, after that only the ameloblast will form the enamel. So the enamel and dentin will depend on each other. Only then they can form. So the first layer of enamel that is formed by the ameloblast will not have any structure. Rod, interrod, rod sheath, nothing will be there. It is just one structureless enamel. That is the first layer that is formed. After that, what will happen is that this is one ameloblast. The ameloblast will develop a Tomes process. You remember I told you in the maturation phase and in the formative phase, there is something called a cell extension of ameloblast that's called Tomes process. So the Tomes process will form in this is the proximal end, this is the distal end. In the distal end of ameloblast, there will be a projection that is called Tomes process. Now, Tomes process is very, very important. Why? Because Only when the Tomes process is forming, rods and interrod substance can form. So this is one important point everyone should remember. Initially, when a first layer of enamel was formed, it was structureless. There is no rod and interrod because that time ameloblast did not have the Tomes process. But after that only, the ameloblast is developing a Tomes process. Once Tomes process is formed, only then the rod and interrod substance will be formed. So the Tomes process is very, very important for the formation of rod and interrod substance. Now, once a considerable thickness of rod and interrod is formed, again the ameloblast will lose the Tomes process. Again, one last layer of enamel will form on the surface that is also structureless. So always remember the entire enamel is like a sandwich. The first layer that is formed is structureless. Then you will have enamel rods and interrod substance. Then the topmost layer on the surface is again structureless. So that is why that formation of enamel is referred to as sandwich. So here, two important things you need to remember is that the Tomes process is an important structure for the formation of rod and interrod substance. And just for your exam point of view, you remember that every enamel rod will be formed by 4 different ameloblasts. Same way, each ameloblast will contribute to at least 4 different enamel rods. So now the formation of organic matrix is over. So what is this organic matrix? Organic matrix is nothing but enamel proteins. So you have amelogenesis, ameloblastins, all that is formed. After that, one thin layer of mineralization. Calcium and phosphate minerals will be deposited. That is called initial mineralization. That is not enough. We need something called maturation. So what is the meaning of maturation? Maturation can be divided into 2 phases. Transitional phase, where around 50% of the ameloblasts will die. They will undergo apoptosis. Apoptosis means cell death. They will disappear. Only remaining 50% will be there. And that 50% is involved in maturation. The other name for maturation is modulation. What is the meaning of modulation is that, you remember I told you there is ruffled end and smooth end ameloblast form. What is the meaning of ruffled end? In the distal portion, lot of microvilli will be created. Can you see this? These are the microvilli. This is the distal portion. So in this ruffled end, all the calcium within the cell will come out and the organic matrix will start undergoing mineralization. Whereas the next phase is smooth end ameloblast, where all the microvilli will disappear. That time the organic matrix and proteins will be destroyed by the proteolytic enzymes, and all the products will go in between the 2 cells. This is one ameloblast, this is the adjacent ameloblast. So between the 2 cells in the intercellular space, which will be open, all the proteolytic products will reach the intercellular area and it will go in between these cells. So basically what happens in maturation is the organic proteins will get destroyed and that will be replaced by minerals. For this to happen, the ameloblast should have ruffled end and smooth end borders. So amelogenesis is very, very important for you. Again, I am emphasizing, do not confuse life cycle of ameloblast with amelogenesis. Both has to be dealt differently. In amelogenesis, you will write how enamel is formed in 2 steps, formation of organic matrix and mineralization. Also make sure you specify about maturation process, about ruffled end and smooth end. Whereas in life cycle of ameloblast, you will only talk about the 6 stages in the life cycle of ameloblast. So be very, very specific in your answers. Do not overlap and write confusing things. That's how you can score better marks. So this chapter, as I told you, is very, very important. Very frequently questions are asked from this chapter. So if you read these 3 topics, or if you prepare answers for these 3 questions, number 1 is structure of enamel, number 2 life cycle of ameloblast, number 3 amelogenesis. If you prepare answer like how I told you in the same order in organized way with good diagrams, I'm 100% sure you will be able to score very good marks. So I think your exams are nearing. All the best to all of you. Very my sincere wishes and prayers to write and pass in your exams. And I take this opportunity to thank Team Annur for giving me this opportunity to take a class for your first years. It is always a pleasure to teach first years. And I specifically thank Dr. Deepu, who's always been supportive, and also the principal, Dr. Gigi, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for the session. Up next, we are moving to another important topic, dentin, which will be dealt by Dr. Jupin Thomas. Dr. Jupin completed his BDS from KVG Dental College, Sulia, and his post-graduation from Enamel Dental College, Mangalore. He did his PG diploma in tobacco control from Annamalai University, Chidambaram, and he's pursuing his PG diploma in forensic odontology from Enamel University, Mangalore. He was the head of the Department of Oral Pathology in Malabar Dental College and Research Center with 13 plus years of teaching experience. He is a KUHS approved PhD guide since 4 years and doctoral committee member. He is a journal reviewer for tobacco-induced diseases, oral and maxillofacial pathology journal, and Journal of Orofacial Sciences. He is the co-founder of Nirnaya Orofacial Diagnosis, Muatupura. He has many in-text publications in his credit. We welcome you, sir. Please proceed.
Hello everyone, hope all are doing good. I'm Dr. Jupin Thomas. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Oral Pathology Department of Annur Dental College for organizing such a useful program for the exam-going undergraduate students. I also thank them for giving me an opportunity to be a part of it. I'll be discussing about the topic dentin. Dentin as well as pulp, they originate from dental papilla, because of which it is called as dentin-pulp complex. So it is considered as a single unit. Okay, dentin is a specialized calcified connective tissue which makes up the bulk of the tooth. As you can see in this picture, the yellow portion, which is the bulk of the tooth, and it is covered externally by enamel on the crown surface, and onto the radicular surface you can see the cementum. And when you go to the internal surface, you can see the reddish pulp inside. So this is how the structure of dentin is. And dentin is considered as a vascular connective tissue. There is no blood supply, but it is also considered as a living tissue because of the presence of the cytoplasmic extension of odontoblastic process within inside the dentin. Sometimes you may get confused with dento-gingival junction. Some people have answered to me that it is a junction between dentin and the gingiva, but it's not like that. Dento refers to the tooth, as in dentistry. It is dentino. Okay, dentino means something to do with dentin. Otherwise, it is to the tooth. So, dentin is never exposed. Usually, in a physiological stage, dentin is not exposed to the oral environment. So, there is no junction that happens between dentin and gingiva. Then the dentin which is seen onto the coronal portion is known as coronal dentin, and which is seen onto the radicular portion is radicular dentin. Dentin is an important chapter where you can expect a lot of questions for your university exam as well as a viva. One of which is types of dentin. It's a common essay along with theories of dentin hypersensitivity. You get to see these two questions in many question papers. Not only that, you can expect other questions like dentinal tubules and other structural components, then dentinogenesis, physical and chemical properties, and age changes. This is very common viva questions. Most important essay from this chapter is about types of dentin based on different parameters. Dentin can be classified into different categories. First, based on the formation of root, or I should say completion of root, you can divide dentin into primary dentin and secondary dentin. Before the root formation, that whatever dentin is formed is primary dentin, and after root completion, it is known as secondary dentin. So the primary dentin is again classified into mantle dentin and circumpulpal dentin. We'll be dealing with that in detail later. Then based on the stimulus that evoked dentin formation, whether it is a physiological dentin or response dentin, which means due to any injury or any trauma, dentin is being produced, that is known as response dentin, which is also categorized into tertiary dentin, which means physiological dentin includes primary dentin and secondary dentin.
The tertiary dentin includes reactive dentin, reparative dentin, and sclerotic dentin. Then based on the relation to dentinal tubules, whether the formation of dentin is in between the dentinal tubules or inside the dentinal tubule. So if it is inside the dentinal tubule, the dentin formation is inside the dentinal tubule, we can simply call it as intratubular dentin. But the thing is, this term is not much used now, intratubular. Instead, it is being reclassified into peritubular dentin. And if the dentin is seen in between the dentinal tubules, multiple dentinal tubules in between the dentinal tubule, if it is seen, it is known as intertubular dentin. Not only this, we have certain other types of dentin, predentin, interglobular dentin, and osteodentin. We'll deal with each one later, but each one is very, very important. Short essays been asked many times, short notes have been asked about each and every topic which comes under this. Primary dentin, we told, is the first formed dentin in the term itself, primary. So it's a physiological dentin formed before root completion. The thing about primary dentin is it is been classified into mantle dentin and circumpulpal dentin. Mantle dentin. If you see this picture, you can see a yellow portion which is seen at the outermost of dentin, which is very next to the dentin enamel junction. This is what the mantle dentin is. So it extends usually from the dentin enamel junction to interglobular dentin. It is formed. The mantle dentin is almost 4% less mineralized, and it is seen at the outermost portion of dentin, which contributes to the formation of scalloping in dentin enamel junction, and it is around 20 micron thickness. Usually, it is formed from not fully differentiated odontoblast because of the less mineralized. In this picture, this portion, dentin enamel junction, and here what you see is the interglobular dentin. So in between, what you see is the mantle dentin, between DEJ to mantle dentin. Sorry, interglobular dentin. Usually, mantle dentin is formed or made up of two types of fibers. One is aperiodic fibers and beta fibers. Mantle dentin is formed of two types of fibers. The larger diameter collagen bundles are usually seen in case of mantle dentin because it is produced by odontoblast. At the same time, the ground substance is not produced by odontoblast, which is already existing there, which means during the differentiation of odontoblast, dental papilla has the ground substance. It is the same ground substance what you see here. So the fibers that is produced by odontoblast are slightly larger in size. They are discrete and are arranged perpendicular to the dentino-enamel junction. These fibers are known as von Korff fibers. When we come to the circumpulpal dentin, in this picture, this is the mantle dentin. So immediately after the mantle dentin, from the interglobular dentin to the secondary dentin, the major bulk of dentin is formed by circumpulpal dentin. So the main difference between mantle dentin and circumpulpal is here you will be seeing only one type of fibrils, that is beta fibrils, which is arranged parallel to dentino-enamel junction. And here the size of the odontoblast is enlarged, which is already matured. So because of which there is no much space in between the odontoblast. So odontoblast produce both the fibers as well as the ground substance. So the size of the collagen fiber is very small, and it is 4% more mineralized than mantle dentin. So bulk is by circumpulpal dentin. Secondary dentin is formed after the root formation. That is the main difference. Primary dentin before the root completion and secondary dentin after the root completion. The secondary dentin formation is a continuous process throughout the life, so which contributes to reduction in the size of the pulp paper. Both are physiological dentin. Then the tertiary dentin, what we already told, it is a response dentin to some kind of injury. It also can be considered as a secondary dentin because after the root formation, tertiary dentin is also formed after root formation.
Short essays like interglobular dentin, predentin, dentinal tubules. These questions can be expected, and it is explained in the coming slides.
Interglobular dentin, it has been asked many times as short essays. Interglobular dentin, before I start with interglobular dentin, I hope you remember what are the theories of dentin, theories of mineralization. In that, matrix vesicle theory says that there is hydroxyapatite formation with inside a vesicle. As the size of the crystal increases, it comes out of the vesicle and it enlarges the size in the matrix. So this is what happens in the matrix of dentin. This is how the dentin calcification happens. Here, the calcification of dentin happens in globular masses or calcopheric masses, like round like structures as you can see in this picture. Usually they fuse together to form homogeneous dentin matrix, but at the same time, there may be certain defects. It doesn't fuse together, and that area looks like a hypomineralized dentin, which has almost the shape of a star. As you can see in this picture, the outlines of globular masses can be seen. It is usually found in the coronal portion of dentin, where the mantle and circumpulpal dentin unite, and the radicular dentin usually doesn't show the presence of interglobular dentin. When you come to interglobular dentin, the presence of dentinal tubule can also be seen here without any interruption, which means it is just a mineralization defect. It doesn't affect the matrix formation. Tom's granular layer. I hope you remember what is enamel spindle. Enamel spindles are the extension of odontoblastic process into the enamel, which crosses the dentin-enamel junction. So this is seen in the coronal portion. But what happens? The odontoblastic process crosses the cementodentinal junction, or in the radicular portion, the odontoblastic process which crosses the cementodentinal junction. Yeah, there also sometimes these odontoblastic process comes out of the cementodentinal junction and forms numerous looping, and it results in the formation of a space or the calcification around this looping. And when you do a ground section, these soft tissues, which is supposed to be the dentinal, supposed to be the odontoblastic process, which is removed from the space, and that area gets filled with air, and it appears like a Tom's granular layer. At the same time, you may get two questions. There, for Viva, you may get two questions which is similar to Tom's. One is Tom's process, and the other one is Tom's fibers. Tom's fibers is nothing but the odontoblastic process itself. Tom's process is, I hope you know what it is. It is nothing but the distal extension of ameloblast. Next is about the structural line. We study structural lines in enamel, cementum, and dentin. All the hard tissues, during their formation, there is a period of activity and an alternative period of quiescence. So this period of activity and quiescence will be reflecting in the formed in dentin or the enamel or cementum, whatever. So this is known as structural lines. You can expect a question about structural lines as a short essay, or even short note about any of these structural lines. In case of enamel, the main structure line is incremental lines of red CS. We also have cross striations in enamel and neonatal line. And the structure line of cementum is known as incremental line of Salter. When it comes to dentin, we have three structure lines. One is von Ebner, contour lines of Owen, and neonatal line. Incremental lines of von Ebner. The dentin matrix is deposited on a daily basis. Okay, every day almost 4 microns per day is formed. Then it takes rest. So this activity period and quiescence period is being reflected as incremental lines of von Abner. It is usually it runs perpendicular to the dentinal tubules, as you can see here. Contour lines of Owen during the formation of dentin, 4 days or more of dentin matrix is formed. After that, it gets calcified together. So a period of 4 days, then a period of calcification. So this will be reflected as contour lines of Owen. The neonatal line that we have studied in enamel, where the incremental line that separates the prenatal enamel and the postnatal enamel because of the change in the atmosphere. If you look at this picture, you will be able to see the pulp portion, which is marked as A, and dentin C and B, where the darker staining portion is the calcified dentin and C is the uncalcified or non-mineralized dentin. So this portion, this unmineralized dentin, is known as predentin, which is always present throughout your life. The significance of the presence of unmineralized dentin is that it protects the calcified dentin from the potential hazard of formation of odontoclast if the calcified dentin comes in contact with the pulp. So always the pulpal surface of dentin is covered by unmineralized predentin. The junction between dentin and enamel is known as dentin-enamel junction. It's not just a straight line. It is like a scalloped structure where you will be seeing convexities facing towards dentin and concavity towards enamel. So the enamel fits very well into the dentin surface. The purpose of this convexity or concavity or the scalloping structure is that it increases the surface area for the contact or the union between enamel and dentin. So whenever there is a masticatory force or suppose there is a crack, it doesn't propagate as in a straight line. So that is the purpose or clinical significance of scalloping in dentin-enamel junction. So this is seen towards the crown surface. When it comes to the cemento-dentinal junction, not much of masticated force is being applied directly onto the junction. So it is in straight line. The cemento-dentinal junction is in straight line. And the fibers of cementum and dentin tend to be fused together. Sometimes there is a junction which is relatively straight, which without any structure can be seen in between dentin and cementum, and it is known as hyaline layer of Hopewell and Smith. Coming to the dentinal tubules, we have studied the basic structural unit of enamel, which is nothing but the enamel rods. When it comes to dentinal tubule, dentin, it is the dentinal tubule, and in bone we know it is osteon. So remember the basic structural unit of enamel, dentin, and bone. We have in the second picture you are seeing a lot of tubular or canal-like structures, which are actually branch structures which extend from the pulpal end of dentin to the dentino-enamel junction or dentino-cemental junction. So these are basically tubules which houses the protoplasmic process of odontoblast. You can see this picture. This is the odontoblast and it is the protoplasmic extension of odontoblast. The dentinal tubule, which arises from the pulpal end, ends till the ends at the dentino-enamel junction, are not arranged in straight line. They are basically arranged in S shape, which is known as the primary curvature. If you see the first curvature, which is towards the root, and the second curvature, which is towards the cusp surface. Secondary curvatures are actually minute undulations within the primary curvature, because of the spiral course of odontoblast which moved pulpally during the formation. Dentinal tubules show Y-shaped terminal branching near the dentin-enamel junction. Usually the forking is at an angle of 45 degrees. It also shows a lateral branching along the course of the dentinal tubule at a distance of 1 to 2 microns. These branches may contain odontoblastic process and they may communicate each other also. If you see the dentinal tubule at the pulpal end here, the size of the dentinal tubule is slightly large when it is compared to the dentin-enamel junction or dentino-cemental junction, which means the dentinal tubule has a tapered morphology and the tapering is almost 1:5 microns. The density of dentinal tubules at the pulpal end is more when you compare it to the dentin-enamel junction, which means the number of tubules per unit area in the pulpal end will be high when you compare with the outer end of or outer surface of dentin, because the outer surface of dentin has more wider surface area compared to the pulpal end. And the tubule population is approximately 15,000 per millimeter square near the dentino-enamel junction, but when it comes to the pulpal end, it is almost 30,000 to 75,000 per millimeter square. What are the contents of dentinal tubule? This is a very important question usually during the viva. If you look at this picture, you will be able to see an odontoblast which is lying in the pulp has an extension or odontoblastic process which is extended into the dentinal tubule. So the main content in a dentinal tubule is an odontoblastic process. Along with that, you can see a lot of nerve fibers. So non-myelinated nerve fibers are the second one, which also contains the tissue fluid, also known as dental lymph. Then we have certain collagen fibers, apoptotic crystals, plasma proteins. So these are the contents of dentinal tubule. Next heading is peritubular or intratubular dentin. Peritubular dentin is usually a hypermineralized ring of dentin which surrounds the dentinal tubule. Intratubular dentin is a term which has been commonly used previously. Now that has been changed to peritubular dentin. Dentin that is seen within the dentinal tubule, which is formed by deposition along the inner aspect of dentinal tubule. That's the correct term. And it is deposited by odontoblastic process, which is 40% more mineralized than the intertubular dentin. This is the longitudinal view of dentinal tubule, where you can see the peritubular dentin or intertubular dentin. You can see the more homogeneously mineralized structure within inside the dentinal tubule. It shows tightly packed apoptotic crystals, and when it comes to the pulpal end, it has the thickness of 44 nanometer, and when it comes to the dentin-enamel junction, the thickness of the peritubular dentin increases to 750 nanometer, which is thick, which means there is a tapering towards the dentin-enamel junction. And predentin, ahead of predentin, which is a non-mineralized dentin, because of the non-mineralized structure, predentin doesn't show the presence of intratubular or peritubular dentin. Once the dentin matrix is mineralized, the odontoblastic process continues to deposit peritubular dentin, which results in reduction in the size of dentinal tubule. Next is the intratubular dentin. We told intratubular dentin is the dentin which is seen in between the dentinal tubules. So it forms the major bulk of dentin in between the intertubular or peritubular dentin. It represents the primary secretion of cell body of odontoblast, and that consists of tightly interwoven network of type 1 collagen and hydroxyapatite crystals. Next is odontoblastic process. They are arranged as a continuous layer. In this picture, you can see that continuous layer along the periphery of the pulp. Each cell has a protoplasmic process that extends varying distance into the dentinal tubule. So that is the odontoblastic process. So in this picture, you can see the odontoblastic process communicating each other through the lateral branches of the dentinal tubule. And you can see the extension of odontoblastic process beyond dentinal enamel junction, which results in the formation of enamel spindle if it is in the dentinal enamel junction. It shows a lot of cell organelles in the odontoblastic process with the presence of a lot of vesicles, because it need to produce dentin. A lot of vesicles will be present, which are the cause for peritubular dentin formation. Usually it extends to the dentinal enamel junction or may extend to enamel also. The dentinal tubule also contains a dentinal fluid which is known as dental lymph.
When you learn the theories of dentin hypersensitivity, try to connect it with the components or contents of dentinal tubule so that you will remember both the theories as well as the contents.
Before we study about the theories of dentin hypersensitivity, we better make a list of theories what we study in oral histology. We have other theories like theories of mineralization, theories of eruption, theories of supportive function of periodontal ligament. Why? Because there are certain theories like hydrostatic pressure theory of eruption may get confused with hydrodynamic theory of dentin hypersensitivity. These terms are quite confusing, so better make a chart and learn properly. Dentin hypersensitivity is still a topic of controversy. Why? Because we still don't know what exactly are the reasons for dentin hypersensitivity. There are several theories put forward. Few are suggesting that it could be the reason, but not exactly. It has been accepted. As you can see in this picture, dentinal tubules, when they get exposed, that is the most important thing. The theories of dentin hypersensitivity is relevant only when there is exposure of dentinal tubule. That is due to some kind of attrition or some kind of injury, trauma. Those insult results in exposure of dentinal tubule. Okay, we have already studied that the contents of dentinal tubule, the one liquid or fluid within inside the dental tubule is dental lymph. Then we have odontoblastic process, that's the most important thing. Then we have certain nerve endings, unmyelinated nerve endings. So these things are the contents of dentinal tubule. So when there is a injury and exposure of dentinal tubule, the fluid within inside the dentinal tubule can flow out of this exposed area. So which results in movement of water inside the pulp as the dentinal tubule is directly connected to the pulp on the other end. So which when the fluid moves out of the pulp, when there is a movement of water in the pulp, there is a negative pressure and it results in stimulation of the nerves. There are a lot of unmyelinated nerves within inside the pulp and that gets stimulated. So this theory is the hydrodynamic theory, the movement of water. That is what it is. Then we told we have odontoblastic process inside. So this injury can result in exposure of the odontoblastic process also sometimes. sometimes many at a time. So this odontoblastic process, the transduction theory, the second theory is the transduction theory. In transduction theory, what they say is this odontoblastic process directly transmits the stimulus and which results in hypersensitivity. So that is what about transduction theory. The third theory, because of the nerve which is present inside the dentinal tubule that get stimulated because of the injury to the dentinal tubule, which produce stimulus to the nerves. So this is the direct nerve stimulation theory. The name of this theory is very important. It is direct nerve stimulation theory, and you have to write it that way itself. The direct nerve stimulation or direct innervation theory has certain drawbacks in a way that the periphery of the odontoblast has extreme sensitivity. It couldn't explain why there is high sensitivity at the peripheral area. This theory failed to explain that. Then sensitivity in a newly erupted tooth, as well as if the nerves are the reason, when you give a local anesthetic or when you apply a local anesthetic at the exposed area, it should bring down the pain, but that didn't happen. So this theory was not very well accepted. Then we have the hydrodynamic theory. There are certain advantages of this theory. The main one is it could explain the extreme sensitivity of peripheral dentin at dentin enamel junction when there is an injury. Then near the dentin enamel junction, the dentinal tubules branch extensively, and any irritation to this area may result in sudden displacement of a large volume of intratubular fluid, which causes pain. And when you apply local anesthetic, it doesn't bring down the pain. So all these things were answered by hydrodynamic theory. So that was the advantage of this theory, and this is the most accepted theory. The transduction theory also failed to explain certain things, that the odontoblast, which is not a nerve cell, it cannot produce a synaptic response. There is no synapse, and the membrane potential that is being produced is very low, which cannot conduct the nerve signals. So that was one of the drawback of transduction theory, and these are the theories of dentin hypersensitivity, which is very, very important. Almost half of the question papers have asked this question. Another important essay from dentin is dentinogenesis. The term itself says dentinogenesis, formation of dentin. There was a question in the university paper like odontogenesis. Odontogenesis, most of the people during that time wrote it as formation of dentin. But odontogenesis is pertaining to tooth. Odonto refers to tooth, as in dentistry. Odonto or dento, they all are pertaining to tooth formation. So odontogenesis is tooth formation. Dentinogenesis, if it is asked, you have to write about dentin formation. Okay, we have studied the odontogenesis in that during the early bell stage, under the influence of inner enamel epithelium, the cells of dental papilla, they get oriented in such a way that they divide and form numerous small cuboidal cells in the beginning. Later they change into columnar cells. These are the cells that become odontoblast and produce first layer of dentin. So this is how the dentinogenesis begins. As in the formation of any calcified structure, dentin formation also involves two steps. First is a matrix formation, where the deposition of collagen and germ substance are laid down, onto which the mineralization happens as the second step. Matrix formation may be studied under two headings, like mantle dentin formation, the matrix of mantle dentin formation, and matrix of circumpulpal dentin formation. We had already studied during the mantle dentin formation, that is the first formed dentin, which is very near to the dentin-enamel junction, even before the enamel formation. So in the initial stages, during, as you can see in this picture, The odontoblast, what is formed, are very small in size. There's a lot of space in between these cells. So this space is filled with the matrix of the dental papilla. Into the matrix, the odontoblast, they produce collagen fibers. These collagen fibers are discrete and large, and they are arranged perpendicular to the future dentino-enamel junction. So these fibers are known as Vonco fibers. We already told that. So these fibers, they take up the matrix vesicle, and the mineralization happens immediately after the matrix formation. As the deposition of dentin matrix proceeds, the odontoblast, they start moving back, leaving their process behind near to the dentin enamel junction. So this is what forms the odontoblastic process, which is seen inside the dentinal tubules. The first picture, you can see the ameloblast and forming odontoblast, where both the cells are almost close to each other. Once the enamel formation begins and the dentin formation has reached a particular level, you can see the odontoblastic process, the long odontoblastic process with the terminal branches, which is near to the dentin enamel junction. After the mantle dentin formation, or in the later stages, the odontoblast increases its size or enlarges to the normal size, and the space between the cells becomes obliterated, so that there are no more ground substance left. So both the collagen fiber as well as the ground substance has to be produced by the odontoblast. This time the collagen fibers are very small, and they are arranged parallel to the dentino-enamel junction. They are very small in size. They do not produce any matrix vesicle at this period of time. They don't get mineralized. Instead, they produce phosphoporphyrin. Mineralization of dentin is supported by the matrix vesicle theory. This theory says that the initial calcification or the hydrostatic epithelite crystal formation happens within the matrix vesicle. Slowly they are released into the dentin matrix. There they start to grow and enlarge in size. The crystal growth is in the form of globular or calciferous masses. So these masses unite to form a homogeneous dentin matrix. If that doesn't happen, we get interglobular dentin. So these crystals are actually getting deposited onto the collagen fibers or within inside the collagen fibers. So initially, the globular masses are so larger. Later stages they become smaller in size, and the mineralizing front becomes very smooth in appearance. And always the mineralization lags behind the matrix formation. Here I should mention about the peritubular dentin formation. After the mineralization, initial mineralization happens, further mineralization of the intratubular or peritubular dentin formation happens throughout life. So the size of the dentin tubules becomes smaller and smaller. Ultimately, it results in sclerotic dentin formation. When we come to the physical properties, there are three things you are supposed to learn. One is about the physical properties of enamel, then dentin and cementum. There are a lot of numbers involved, which is going to create some confusion for you. So it's better you prepare a chart like this and learn in this manner. The color of the dentin is, it is yellow in color, and being translucent, enamel being translucent, the color of the dentin is being shown or seen through the enamel. So that's what gives the color to the tooth. And when we compare the compressive strength of enamel to dentin, dentin has very low compressive strength, which is 68 hardness number. At the same time, it has a considerable amount of modulus of elasticity, which helps to prevent the fracture, or which helps to withstand the masticatory forces. Because of the presence of dentinal tubules, dentin is highly permeable, and when you see the radiograph, you can actually differentiate enamel from dentin because of the difference in the radio density. Dentin is more radiolucent. When you compare the, when we come to the composition of dentin, 65% of dentin is inorganic, which is very, very similar to our alveolar bone or the bone, which is 60 to 65% is inorganic, and 20% organic, and 15% is water. Calcium and phosphate comprise the main inorganic component, which is distributed in the form of hydroxyapatite crystal. The hydroxyapatite crystals of dentin are different from enamel in a way that it is very small in size. You'll also find very minute amounts of trace elements like phosphate, carbonate, and sulfate. Organic component, we told it is about 20%. In that, 82% of organic component in dentin is collagen type 1. Rest is non-collagenous material, which includes dentin phosphoprotein, dentin matrix protein, dentin siliva protein, osteonectin, osteopontin, bone morphogenic protein, transforming growth factor, then fibroblast growth factor, insulin growth factor. These are the non-collagenous material we can find in dentin. As the age progresses, the number of blood vessels as well as nerves comes down in dentin. So it helps, or it ends up in reduction in the vitality of dentin. Then we told the secondary dentin, which is formed after root formation. It is a continuous process throughout life. Ultimately, it ends up in reduction in the size of the chamber, and the primary dentin and secondary dentin is separated by a contour line. That tracks when there is an injury to the tooth, which ultimately end up in exposure of the dentinal tubule. There is odontoplastic process within inside. It may survive or it may not survive. So in case if it doesn't survive, it undergoes necrosis within inside the dentinal tubule, and when you take a ground section, this dentinal tubule appears as empty and it gets filled with air. When you see it under the microscope, this air filled area appears as dark in color, and that is known as dead tract. So basically it is because of the loss of odontoblastic process. Then sclerotic dentin is again one of the functional as well as the anatomic change, clinical importance. In older people, the peritubular dentin formation is a continuous process. We told that, so that the number of the size of the the dentinal tubule is less in elderly teeth, or may even get occluded sometimes. So this results in a glassy appearance of dentin, which results in a translucency. This dentin is known as sclerotic dentin. Most of the time, it is seen at the apical third of the root. It almost completely stops the permeability of dentin. Then we have reparative dentin and reactionary dentin. Reparative dentin, if in case there is a injury to the tooth again, which results in exposure of the dentinal tubule. As I said, the dentinal tubule, the odontoblast may survive or may not. If it survives, it can produce dentin again, and this dentin is known as reactionary dentin. And if it doesn't survive, new odontoblast may be formed in the pulpal surface, and that produce the odontoblastic process to come into the dentinal tubule and produce dentin, which is known as reparative dentin. Sometimes the tertiary dentin formation is very fast, that the odontoblast may not be able to move away, or it may get entrapped within inside the matrix, then get calcified. So this dentin may look like bone, where you're seeing the osteocytes within inside the bone, calcified structure. This dentin is known as osteodentin. With that, we are coming to the end of the dentin discussion. This chapter is very, very important. Here you can expect essays from the types of dentin, structural components of dentin, and dentinogenesis has been asked many times. And don't get confused with odontogenesis. Dentinogenesis is different from odontogenesis. Then we have short essays in peritubular and intratubular dentin, dentinal tubules has been asked many times, interglobular dentin, mantle dentin, circumpulpal dentin. Then about the structural lines, we have 8 changes of dentin, hypocalcified structures of dentin. So if such a question is asked, you are supposed to write the interglobular dentin, then about the structural lines and Tom's granular layer. So these are the expected questions, and you can expect a lot of small or short notes also. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir, for the session. We are now moving on to the next speaker, Dr. Anna Joseph, who will be talking on pulp. Dr. Anna did her BDS from Vinayaka Missions Dental College, Salem, and her Masters in Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology and Microbiology from GDC Trivandrum. She joined as a senior lecturer in the Department of Oral Pathology in Amrita School of Dentistry in 2006, and currently she is a professor and head in the Department of Oral Pathology in PMS College of Dental Sciences and Research, Trivandrum. She has numerous publications in journals. We welcome you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Good morning, all. The topic I will be reviewing in this exam focus 2023 on oral histology is dental pulp. Now, before I start, I would like to thank the organizing team led by Dr. Deepu George Matthew. He's the head of the Department of Oral Pathology, Annur Dental College, for inviting me and for giving me this opportunity. Now, to begin with dental pulp, the definition of dental pulp is that it can be defined as a richly vascularized and innervated connective tissue of mesodermal origin, enclosed by dentin with communications to the periodontal ligament. A more simple, smaller definition is that it is the soft connective tissue that occupies the center of each tooth. Moving on to the development of pulp, the pulp annelage is the dental papilla, which is seen beneath, right from the cap stage of tooth development. And the dental papilla gives rise to the cells which form dentin. And once it is completely enclosed, once it is enclosed by dentin, it becomes termed as pulp. So the dental papilla becomes termed as dental pulp only after dentin forms around it. Moving on to the anatomy of the pulp, the dental pulp is seen within the pulp cavity. Now, this pulp cavity can be divided into 4 parts. The first one, which is seen within the crown of the tooth, is called the coronal pulp. The coronal pulp has pulp chamber, which is the entire space occupying the crown portion, and there are protuberances or extensions into the pulp, which are called as pulp horns. The second part of the pulp cavity, which extends into the root, is called as the radicular pulp, and it is seen within the root canals. Now, at the end of the root canals, that is towards the apex of the tooth root, we have 2 openings. Those are called the apical foramen. Now, the last part is of the pulp is that these apical foramen is can be having more number of canals. So these are called as accessory or lateral canal. So there can be more number of openings which are located at different locations on the tooth root. So these are the 4 parts: the crown having the coronal pulp, the root having the radicular pulp, the apex of the root having the apical foramen, and multiple additional canals which are called as accessory or lateral canals. To go a little more detail into each of these, the coronal pulp is located centrally in the crown of the tooth, and usually the shape of the coronal pulp resembles the shape of the tooth. That is, the outer surface of dentine is what it resembles. So for an anterior tooth, it resembles the shape of the anterior. For a posterior multicusp tooth, it resembles the shape of a molar or a premolar. There are six surfaces. The first is occlusal, second is the floor, then you have the mesial and the distal, the buccal and the lingual surfaces. And this pulp chamber, the coronal pulp, usually becomes smaller in size with age because of continued deposition of secondary dentin, which is usually seen on the floor and the roof part of the pulp chamber. The pulp horns are extensions which go into the cusp of the tooth, and usually the number of pulp horns corresponds with the number of cusps. Radicular pulp extends from the cervical region of the crown to the root apex. So for anterior teeth, there can be a single canal, and for posterior teeth, there can be multiple canals. These radicular pulp can vary in size, shape, and number, and it is usually continuous with the periapical tissues through the apical foramen. The apical foramen is seen at the tip of the root. So it is at the root apex that can vary in location, size, and number. The average size for the maxillary is slightly larger than for mandibular at 0.4 and 0.3 millimeters. And the apical foramen, as the root is getting completed, it is usually wider in a young tooth, but as age advances, it becomes narrower because of continued deposition of cementum. Location and shape can also undergo changes as a result of different functional influences, which means that if there is any displacement of the tooth, there can be a deposition of cementum, which can result in a slight shift in the location of the apical foramen. The presence of multiple additional canals may also be seen, and these are called as accessory canals or lateral canals. Please note, this has been asked as a short note question by the university. And accessory canals or lateral canals are extra canals which are seen in root dentin. These can be seen anywhere along the length of the root, but they are most numerous in the apical 1/3 of the root, and they provide a means of communication between the radicular pulp and the periodontal tissues. The number of accessory canals usually diminishes with age, and the mechanism of formation of lateral or accessory canals is thought to be two mechanisms. First one, possibly due to premature loss of Herdwig's epithelial root sheath, and the second is possibly when the developing root during root formation, if it encounters a blood vessel, it can form around it, and that can result in an opening, which is the lateral canal. So what is the significance of these accessory or lateral canals with respect to your clinical aspect? First one is that it can cause pulpoperiodontal lesions. There can be, because of the communication between the pulp and the periodontal tissues, infection of any one can result in infection of the other. So pulpoperiodontal problems can arise. Second is a conventional RCT can fail because of the presence of significant accessory or lateral canals also. The next important part that we need to know about the pulp is the histology, which is also the microscopic structure of the pulp. Now, under the light microscope, 4 distinct zones are identified from the dentinal side. They are, the first is zone of the odontoblasts, the second is the cell-free zone of Weil, the third is cell-rich zone, and the last one is the core of the pulp. This is a histological picture showing the different zones. At the top left, you have the deep dark pink color is dentin with the dentinal tubules. There is a thin zone of predentin, which is lighter colored, and inner to that comes the pulpal layers, that is the layer of the odontoblast, the cell-free zone, the cell-rich zone, and the inner pulp core. Here is a brief description about what are the salient points of each of these zones. The odontoblastic zone lines the inner aspect, that is it is seen on the just inside the dentinal surface. So it is seen inner to the predentin and it lines the outer pulpal wall. It consists of cell bodies of the odontoblast. Please note, only the cell bodies are there. The processes go extend into dentin. So this contains the cell bodies of the odontoblast and it is seen as a continuous row near the dentinal end of the pulp. Now in the crown, sometimes due to crowding, there can be a slight palisade effect where it seems to be 2 or 3 layers of cells, and this is due to crowding of the odontoblast in the coronal portion of the pulp. The second zone is the cell-free zone, also called as a zone of Weil or the subodontoblastic layer. Now, zone of Weil is another question which has come as a short note. And this can be described as a zone which lies just beneath the odontoblastic zone. It is more prominent in the coronal pulp. This area is, as the name says, it is cell-free. So it is devoid of cells and instead it contains a rich network of nerve fibers, which is called as the subodontoblastic plexus of Rashko. Now, this cell-free zone is usually not seen in young teeth. So there are certain concepts which say that it is possibly an artifact. The cell-rich zone is the third zone, and this is situated just below the cell-free zone. This is a narrow zone with increased density of cells and having a rich capillary network. This is also, again, more prominent in the coronal pulp, and it consists of all the other cells other than the odontoblast. So we have the fibroblasts, the undifferentiated mesenchymal cells, the defense cells, and also a number of fibers, the collagen fibers of the pulp. The central portion, which contains the large nerves and the blood vessel trunks, is called as the pulp core. This is located right in the center of the coronal as well as the radicular pulp. So this is a brief overview of the microscopic zones or the histological structure in pulp. Now we need to look into detail on the cells that are seen in the pulp, the histology of the pulp. So when we look at the pulp, we have seen already 4 zones. Next, we need to see what are the components which make up these zones. So we have mainly 3 components: the cells, the extracellular matrix, and the large vessels and nerves. So the cells of the pulp is what we'll be looking at first, and the most prominent or distinctive cell is the odontoblast, which is seen in the odontoblastic zone of the pulp. The second are the fibroblasts. These are important because they are the most numerous. They make up the connective tissue, and so they are the most numerous cell that is seen in the pulp. So the odontoblast is the most prominent or distinctive cell in the pulp because it is very large and visible also. And the fibroblast is the most numerous. The other cells which make up the pulp include the defense cells. Those are the immunocompetent cells. Then you have the undifferentiated mesenchymal cells, which provide a pool for regenerating cells. And the additional one more is the presence of pulp stem cells. We know that with stem cell therapy and with stem cell research, the pulp has been identified as a potential source for stem cells. So there are also pulp stem cells, which we include in this list of cells within the pulp. Coming to the extracellular matrix. So other than the cells, what does the matrix contain? It contains fibers. The main fiber component is collagen. And additional to that, we have the ground substance, which is made up of glycosaminoglycans and proteoglycans. And the last component is the larger blood vessels and the nerves within the pulp. Now, we need to also look a little bit into detail about the cells, especially the odontoblasts. Now, as I already mentioned, the odontoblast is seen in the odontogenic zone. This is the most prominent or the distinctive cell in the pulp because it is quite large and it can be easily seen under the histological appearance. The appearance is distinctive. The location of the odontoblast is adjacent to the predentin in the odontogenic zone of the pulp. The cell bodies lie in the pulp and cell processes are in the dentinal tubules. And the number of odontoblasts usually correspond with the number of dentinal tubules. Coming to the morphology of the odontoblast, what is the shape? How does it look? The morphology of the odontoblast is seen as a columnar cell. A columnar cell, which is about 5 to 7 micron meters in diameter, and the size is between 25 to 50 or a little more. So approximately 50 micron meters in length is the height of the odontoblast. Now, the size can vary in different regions of the tooth. For example, it is tall columnar in the pulp chamber, that is within the radicular or the crown portion. It is more cuboidal in the root, and it tends to be ovoid or flattened in the root apex. The active odontoblast morphology and the number of organelles also vary with the functional activity of the cell. So depending on the functional state, there can be changes. And all of these odontoblasts are usually linked or connected by junctions, cell junctions, which include gap junctions, tight junctions, and desmosomes. The odontoblast cell is within the pulp, while the process extends within the dentinal tubule, and it will be rich in the cytoskeletal components. So this is an image which shows the prominent large odontoblasts which appear columnar. These lie within the odontoblastic layer of the pulp, while the tubules are seen extending into the dentinal tubule. The odontoblast, as I mentioned, has the shape can vary a little bit also based on the functional stage at what is the activity level of the odontoblast. So two main stages are seen under the light microscope, while one more stage has been identified under the electron microscope. So we need to know about there are 3 stages: the active and the resting, and between the two we have the intermediate stage. I'll just briefly describe what we see in the active odontoblast. The active odontoblast is also the secretory cell. So this has a basally placed nucleus, that is, a nucleus is right at the base. The organelles are very prominent. In any active synthetic cell, the organelles which are increased in number for protein production would be the endoplasmic reticulum, a well-developed Golgi, and the presence of numerous mitochondria for power. Additional to this, because it is a secreting cell, it also has numerous secretory granules. So this is the appearance of an active odontoblast. When we come to the resting cell, the number of cell organelles decreases. The presence of all the Golgi, the endoplasmic reticulum, the mitochondria all come down. And instead of secretory granules, there may be some vacuoles, which may be seen within the within the resting odontoblast. Coming to the life cycle of the odontoblast, how long does an odontoblast survive? So usually it depends on the length of the lifespan of the viable tooth. The second cell that we need to know about within the histology of the pulp is the fibroblast. This is the most numerous cell type in the pulp. It is seen abundantly in the cell-rich zone. It is seen more in the coronal pulp. It is numerous in young teeth and it decreases with age. And the function is that helps in synthesis, maintenance, and degradation of the pulp matrix comprising of both collagen fibers and the ground substance. Now, there can be 2 appearances that we need to identify. This is based on the functional state of the fibroblast. An active cell will be plump and it is called as a fibroblast, while an inactive or resting cell or a quiescent cell is called as a fibrocyte. The fibroblast is young, having a plump fusiform or spindle shape with a prominent oval nucleus. There will be stellate processes with it has a stellate appearance because of the presence of extensive processes, and these tend to be more numerous in a young pulp. Coming to the fibrocyte, this is usually seen in the older or matured pulp, which has a flattened or quite a spindled appearance with very few cytoplasmic extensions and organelles. The undifferentiated mesenchymal cell are the primary cells which give rise to the young pulp. So obviously these undifferentiated cells will be more abundant in a young pulp, and they're usually seen again in the cell-rich zone and also throughout the pulp, and they tend to be associated with blood vessels also. The shape is polyhedral and they can have a large oval nucleus, and the undifferentiated mesenchymal cells of the pulp are said to be totipotent, and because they can give rise to other cells like odontoblast, fibroblast, as well as macrophage as the need arises. With age, the number of undifferentiated cells decreases, and this is why the regenerative potential of older pulp is less compared to younger pulp. There are other defense cells within the pulp. These include macrophages mainly, dendritic cells, and lymphocytes. Macrophages are phagocytic, while the dendritic cells are antigen-presenting cells, and we also have lymphocytes within the pulp. A little more in quick detail about the cells. Macrophages are usually large, oval, spindle-shaped, irregular cells with short and blunt processes, and they have clear cytoplasm with mitochondria, rough endoplasmic reticulum, and free ribosomes. The function of the macrophage is that they are scavenger cells, that is, they are phagocytic cells which help in elimination of dead cells. The dendritic cells are the antigen-presenting cells. They are found in and around the odontoblastic layer as well as in the cell-rich zone. These are not phagocytic and they have a role in immune response. They present the antigen to the T or the the T lymphocytes. The function is capture and presentation of antigen. Next, we come to the stem cells. The pulpal stem cells are, they have been isolated from both adult as well as deciduous teeth. Now, in the adult, they are called as the DPSC, that is dental pulp stem cells, and the stem cells from the deciduous teeth have been retrieved from exfoliated teeth. So this has been called as shed, human exfoliated deciduous teeth stem cells. These cells, their significance is that they can undergo proliferation and migrate to the site of injured odontoblasts, and they can produce dentin. And the pulpal stem cells are pluripotent. The next component seen in the histology of pulp is the pulp matrix. So we saw that the pulp has 4 zones. There are different types of cells and fibers, as well as large nerves and blood vessels. We have discussed the cells of the pulp, which included the odontoblast, the fibroblast, the defense cells, the stem cells, as well as the undifferentiated mesenchymal cells. Next, we are looking at the matrix or the intercellular substance. The extracellular component of the pulp, which is also called as the pulp matrix, consists of collagen fibers and ground substance. Now, the collagen fibers which make up the pulp have, typically they are type 1. They form the major bulk. About 55% of the fibers are type 1 collagen. Another 45% is made up of by the type 3 collagen. Now, these fibers usually have a characteristic cross striation at the rate of 64 nanometers or 640 Armstrong units, and they range in length from 10 to 100 nanometers. There are also smaller sized fibrillin fibers seen in young pulp. Of note is that elastic fibers are absent within the pulp. Coming to the ground substance, this is composed principally of glycosaminoglycans and glycoproteins and also components of water. The function of the ground substance is that it helps in the transport of nutrients and it provides a supporting media for the cells of the pulp, cells and the fibers of the pulp. Next, we move on to the blood vessels, which are seen in the pulp. These enter and exit the pulp by the apical and the accessory or lateral foramina. The blood vessels divide and they subdivide to form an extensive, very rich vascular or capillary network, and this is supplied by the superior and the inferior alveolar arteries. Now, the blood vessels show a decrease in the thickness of the wall once they enter the pulp, and we also have numerous anastomosing shunts of blood vessels. Now, an important question which has been asked previously as a short note is the pericyte. So what are pericytes? These are capillary associated fibroblasts, which are also seen in the pulp, and they are seen encircling the capillaries in the pulp. The peculiarity of the pericyte is that they have contractile properties and they are capable of reducing the size of the capillary lumen. The nucleus is seen as round or slightly oval bodies, which are seen very close to the outer surface of the terminal arterioles and capillaries. So where there is lack of a muscle wall, the contractile function is performed by the pericytes. So these are capillary associated fibroblasts, which are seen also within the pulp. Coming to the nerves, the dental pulp is very richly innervated. We know that even for dentin, the nerve supply is through the nerves which pass through the pulp. So dental pulp is richly innervated, and again, along with the blood vessels, the nerves also travel along with the blood vessels, and the sensory supply from the trigeminal nerve and the sympathetic branches from the superior cervical ganglion. Now, the nerves which enter the pulp through the apical foramen form of plexus. They within the cell-free zone, which is known as plexus of Raschkow. Please note, this has been asked as a short note question. So what is the plexus of Raschkow? It is the nerve bundles which enter through the apical foramen will form a plexus, a rich network of innervated plexus in the cell-free zone, which is known as the plexus of Raschkow. And then pulp nerves, usually, how do they terminate? How do they end? There are three possible mechanisms by which the nerves which enter the pulp terminate. First one is that the pulpal nerve ends below the odontoblast layer as a plexus of Raschkow, and it forms a synapse. A few others go up to the predentin and they loop backward. So some of them extend right up to the predentin. The third group, very few will extend even beyond the predentin and lie in close proximity with the odontoblastic process. So where they have special junctions along with the odontoblastic process. So three possible terminations for the nerves. Most of them lie below the odontoblast in the plexus of Raschkow. Others move up to the predentin, and even very fewer may lie in close proximity to the odontoblastic process. The cells in the nerves within the pulp are mainly myelinated A delta fibers, which cause sharp localized pain, while the non-myelinated fibers or C fibers are usually responsible for the dull pain. So we have both myelinated and non-myelinated fibers within the pulp, and the sharp localized pain is mainly by the A delta and the A beta fibers. The next major section we need to look at is the functions of the pulp. There are 5 major functions. That is the inductive, formative, nutritive, protective, and defense or reparative. This has also been asked as a short essay question. So you need to, more than enumerate, you also need to briefly describe about each of these functions. So what is the inductive function? The inductive function is when the cells of the pulp, the dental papilla, as we said, is the pulp annelage. These interact with the oral ectoderm and leads to differentiation of dental lamina and enamel organ formation. So basically, this is also part of the reciprocal induction resulting in tooth development. So it interacts with the oral ectoderm to give rise to the tooth structure. So that is the inductive role of dental papilla. The second is formative. We know that the first hard tissue to form is dentin. So the pulpal odontoblasts, they develop the organic matrix and they also help in formation of dentin. So their formative role is in the formation of dentin. The third function of the pulp is nutritive. The pulp nourishes the dentin and through the odontoblast and the processes, and also through the vascular system. So two methods, the odontoblastic process also contributes, the odontoblast and the cell process, as well as the vascular network of the pulp. The protective function of the pulp is related to its sensory function. So the nerve fibers, sensory nerve fibers can detect and respond to stimuli, usually pressure, temperature, and this has a protective response. Defense role is that it responds to it. So once it can detect some kind of stimulus, this will respond. How does it respond? Mainly three ways. It can produce reparative dentin or tertiary dentin. Second, it can cause a blocking. It can block off the dentinal tubules to prevent further injury. That's called as dentinal sclerosis. And the pulp can also host a inflammatory and an immune response as a defensive mechanism. The last major section here is the age changes within the pulp. The pulp undergoes, as any other tissue, this also shows certain distinctive changes with age. And in this section, the most frequently asked question is regarding pulp stones and calcifications. So pulp stones are definitely seen as an age change in the pulp. The other findings that we have in the aging pulp is that the number of cells reduces. So reduced cellularity, when the cells come down, fibers are seen more. So fibrosis, increase in fibrosis, reduced cellularity, reduced volume. What does that mean? The size of the pulp tends to recede. So pulp recession is there. Why does this happen? It usually happens because there is continued deposition of dentin, secondary dentin, in the floor as well as the roof of the pulp chamber. So because of that, the volume of the pulp also decreases. There will be reduced vascularity, reduced sensitivity because the nerves are also less, and reduced healing potential because the undifferentiated mesenchymal cells will reduce in number with age. So these are the additional ones. So reduced cellularity, increase in fibrosis, reduced volume, reduced vascularity, reduced sensitivity, and reduced healing potential. Now, the presence of pulp stones is something that you're all familiar with. These have been seen in more frequency also in the aging pulp. So this has been asked several times in the university as either a short essay question, a short essay or a brief note question, or for either 3 marks or 5 marks. That is very frequently asked. So please do not skip this section. Pulp stones or denticles are calcified masses which can be seen either in the crown or the root portion of the pulp. They can be classified or categorized based on the structure as true and false denticles and based on the relation to the dentine of the tooth. So where does it lie in the pulp? Based on that, it is free, attached, or embedded. These are usually seen more in the pulp chamber orifice and within the root canals. So the first one is the true pulp stone. The true pulp stone contains dentinal tubules and is surrounded by cells resembling odontoblasts. These are quite rare. The true pulp stone having dentinal tubules and surrounded by odontoblasts is rare. And if present, it is usually seen close to the apical foramen or in the root canal systems. Now, the development of the true pulp stone is thought to be because of inclusion of remnants of the epithelial root sheath within the pulp. The second type of pulp stone is the false pulp stone. Here, this is formed not by dentin, but by concentric layers of mineralized tissue, which are seen forming around in a concentric manner around blood thrombi or a phlebolith, dying or dead cells or collagen fibers. Please note this is seen around any dead or degenerating tissues. So around the thrombi, dying or dead cells, or around degenerated collagen fibers. The other types of second type of classification is where the pulp stone lies within the pulp. And based on this, it gets free, attached, and embedded. The free pulp stones are seen free in the pulp and is not attached to the dentin. So that is the image that we are seeing here. It is completely free within the pulp and it is a free pulp stone. Now, most of the pulp stones usually start off as free pulp stones, but later there will be continued deposition of dentin, and then they can become attached, and even later they become fully embedded in the dentin. So attached pulp stones will be attached to the dentinal walls, and these are the common type because that is the stage at which we tend to see them or clinically encounter them. Embedded pulp stones have been completely surrounded by dentin, and that is the a sequence in the formation of these structures. The next type of calcification are called as diffuse calcifications. So previously we saw that there are true pulp stones which have dentin and odontoblasts in the periphery. There are false pulp stones which are made up of concentric calcifications, and the third type is another type is diffuse calcifications which don't have any concentric pattern. They are usually seen as linear strands or columns of calcification which lie parallel with the blood vessels or the nerves. And this is more common in the radicular pulp. The clinical significance. So how are these pulp stones and calcifications significant to us? Usually, even if these calcifications are there, the tooth will be vital. Sometimes the patient may give a complaint of mild pain, and they can cause difficulty in extirpating the pulp during RCT. During the RCT procedure, difficulty may be encountered. Another age change that is seen is fibrosis, increase in fibers. Young pulp is very cellular, fibroblasts are more, and the fibers are less, while in the older pulp, fibroblasts are less, and the fibers tend to be so more fibers and the thick bundles. And it is of clinical significance that these fibers tend to be more in the root dentin. So in the closer to the apical foramen in the root canals, the fibers are more, and this is useful because during RCT procedures, by engaging right at the root, the radicular pulp, it is easier to extirpate because of increase in fibers. Now, that brings us to the end of the chapter on the pulp, the theory portion, and I've just compiled the questions that have been asked. The short note questions for 5 mark are usually histology of pulp. If when asked for 5 marks, you have to describe the 4 zones and at least and enumerate the cells and what are the fibers ideally. Histological zones of pulp. If this is asked, you can restrict your answer to what are the 4 zones. Describe each of the zones in detail. Please add a histopathological diagram also, because for 5 mark questions, preferably, whenever possible, you need to add the diagram also. So write about the 4 zones, name the 4 zones, write about them in detail, and also add a diagram. The third way in which the same thing can be asked is structure of pulp. So when asked about structure of pulp, you can briefly mention the anatomy, very briefly mention the anatomy, then move on to the histological structure. That is the 4 zones, the cells and the fibers and the nerves and blood vessels. That is again for 5 marks. Pulp stones, if asked, what we have described right now. Functions of pulp, the 5 functions: inductive, formative, and nutritive, sensory, and protective functions have to be written about in detail. Cellular elements of the pulp. This is another question which was asked. So in this question, you have to describe in detail about the cells. So the cells which are seen are the odontoblasts, the fibroblasts, and all that we have already mentioned. You have to describe in detail about odontoblast and the fibroblast and each one, if possible, with the diagram. So if a question is asked for 5 marks, please go along with the diagram. The 3 mark questions or brief note or short note, 3 mark questions include age changes in pulp, functions of pulp, accessory canals, zone of wheel, odontoblast, pericyte, and plexus of Rashko. Now, in this presentation, I've also briefly covered on all of these. The additional question which is asked, the last two have been asked a little less, once or twice, but they are also possible questions which can come. So I'd like to wish you all the very best for your upcoming exams. All the very best. Once again, I thank Dr. Deepu George Matthew, Head of the Department of Oral Pathology, for giving me this opportunity. And I hope this has been a useful session for all. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we are moving on to the next speaker for the day, Dr. Vindhya Savitri, who will be talking on PDL and Cementum complex. Dr. Vindhya is an additional professor in the Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Pathology and Microbiology at Amrita School of Dentistry. She did her graduation and post-graduation from GDC Calicut. She has had undergraduate and postgraduate teaching experience of more than 18 years. She has more than 25 national and international presentations, and she has won the Best Paper Prize and the first prize in quiz at national level. She has previously worked in Anu Dental College, Muatura from 2005 to 2010 and has been associated with Amrita School of Dentistry from 2010 till present. We welcome you, ma'am, and over to you.
Warm regards to everyone. Today I'm here to discuss with you the complex of periodontal ligament, cementum, and alveolar bone. First, we will talk about cementum. Now, cementum, the important questions in cementum include the various types of cementum, the classification of cementum, the cementogenesis, the cemento-enamel junction, and the other, that is the functions of cementum, etc. So I'll try to include all of these when discussing briefly about cementum. Now, classification of cementum can be depending on three bases. That is, the first is the presence or absence of cells, that is intracellular or acellular cementum. Second is according to the nature and origin of the organic matrix within the cementum. It can be intrinsic fiber cementum or extrinsic fiber cementum. And the third classification is a combination of both the above two. That is acellular extrinsic fiber or acellular intrinsic fiber, cellular extrinsic or cellular intrinsic, and mixed fiber cementum. So to understand the classification, or rather to understand how the combination of classifications occurs, or how to understand how the intrinsic and extrinsic fibers come into being, it is very important for us to understand how cementum forms. As we all know, cementum is the outermost covering of the root. That is, it's a thin layer which covers the root surface. So from where does cementum start, or how does it form? The Hertwig's epithelial root sheath arises by the proliferation of the cervical lobe after the crown is complete. So the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath contains only the outer and the inner enamel epithelium, and the outer enamel epithelium is adjacent to the dental follicle, whereas inner enamel epithelium is enclosing the dental papilla within. Once the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath and the epithelial diaphragm are formed, the odontoblast, they derive from the progenitor cells of the dental papilla. They come close to the inner enamel epithelium and they start laying down radicular dentine or root dentine. The initial few layers, that is about 10 microns of the first formed dentine, doesn't contain the odontoblast process, and hence naturally it will not have the dentinal tubules. So it appears structureless or glass-like in slides, and that is known as the hyaline layer of Copwell-Smith. Now, after the first 10 microns are formed, the next layer continues to form, but there you have the dentinal tubules also being laid down around the odontoblast process, which is left behind. What is notable is under polarized light, that is what we can distinguish is the presence of the collagen fibers within the dentine, which have been laid down perpendicular to the root surface in the initial layer. After the outermost layer, then the dentine, the collagen fibers are laid parallel to the surface. Now, the first layer of dentine undergoes delayed mineralization. So once the dentine is formed, the Herpes epithelial root sheath starts disintegrating and cells from the dental follicle come to lie close or adjacent to the formed radicular dentine, that is the outermost layer of dentine, which is unmineralized. The cementoblasts and the fibroblasts from the dental follicle are seen adjacent to the formed dentine. And the outermost layer, that is a cementoblast adjacent to the radicular dentine, start laying down cementum, that is the organic matrix of cementum, which contains the collagen fibers. As soon as a small amount or a few microns of this first initial cementum is formed, the adjacent layer of cementum, into the adjacent layer of cementum which is being formed, the fibroblasts of the periodontal ligament are also being formed adjacent to it. So this is the, as you can see, the cervical portion of the formed tooth, where we have the herpes epithelial root sheath, the inner pulp, the dental papilla with the odontoblast, the outer layer containing the cementoblasts and some of the periodontal ligament being formed. And as you can see here, there also you can see how the herpes epithelial root sheath is present, and the horizontal bend portion is you have the cervical, you have the diaphragm which is near the apex of the root. So the primary cementum, as I said, it forms adjacent to the hyaline layer. The collagen fibrils are there. They intermingle with the fibers of the hyaline layer. Since the outermost layer of dentine, it undergoes delayed mineralization, that is from the layer beneath the 10 microns, there only the mineralization starts. It proceeds inwards and it also proceeds outwards. So when the outermost layer of the hyaline layer or the outermost layer of dentine mineralizes, the cementum also starts mineralizing along with this, and the periodontal ligament fibers which are being inserted or they have been formed adjacent to the fibers of the first formed cementum, they also get integrated into the forming cementum. Since the initial layer of cementum just contains only the fibers from the cementoblast, the first formed cementum, which is about 10 microns, is primary intrinsic fiber cementum. And the next, the other layers which are being formed after the first 10 microns, there the collagen fibers of the periodontal ligament are also being laid down along with the collagen fibers from the cementoblast, and hence there is a strong attachment of the periodontal ligament fibers, and after the 10 microns, the rest of the cementum contains extrinsic fibers from the periodontal ligament, and hence the majority of the first formed cementum, as we all know, the primary cementum, the cementum which is formed initially is primary extrinsic fiber cementum. And this cementum is formed very slowly and evenly in thickness at a rate of 2 to 2.5 microns per year. And because of this slow rate of formation, the cementoblasts lay down the cementum and they are able to recede outwards. And mineralization in dentine follows into the mineralization of cementum. The fibroblasts of the periodontal ligament have a rich source of alkaline phosphatase, which helps in the mineralization. And because the mineralization is very, very slow, the formation of cementum is very slow and mineralization is slow, there is no pre-cementum which is formed, or cementoid or pre-cementum is absent in the first formed cementum. The first formed cementum is the primary cementum, the cementum which is formed before tooth eruption, and this covers the primary cementum covers 2/3 of the root. So this is the area from where I was talking about, and in the second picture also you can see the odontoblast and the outer layers, all the cells which are seen. So we have 3 sets of cells in the periodontal, the dental follicle, that is the cementoblast, which are adjacent to the the root or the hurtful epithelial root sheath. Then you have the fibroblast cells adjacent to that, which is responsible for formation of periodontal ligament. And then you have the osteoblasts, which are responsible for formation of the alveolar bone. Now, so the primary cementum, which is basically more of, which is extrinsic fiber cementum, or majority of it is extrinsic fiber cementum, is basically acellular. So if you have understood how the primary cementum forms, then I'm sure you'll be able to now grasp how it is acellular because of the slow rate of formation, and also how it is, majority of it is extrinsic fiber. Now compare it with the secondary cementum. Secondary cementum is the cementum which is formed after the tooth eruption. That is, as you all know, about 2 to 3 years it takes for the root formation to be completed after tooth eruption. So that the cementum which is formed during that time is the secondary cementum. And this cementum is, as of course, it's in the apical part of the tooth, and also that is in the root portion and the apex of the root and in the furcation area. Now here, in contrast to the primary cementum, the cementum forms at a very fast rate, and the cementoblasts are thought to be slightly phenotypically different from the cells which form the primary cementum. They contain more cellular content and they secrete a lot of collagen. And hence, these cementoblasts, they secrete collagen fibers at the root apex, and these fibers seem to be oriented parallel to the root surface. And the rate of formation of secondary cementum is very fast compared to that of the primary cementum. Since it's a very fast rate, the mineralization cannot catch up or cope up with the formation of cementoid. Always an layer of unmineralized pre-cementum, or it's also known as cementoid, about 5 microns in thickness, is seen on the surface of cementum. And the mineralization will later on catch up in a linear manner. Now, also the cementocytes, they, unlike the cementoblasts in the primary cementum, here the cementoblasts, they secrete cementum in a multipolar direction. That is, they secrete cementum all around it and they become entrapped within the formed matrix. And ultimately, you can see entrapped cells within the cementum, that is the secondary cementum, and these cells then later on become non-functional and they are known as cementocytes. Naturally, because the rate of formation is very fast, the incremental lines are widely placed and they are not very regular. So the secondary cementum compared to the primary cementum occurs or is laid down in a very fast manner. The cells produce cementum in a multipolar direction and hence become incorporated within the cementum, and the mineralization of secondary cementum does not catch up with the formation of cementum, and always you get a layer of cementoid or pre-cementum on the surface of forming secondary cementum. And compared to the collagen fibers, when compared to the primary cementum, here the more of intrinsic fibers, that is fibers, collagen fibers, which are secreted by the cementoblasts themselves are present more than the fibers from the periodontal ligament. Hence, the secondary cementum does not have much of a supportive role as compared to the primary cementum, even though there are areas where we can get fibers. So this is the how the cementoblasts come in, and how the cementoblasts becoming entrapped within the formed cementum, and later on they are known as cementocytes. They're seen in such lacunae with canaliculi, small projections by which they can communicate to the outside for nutrition. Now, even though the second formed cementum or the secondary cementum is cellular, and most of it is intrinsic fibers, there are areas where you can get both intrinsic and extrinsic fibers, especially in the apical and the furcation area where you need attachment. And when you have alternate layers of extrinsic and intrinsic fibers, it is known as cellular mixed stratified cementum. There's another area, there is another type of intermingling of these fibers, that is where the cellular intrinsic fiber cementum gives attachment to the extrinsic fibers. That is, unlike alternating layers, here you have the intrinsic fiber cementum giving attachment. So intrinsic fiber cementum is inside, and outside you have attachment of extrinsic fiber. That is known as cellular mixed fiber cementum. And how can you distinguish both? It's not possible with light microscope, with the polarized micro and the advanced microscopic techniques. You can see that the alignment of the fibers, the collagen fibers, are different. Do you remember? Extrinsic fibers are coming from the periodontal ligament, whereas the intrinsic fibers are from the cementoblasts themselves. So the extrinsic fibers, periodontal ligament is usually perpendicular to the root surface, whereas the intrinsic fibers are placed parallel to the root surface, and that's how they are distinguishable from each other. Now, in addition to the collagen fibers, which I've been mentioning, and later on the mineralization occurring, there are other proteins also, non-collagenous proteins like bone sallow protein, osteopontin, which are secreted by cementoblasts. The exact function is not known, but they may be involved in chemoattraction, cell attachment, cell differentiation, etc. for the cells of the cementum. Now, in addition to the different acellular and the cellular intrinsic fiber and extrinsic fiber cementum, which I mentioned, there's one special type of cementum, which is the acellular afibrillar cementum. And this is, that is, as the name indicates, there is no cells, but there is no fibrils also. And where is it seen? It is seen at the cemento-enamel junction. It's a thin layer of enamel, thin layer over the enamel at the cervical margin. Here, when the cementum forms, naturally the crown is formed first and then the root forms. So the reduced enamel epithelium, which protects the root, the crown portion, gets detached at the cervical area, and the follicle comes in contact with the enamel, and cementoblasts are formed, and they secrete a special type of afibrillar matrix which calcifies. So not much of collagen fibers are seen, and is rather sparse in nature. Rather than collagen fibers, it's more of well mineralized ground substance, and maybe and it is not exactly known, but it could be of epithelial origin. And this thin acellular layer covers the cervical enamel. And so that is the acellular afibrillar cementum. Now, coming to the incremental lines. Incremental lines are denote annual deposition, or not exactly annual, but deposition of the any mineralized material in a rhythmic manner. So now cementum, if you look at the formation of cementum is in two folds. The primary cementum forms in one way, the secondary cementum forms in another way. So naturally, the rhythmicity of cementum or deposition of cementum is different in primary and secondary cementum. So naturally, the incremental lines in acellular and cellular cementum is different. So in acellular cementum, because it's a very slow formation and in even regular formation, the incremental lines are closer to each other, they are thinner and they are even. Whereas in the cellular cementum, they are more apart, they are thicker and more irregular. Basically, the periodicity of incremental lines is not known, unlike the other heart tissues, and these incremental lines known as incremental lines of Salter. So here we can appreciate the acellular cementum, where you have the small incremental lines which are placed regularly and close to each other. Whereas in the cellular cementum, even though cells are not seen here, but you can see the irregularity and the uneven thickness compared to acellular. Now, cementocytes are seen in the cellular cementum, as the name indicates. They occupy spaces in the lacunae with processes going along the canaliculi, and these adjacent canaliculi are interconnected, but they are more randomly dispersed and widely dispersed and randomly arranged than osteocytes. So osteocytes are one other cell which are also seen in lacunae in heart tissue. In the bone, you get to see osteocytes within lacunae. So a very similar type of arrangement is seen in cementum, where cementocytes are seen. But unlike the osteocytes here, they are more randomly arranged and more widely dispersed. But the canaliculi and lacunae are similar. However, there's a difference in the cementum. The canaliculi are all oriented towards the outer surface. As you can see here, these small dots or these small black dots indicates the cellular cementum, and you can see here. The canaliculi are this kind of spider web kind of feature you can see here. The canaliculi seem to be all oriented towards one direction. And this direction is usually the periodontal ligament space, because the source of nutrition, cementum, is avascular. So these cells are not dead. They are inactive, but they are not exactly dead. So they need some nutrition, and they derive the nutrition from the blood vessels of the periodontal ligament, and hence they are oriented outwards. And this is again a comparison with osteocytes. In bone, bone is a vascular tissue. You have blood vessels coursing through it. So there is no need for any particular arrangement for the canaliculi of osteocytes compared to that of cementocytes. So now, after understanding the cementogenesis, now when we come back to the structure of cementum, acellular and cellular cementum. So what we have learned, we are revising once again. So acellular cementum is the primary cementum which occupies the cervical 2/3 of the root. That is, the first formed root is covered by primary cementum, and it is basically acellular cementum. Appears relatively structured rate, slow rate of formation, does not contain any cells. Whereas the cellular cementum is seen in the apical area and also areas over acellular cementum. It is formed later, and hence it's known as secondary cementum. The formative cells are embedded and they are known as cementocytes, and the cells are becoming embedded because of the fast rate of formation. So this is how we can compare between acellular cementum and cellular cementum. The location, how it looks like, the absence and presence of cells, the regular arrangement, even formation, the uneven formation, and the presence of cells demarcate acellular and cellular cementum. So with light microscopy, and that is what is in our labs, when we see through the light microscope, what we can appreciate is basically acellular cementum at the cervical 2/3 of the root and a cellular cementum at the apical portion of the root. Now coming to the nature and origin of organic matter. The second classification of cementum is based upon the nature and origin of the organic matrix. And as you must have understood, the organic matrix carries collagen fibers, basically collagen fibers, and derived from two sources, either from the cementum itself, that is from the cementoblast, or it could be from the periodontal ligament. From the periodontal ligament, if the collagen fibers are from the periodontal ligament, they are extrinsic fibers. And if it is derived from the cementoblast, then they are the intrinsic fibers. The orientation is different. The intrinsic fibers run parallel to the root, whereas extrinsic fibers are perpendicular to the root surface. And when both are present, you call. So when you have extrinsic fibers, you call it as an extrinsic fiber. And when you have the intrinsic fibers, you call it an intrinsic fiber cementum. When both are present, it could be a stratified fiber cementum or a mixed fiber cementum. Now, Sharpey's fibers, what are these? These are the embedded portion of the periodontal ligament fibers into the cementum and alveolar pole. More of that will be discussed when we discuss about the periodontal ligament. So the next third classification is based on is a combination of both. And if you take both the presence and absence of cells and the fibers, if you take this into account, what you'll find is that though you can have a lot of combinations, the majority of the fibers, if you take, or the majority of the cementum is either acellular extrinsic fiber cementum or cellular intrinsic fiber cementum. That is, acellular extrinsic fiber cementum is the primary cementum, whereas the cellular intrinsic fiber cementum is the secondary cementum. That is, in the primary cementum, it is basically acellular, and the extrinsic fiber is more in comparison to the intrinsic fiber areas. Whereas in the in the secondary cementum, it is basically cellular, and here more areas are having intrinsic fibers. So coming back, if you look at the acellular extrinsic fiber cementum, again, it is the primary cementum, and what we have discussed previously, cervical area forming the bulk of some of the teeth. It's first formed, slowly formed, thickness of approximately 15 microns. It's the root surface of the root is smooth. These fibers are well mineralized, and sometimes if unmineralized areas are there, they can be seen as thin black lines, and you have Sharpey's fibers, and the ground substance is, however, from the cementoblast. Whereas the cellular intrinsic fiber cementum has intrinsic fibers running parallel to the root surface. It does not have much role in the tooth attachment, can be found in areas in patches at the apical areas, and sometimes it can be temporary if it is later covered by extrinsic fibers. And it corresponds to the secondary cementum. And it is cellular basically because of the rapid rate of formation. And some very rarely, sometimes secondary cementum areas, you may get a very slow formation, and then it can be acellular in nature. Now, in the root apex and in the furcation area, both the acellular and the extrinsic fiber and the intrinsic fibers may be seen in alternating layers. That is the mixed stratified cementum. And as I discussed previously, mixed fiber cementum is when both are present. That is, one is intrinsic fibers are there, the intrinsic fiber cementum is there, and the extrinsic fiber cementum is laid on top of the extrinsic fibers. So there again, the collagen fiber bundles are different. The shape is different. The diameter of both are different. Extrinsic are the smaller in diameter, whereas is bigger in diameter, whereas the intrinsic are smaller in diameter. Now, usually what we find is that the acellular extrinsic fiber cementum or the acellular cementum is well mineralized compared to the secondary cellular cementum. Now, coming to the cement, another important topic in cementum is cemento-enamel junction. That is the relationship between the cementum and the enamel at the cervical area. And this is variable. What you find is the enamel forms first, that is the crown is formed and then the root formation occurs. So in majority of cases, you find is cementum overlapping the enamel, that is in 60% of cases. Whereas in 30%, the cementum enamel meet at a sharp line. And in 10% of cases, there is a gap between the cementum and enamel, leaving the dentine exposed. Now, this is how it is. The percentages are how it is seen in the permanent tooth. Now, it may be different in different teeth in the same the cavity. It is not necessary that all the teeth in the oral cavity have the same type of cemento-enamel junction. And in deciduous teeth, it is found that the edge to edge or the knife edge or the butt junction is more common than the overlap. So in the first two pictures, you can see that the cementum is slowly overlapping over the enamel. And here also you can appreciate the cementum. You can see the dentinal tubules here. In the second picture, that is in this third picture here, but which is denoted as 2, you can see that the cementum and enamel meet at a very sharp junction. And in the third one, you find that an area of dentine is exposed, leaving because the enamel and cementum are further apart. There is a small gap where there is no cementum or no enamel. Coming to the functions of cementum. So the primary function of cementum is anchorage or the attachment of the periodontal ligament fibers. And since the periodontal ligament fibers are being formed or attached to the forming cementum and later on mineralization happens together, the collagen fibers of the periodontal ligament become deeply embedded into the formed cementum, providing efficient anchorage for the tooth. Now, second function is adaptation. That is, according to the needs of the oral cavity, in the sense that how the functional needs of an individual, there can be adaptation of the cementum. Unlike enamel, which cannot be formed later on, cementum forming cells, the cementoblasts are still there. The progenitor cells for cementum are still there in the periodontal ligament, and they can lay down cementum and adapt to the requirement of the oral cavity or requirement of the teeth, because it can be an adaptation towards the masticatory forces due to some traumatic forces. And in the same way, repair of cementum is also possible. Either it could be a functional repair or an anatomic repair. Anatomic repair is forming if there is a fracture or there is some trauma to the root, there can be repair, and the repair can be in an anatomic way of how the root was previously, or that is giving it back its anatomic form or it could be a functional repair where it becomes more of an adaptive process towards some trauma. Either it could be some either a traumatic occlusion or some other needs of the oral cavity. So a functional repair occurs which helps the tooth to adapt to the newer environment. The next topic in cementum is hypercementosis. As the name indicates, hyper. So excessive cementum deposition. This could be either generalized in the oral cavity in many tooth, multiple tooth, or it could be in one particular tooth. The etiology is usually could be an accelerated elongation of tooth because of a missing opposing tooth, or it could be because of inflammation around a tooth, maybe as part of a tooth repair. As I said earlier, the adaptation process can result in a hypercementosis. Then there's a disease, a bone disease called Page's disease, which is otherwise known as osteitis deformans. Here also you can get hypercementosis, and here what you find is generalized hypercementosis. So generalized hypercementosis is seen in Page's disease. Now, excementosis indicates small knob-like localized projections. And how do you identify that there is hypercementosis? Is it visible to us? No. If you look at an oral cavity, you will not be able to appreciate the presence of hypercementosis. And the patient may not be having any symptoms of it also. It could be an adaptive, as I said earlier, some trauma or some the masticatory forces. So it's an adaptive process here. So the patient may not be aware. But if radiographs are taken for some purpose, then you will find the presence of thickening and blunting of the root apex and the presence of excessive amount of cementum. As if you're familiar with the normal, then understanding the abnormal would be easy. Now, histologically, if you take the section, what you find is just excessive amount of secondary cementum, which is laid up in concentric layers. Now, this is something which we have already discussed, cementocytes and osteocytes. As I said, cementum and bone has a lot of similarities in the sense because of the inorganic, organic content is very similar. They are both vital tissues, and especially the very, very important topic for orthodontists during tooth movement is the cementocytes and osteocytes. The presence of vascularity in bone is what makes it more different from cementum, and also the presence of cementocytes and osteocytes also. Now, as discussed earlier, cementocytes are seen in only the acellular cementum. In the cellular cementum. So cementocytes are seen in cellular cementum at the apex of the root, whereas osteocytes are seen in bone all over in a regular arrangement. Both are seen in lacunae, but the shape of lacunae is different. In cementum, it is ovoid or tubular, whereas in the bone, it is more usually oval. The canaliculi are less complicated, sparse, and they're facing the periodontal ligament because for the nutrition in cementum, whereas in bone, what you find, or in the osteocytes, what you find that canaliculi are radiating, denser, and they are arranged in a complex network, and often they communicate with each other. And also you find that immunocytochemical studies have shown a difference in the chemical studies, that is fibromodal and lumicin. The cementocytes are positive, unlike osteocytes. So that sums up the cementum. Now, so as I've mentioned initially, I hope you'll be able to understand or grasp how the different ways of classification of cementum and how cementogenesis, the understanding or grasping the fundamental of cementogenesis can help you in understanding the classification and understanding the structure of cementum as such. Then you have cemento-enamel junction, which is again very important. Then the difference with the cementocytes and osteocytes, hypercementosis. Then there are a few viva questions also which can be asked. Any of these things, small questions can be asked as a viva. So whatever is there in italics, give significance to pictures in your textbooks, words which are in bold, words which are in italics, all those, give a little more attention, which should be very helpful for your exam. So the next topic in this presentation is periodontal ligament. Now, these are some of the questions which have been asked previously. The periodontal ligament, the cells in the periodontal ligament, the functions of periodontal ligament, the principal fibers of periodontal ligament, the intermediate plexus, the gingival group of fibers. Then you have again all the fibers, cementicles, etc. So periodontium. So what is periodontium? Periodontium is a structure which comprises of the supporting structure of the tooth. That is cementum. There are two hard tissues and two soft tissues. Cementum and alveolar bone are the two hard tissues, whereas periodontal ligament and the dentogingival junction, that is the lamina propria part of the gingiva, which is adjacent to the tooth. So those, the periodontal ligament and dentogingival junction are the two soft tissues. And so these four structures are the ones which support the tooth within the oral cavity. The periodontal ligament occupies the periodontal ligament space, and the width ranges from 0.15 to 0.3 millimeters. It is not evenly distributed. Rather, the periodontal ligament appears to be thinnest at the center, and hence it can be likened to having a hourglass shape. Now again, thickness decreases with the periodontal ligament. Thickness decreases with age, and basically, periodontal ligament contains, as the name indicates, it contains ligaments, that is the fibers and cells. So what are those? Then you have synthetic cells or forming cells, formative cells, then resorptive cells, progenitor cells, epithelial rest of molasses, and defense cells. Along with this, you can find cementicles or hard tissues. So the synthetic cells, first and foremost, osteoblasts. Now, some of this which we've already understood when we understood cementogenesis. So from the dental follicle, you have three types of cells, right? So the progenitor cells giving rise to three types of cells. The furthest away from the tooth surface is the osteoblast at the form which form the alveolar bone with a tall tooth socket. Now these are cuboidal in shape with prominent organelles. They contact each other through desmosomes. So you can here see the bone matrix is here, and you can see the cells lying on the surface of the bone, which are forming the bone. These are the osteoblasts. The synthetic cells basically are rich in the cellular organelles and the cellular contact, and they have a prominent nucleus, nucleoli, and all the organelles are rich because they are formative cells and they are easily discernible than the other cells. The second cell is the fibroblast. Now, these fibroblasts are the one of the predominant cells in the periodontal ligament, and developmentally it is seen that the fibroblasts near cementum are more from the ectomesenchyme, whereas those near the alveolar bone have a slightly different origin. They could be from the perivascular mesenchyme, but they are found at regular distribution throughout the long axis of the collagen fibers, and basically they are synthetic cells or they are formative cells for collagen fibers. They are fusiform in shape, large cells with extensive cytoplasm and abundant organelles. And the fibroblasts of periodontal ligament have cilia, but they're slightly different from the cilia seen in other cells. What are the function of fibroblast? Formation and remodeling of the periodontal ligament collagen fiber systems to maintain its width and thickness. So if needed, they have to form new collagen fibers. Produce structural connective tissue proteins, collagen, elastin, and other ground substance. Produce growth factors and cytokines. They also secrete collagenases and matrix metalloproteinases. They express alkaline phosphatase. Remember, alkaline phosphatase, which was required for cementum mineralization, was produced from the periodontal ligament fibers, that the fibroblasts of the produce the alkaline phosphatase. They help in attachment of fibronectin to the collagen fibers, and this helps in this is a very important process in tooth eruption. The fibronectin is the one which in the periodontal ligament traction theory, the fibronectin is the one which helps to produce the tractional forces, the contraction of these fibers. They act as a together. All the collagen fibers act together to for the eruption of the tooth. Now coming to cementoblasts. The cementoblasts, they originate from the dental follicles or from the Herdwick's epithelial root sheath. They are cuboidal cells with rich cytoplasm and organelles, and they actively lay down cementum, and we have already discussed these. Now coming to the resorptive cells, osteoclasts. Osteoclasts are cells which can, so these resorptive cells, naturally as the name indicates, these degrade any structure. So depending upon which cell it degrades. So osteoclasts resorb bone. They tend to be large and multinucleated. So physiologically, most usually cells are mononuclear. Physiologically, multinuclear is glass, but you can find a small mononucleated osteoclasts also, but majority of them they can be easily distinguishable because of the multinucleation. They occupy spaces, concave spaces on the surface of bone called Hauschip's lacunae. And that's how they are easily identified. Multinucleated cells seen in small concavities on the surface of bone. The plasma membrane adjacent to the bone shows characteristic ruffled borders which are clear zone, and they secrete acid phosphorate. So alkaline medium is necessary for, or acid medium. The alkaline medium is necessary for bone formation, whereas a acidic medium, decreased pH is required for decalcification or resorption. So this is acid phosphatase is there in the osteoclasts. Now fibroblasts are also resorptive cells, unlike the other two, the cementoblasts and osteoblasts. Fibroblasts have dual role of degradation, formation and degradation with the help of collagenesis enzymes, which can lyse collagen. Cementoblasts, they resemble osteoclasts. They basically have the same progenitor cells. They occasionally found in normal periodontal ligament as cementum. Pardon for the spelling mistake here. Normal periodontal ligament as cementum is not resorbed. Usually what you find is in orthodontic forces are the orthodontic treatment is possible because cementum is not as easily resorbed like bone. And that is mainly because cementoclasts are not seen as commonly as you would get osteoclasts. And that again, the reason for that is the absence of vascularity in the cementum. Because of the presence of vascularity in bone, the osteoclasts are easily procured into the bone and result in bone loss or bone resorption. Whereas in cementum, cementoblasts are not easily procured because of the absence of vascularity. You don't get cementoclast as you would get osteoclast. And hence, cementum resorption does not occur normal physiologic conditions. However, if excessive forces, orthodontic forces are put or created, then you would, of course, get resorption of cementum also. Now, coming to the progenitor cells. So, you have progenitor cells for all the synthetic cells within the periodontal ligament space, and they're usually seen adjacent to blood vessels. They are usually small. They're usually inactive cells, but when required, when there is some stimulating factors, they differentiate into the cells which are required and start the production of whatever synthetic material is required. So they are distinguished or they are identified because they express certain stem cell markers like STRO1 and CD146. Another important structure seen in the periodontal ligament space is the epithelial rests of molasses. Now, these are the epithelial cells which are remnants of the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath. During cementogenesis, that is during the root formation, after the formation of root dentine, the Hertwig's epithelial root sheath, which was initial framework, that starts disintegrating, allowing the dental follicle cells to come in contact with the surface of the formed root dentine. And these Hertwig's epithelial root sheath are usually degenerated fully, but some cells may persist as small networks, strands, or islands of tubules. And these are distinguished as cuboidal cells with dark stained nucleus and scanty cytoplasm. They become less in number as age advances. However, they are important because they sometimes proliferate to form cysts or tumors, or they can even undergo calcification. So this is our periodontal ligament, and you can see some. So this is the location of periodontal ligament, and you may find so if you look at this picture here, this is these strands of cells here, closely packed, few strands. There are 2 strands here. These are the epithelial rests of molasses. seen close to the, you see in the periodontal ligament space outside the cementum. The other cells are defense cells, the mast cells, macrophages, and eosinophils. Another important structure which is seen or sometimes can be seen is cementicles, nodular calcified deposits. Just like denticles or pulp stones, you may get calcified masses within the periodontal ligament, and they are known as cementicles. So coming to the fibers which are seen in the periodontal ligament. So the most important fiber is the collagen. Then in addition to collagen, you may have elastic fibers, reticular fibers, secondary fibers, and indifferent fiber plexus. So collagen fibers, basically you have type 1 collagen, 70% of it is type 1. Then you can have type 3, small amounts of type 5, 6, traces of type 4 and type 7. Basically, collagen fibers are a triple helix of tropocollagen molecules which form collagen fibrils, and again fibrils together form collagen bundles. And these, the collagen fibril diameter in the periodontal ligament is little different from the collagen fibril found in other areas. So it's basically 45 to 55 nanometer in diameter. And the collagen fibers bundles are gathered into bundles of approximately 5 microns in diameter to form the principal fibers of periodontal ligament. And there are 5 groups of cells: the alveolar crest group, the horizontal oblique, and the interradicular group. So this is how you would find the periodontal ligament around the tooth and how the different principal fibers are. So again, the alveolar crest was the one which is nearest the cervical region. Below that is the horizontal. Then you have the oblique. Apical, as the name indicates, is at the root apex, whereas the interradicular is seen in between the furcation in multi-rooted tooth. So alveolar crest group, they extend obliquely from the cementum to the alveolar crest and the adjacent. So they are seen at a higher level in the tooth and a lower level in the bone. They intermingle with the gingival fibers or the dentoperiosteal gingival fibers, and they resist tilting, intrusive, extrusive, and rotational forces. The horizontal group, here they are seen just beneath or just below the alveolar crest. They found apic, they have run at right angles to the long axis of tooth from cementum to alveolar bone. Seen in the coronal 1/4 of the periodontal ligament space, they resist horizontal and tipping forces. The oblique group are the most numerous group, and they occupy nearly 2/3 of the ligament. They inserted into the alveolar bone more, not coronally than cementum. That means coronally means they are at a higher level at the bone than at the tooth. They resist in vertical and intrusive forces. The apical group are seen from the cementum at the root tip. They radiate to the fundus. It's not a fungus, it's a fundus of the socket. And these are not seen on incompletely formed roots naturally because the root apex is not formed. They resist luxation. So if you remember our cementum, this could be the mixed fiber, stratified fiber, or the mixed fibers are the apical group. That is the mixed fiber cementum, cellular mixed fiber cementum. So the apical group is attached into that particular cementum. They resist luxation. Luxation is the extraction kind of forces, prevent tipping, and also they protect the blood vessels and the nerves at the root apex. Now the interradicular group will be found only in multi-rooted tooth. They inserted into the cementum from the crest of the interradicular septum, and they basically resist tipping, torquing, and luxation forces. So what is Sharpie's fibers? I mentioned Sharpie's fibers briefly earlier. Basically, they are the embedded portion of the periodontal ligament fibers either into the even the embedded portion of the periodontal ligament, it could be either into the alveolar bone or into the cementum. They are more numerous but smaller near the cementum than the bone. So they're seen at both the end. So if you remember the cementum formation, the ligament fibers were being attached as the cementum formed, and they become embedded and later on mineralized. Same thing happens in the alveolar bone also. So the alveolar bone facing the tooth socket contains a lot of fibers, or the bundles of fibers. So the mineralized parts, they can appear as projecting stubs covered with mineral clusters, and they mineralized at right angles to the long axis of the fibers. And what you find is Sharpie's fibers in the primary cementum are mineralized more fully, while the secondary cementum and the bone are mineralized partially at the periphery. So the mineralization of Sharpie's fibers is slightly different in the primary cementum and acellular cementum and alveolar bone. Now, intermediate plexus is something which was thought previously as an intermingling of the periodontal ligament fibers at the central area as they cross from the bone to the cementum. But now it is thought that it is rather artifactual and not an actual intermingling doesn't happen. And it is thought that each fiber crosses the entire width of the ligament. Other than collagen fibers, you have elastic fibers. Both mature elastic fibers and immature elastic fibers are seen in the periodontal ligament. Elastin is a mature elastic fiber seen in the walls of blood vessels, whereas immature fibers, there are two types, ileonin and oxytalin. Ileonin fibers are seen along with collagen fibers, and oxytalin fibers, they are seen in the walls of blood vessels. That is, they run in an axial direction. That is, they are seen as perpendicular to the principal fibers. So with one end in the bone or the cementum and the other end in the walls of blood vessels. But these are oxytalin fibers are the fibers which run perpendicular to the principal fibers of periodontal ligament. Now, the gingival group of fibers, they are not exactly in the periodontal ligament. They are very close to the periodontal ligament. And they're seen in the lamina propria of gingiva, and these act as accessory fibers for the periodontal ligament fibers. They serve to support the free gingiva. They bind the attached gingiva to the bone and tooth, and also link teeth with one another. And they basically comprise of dentogingival group, alveolar gingival group, circular group, and the dentoperiosteal. So as the name indicates, here you can see the dentoperiosteal from the tooth to the gingiva. Alveolar gingiva from the bone to the gingiva. Circular group, it circulates around each tooth. That is why you can just seeing a circle. It's when you section it, you can just see the cross section of the circular group of fibers. They run around the tooth. They are not attached to any hard tissue. And the dentoperiosteal, that is from the tooth to the bone. You can see from the tooth to the bone, you have the dentoperiosteal fibers. So these are accessory fibers which help the periodontal ligament fibers in supporting the tooth within the sockets. Coming to functions of periodontal ligament, supportive. Supportive is the most important. Supportive is how the periodontal ligament supports the tooth within the socket with the help of the various fiber bundles. Sensory, the presence of blood vessels and nerves, that is both nutrition and the sensory, the pain, the proprioception or the pressure sensation is felt in the periodontal ligament. Then homeostasis. Homeostasis is active. There is an active degradation and formation. So it is a very, there is a lot of turnover of cells and fibers in the periodontal ligament, maintain its function, maintaining its activity so that proper functional status is retained. Now, the periodontal ligament fibers also helps because of the fibronectin. They help in the eruption of tooth within from the socket towards the oral cavity. Now, coming to the last set, that is the alveolar bone. The important questions in the alveolar bone are not exactly essays, but short notes. Alveolar bone proper, osteoclast, which we have already seen, then bone, bundle bone, remodeling, bone remodeling, osteoblast and osteoclast. Uterine canals of Zucker, Cantillon, Hirschfeld, resting lines and reversing lines. So we'll just go through briefly these. So for an understanding of basic bone histology, we have a compact bone and a spongy bone. So the compact bone is the one which is you can see the outer layer here has trabeculae, closely packed trabeculae of bone, whereas inside you have in spongy bone, there is a lot of marrow spaces within the bone, in between the trabeculae of bone. And bone is traversed by the Haversian system, which transports blood vessels, whereas in between the Haversian system or connection between the Haversian system is basically by the Walkman's canal. So what is alveolar bone? Alveolar bone is that part of the maxilla or mandible which forms and supports the socket of the teeth. So it is that part of the alveolar, the maxilla mandible, which is adjacent to the teeth structure. So if teeth is there, the alveolar process is also there. When teeth is lost, we can find that the alveolar process undergoes resorption. There are two parts for the alveolar bone. One is the alveolar bone proper and the supporting alveolar bone. So what is alveolar bone proper? It is that part of the alveolar bone which is immediately adjacent to the tooth. So here in this X-ray, you can see this white line. So that is the alveolar bone proper, which is seen closely. So this is the alveolar bone proper, which is adjacent to the tooth, adjacent to the periodontal ligament. It is partly lamited and partly bundle bone, and it is about 0.1 to 0.4 millimeters in thickness. The bundle bone, it's called as bundle bone because bundles of Sharpie's fibers are attached to the, since we are coming from the cementum, we have gone to the periodontal ligament and now we are coming into the bone. So the other end of the periodontal ligament is attached to the alveolar bone proper, and hence it is also known as bundle bone. In X-rays, you can see this alveolar bone proper as thin white line, and that is known as lamina dura. So lamina dura is the radiographic appearance of alveolar bone proper. Now, the inner surface of this tooth socket is the alveolar bone proper is perforated by a lot of blood vessels and nerves. So there is a lot of small perforations, and hence it's known as cribriform plate. And in this, through these perforations, nutrient canals, so you have the canals of Zuckerkandler and Hirschfeld, which are the nutrient canals which is seen in the interdental and the interradicular bone. So what is the interdental? So this is the interdental bone between two teeth, whereas the interradicular is between the roots. This is the interradicular bone. So alveolar bone proper is the bone which immediately surrounds the tooth, partly lamellated and partly bundle bone. Now the supporting alveolar bone. So here, this is the supporting alveolar bone contains, you have the cortical plates, the outer and the inner cortical plates, and the spongy bone which is inside. So this here in this section of the mandible, you can see the incisor tooth here. You can see the alveolar bone proper, which is very closely is seen adjacent to the root, and you can see the cortical plate, so which supports the alveolar bone. So you have the labial cortex. So you have you have compact bone on the cortical plates, and you have the inner spongy or the cancellous bone. Now, in addition to the alveolar bone, for what you also have to understand is presence of resting lines and reversal lines. These are nothing but lines which indicate the resting lines are lines which indicate normal deposition of bone, whereas reversal lines indicate the formation of bone after a period of resorption. So usually how you can distinguish between the two is the resting lines are rather evenly seen on the surface of bone, whereas reversal lines are rather irregular and wavy in nature, may not be seen as increments, but rather as wavy lines. And this seen as thin, dark blue lines, which indicates areas of resorption followed by formation. So resting lines and reversal lines, what is the differences between? Now, in addition to this, you should also be remembering about osteoclasts. I've not included osteoblasts and osteoclasts again in the bone because we've already covered that along with the periodontal ligament. So I think that should be, enough for you to go back. So combine, when you write an answer, you combine the points which you find in the both the chapters together to form small notes, which can help you in, comparing between both and getting your points. So I've come to the end of my presentation. I hope it has been useful to you. Please go through the important questions once again and study well for your exams. All the best. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers from Anu Dental College, Dr. Deepu and team, for giving me an opportunity to present these topics for the first year students. I hope my lecture has been useful to you. Thank you. All the best. Happy New Year also.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to the next topic, molars by Dr. Lakshmi Priya. Ma'am has done her BDS from Savita Dental College, Chennai, and a master's in oral pathology from Raga's Dental College. She is currently the professor and head of the Department of Oral Pathology, Al-Asad Dental College, Thodupuzha. She has teaching experience of more than 10 years. She also works as a consultant oral pathologist at Nirnaya Orofacial Diagnostics, also worked with HIV patients, both adult and pediatric group at YRG Care Adyar. She has also worked and treated patients with alcohol and drug abuse having pre-malignant lesions and conditions at T.T. Krishnamurti Foundation for Rehabilitation of Abused Patients, Adyar. Ma'am has many index publications and has won the first prize in quiz competition at National Symposium on Salivary Gland Disease. Welcome, ma'am, and over to you.
Thank you for the introduction. First of all, I would like to thank the team Anu Dental College for giving me such an opportunity to be a part of the exam tips program. And the topic allotted to me is maxillary first molar and mandibular first molar, and both of them are very important essays. So we'll do the maxillary first molar. So for all the essays, you give an introduction, okay? For all the teeth you write, give an introduction part. And always the question will have a smaller area where you have to give the chronology of the tooth you're writing, okay? So you have to write the eruption dates and the calcification dates, and then you go for the introduction of the tooth, okay? The maxillary first molars have very large crowns with 4 well-formed cusps. The cusps are 2 buccal and 2 lingual cusp. The mesiobuccal, distobuccal on the buccal side, the mesiolingual and distolingual cusps. So you have 4 cusps. And you have 3 roots, that is a 2 buccal and 1 lingual root, mesiobuccal root, distobuccal root, and a single palatal, or you can call it as the lingual root. And occasionally in some population we can have a supplementary cusp called as cusp of Carabelli, which will be seen on the lingual side of the mesiolingual cusp. Going to the buccal aspect, the cusp seen, first you can write what are the cusps seen, then you can write any groove is present and describe any feature of the cusp, okay? So the cusps seen are the mesiobuccal and the distobuccal cusp, and the crown is roughly trapezoidal. The mesiobuccal is broader and wider than your distobuccal cusp, and if you see, the cusp ridges of the mesiobuccal cusp are at an obtuse angle, and the distobuccal cusp is more at an acute angle. And the buccal developmental groove separates the 2 buccal cusp. It extends half the distance from its origin in the occlusal area towards the cervical line. The next, the mesial, as I told before, the mesial and distal slopes of the mesiobuccal cusp meet at an obtuse angle, so more wide, and the slopes of the distobuccal cusp meet at an acute angle, so it is much more sharper and longer. And the mesial outline, you can see it is straight from the cervical line, and the distal outline is much more convex. This is a distal outline, it is convex, and the mesial outline is straight from the cervical line. And all the 3 roots can be seen from this aspect. The point of furcation is around 4 mm from the cervical line. This is the cervical line, so it is 4 mm from the cervical line, and this part is called as the undivided part of the root, will be called as the root trunk. After that only you have your furcation. So you can have a deep developmental groove on the root trunk area at this particular point from the cervical line to the furcation area. So going to the lingual aspect, the cusps seen are the mesiolingual and the distolingual cusp. A groove called as lingual developmental groove separate the two cusps. Mesiolingual is the largest and the longest cusp, and distolingual is the smallest cusp of all the cusps, okay? And all the three roots are visible from this aspect. And you can see, if you take the total width of this surface, mesiolingual occupies 3/5 of the width and 2/5 will be by the distolingual cusp. Okay, so occasionally in some population you can see a fifth cusp, okay, that is on the lingual surface of the mesiolingual cusp. So this is your mesiolingual cusp. So you have sometimes you can have an additional cusp or the fifth cusp, which is called as the cusp of Carabelli on the lingual side of the mesiolingual cusp. This is the mesiolingual cusp, and this is the additional cusp called as cusp of Carabelli. So going to the mesial aspect, the cusps seen are the mesiobuccal and the mesiolingual cusp, okay. So if you have to remember the mesial aspect, think that you are seeing a tooth, okay, you have a person in front, you are seeing the teeth from front, that will be a mesial aspect. So the distal aspect will be a view from behind, okay. So the cusp seen will be, so this is your right maxillary molar. So from the mesial aspect, on the buccal side you see the mesiobuccal cusp, on the lingual side you see the mesiolingual cusp. The roots are mesiobuccal, then on the palatal side you have a single root or the palatal or the lingual root. Then going to the outlines, the buccal outline, okay, it forms a short arc, and the crest of the curvature is somewhere at the cervical third. You can see a crest of the curvature means the maximum point of curvature, okay, that is at the cervical third. You see the lingual outline, the crest of the curvature is somewhere at the middle third, okay. The mesial marginal ridge, okay, this is your mesial marginal ridge. It is continuous with the cusp ridges of the mesiobuccal cusp and the mesiolingual cusp. And the mesial contact area is at the junction of the middle and the occlusal third somewhere here. And the cervical line curves about 1 millimeter occlusally, and the palatal root or the lingual root is 1 millimeter longer than the mesiobuccal root. So going to the distal aspect, the cusps seen are the distobuccal cusp and the distolingual cusp, and the roots seen are the single palatal root, the distobuccal root, this is your distobuccal root, and part of the mesiobuccal root can also be seen. So if you have to remember your distal aspect, you just have to imagine that you are seeing the tooth from behind, okay, and the crown tapers distally on the buccal surface. So most of the buccal surface can be seen from the distal aspect, and the distal marginal ridge dips sharply, and the distal surface is generally convex. So the cusps seen are distobuccal, distolingual. So you're viewing the tooth from the back, okay, or from behind, okay. Then the roots are the single palatal root, the distobuccal root, and part of the mesiobuccal root can also be seen. So this is the occlusal surface of the maxillary first molar. You have four major cusps, the two lingual cusp, mesiolingual, distolingual, two buccal cusp, mesiobuccal and the distobuccal cusp. The mesiolingual is the largest cusp and the distolingual is the smallest cusp, okay. Then you have your triangular ridges for each and every cusp. That is the eminence of the cusp with the mesial slope and the distal slope. So all the four cusps have their triangular ridges, okay. Then you have a ridge called as the oblique ridge, which runs diagonally on the occlusal surface, connecting the mesiolingual cusp and the distobuccal cusp. Precisely speaking, it connects the distal cusp ridge of the mesiolingual cusp and the triangular ridge of the distobuccal cusp. So the mesiolingual cusp has one triangular ridge which continues with the triangular ridge of the mesiobuccal cusp, forms the transverse ridge, and it also has a distal cusp ridge which connects with the triangular ridge of the distobuccal cusp, and that only forms the oblique ridge, okay. Then coming to the fossas, you have four fossas, two major fossa and two minor fossa. Two minor fossa is the mesial triangular fossa and the distal triangular fossa. Then you have the central fossa, which is a triangular fossa. Then you have a distal fossa, that is a linear fossa, okay. So this triangular shaped depression or concave area is the central fossa, okay. So the boundaries of the central fossa being the crest of the oblique ridge, okay, the crest of the transverse ridge of the mesiolingual and the mesiobuccal cusp, the distal slope of the mesiobuccal cusp, and the mesial slope of the distobuccal cusp. So the boundaries of the central fossa are the crest of the oblique ridge, crest of the transverse ridge of the mesiobuccal and the distobuccal the mesiolingual and the mesiobuccal cusp. Then you have the distal slope of the mesiobuccal cusp and the mesial slope of the distobuccal cusp. Then you have the distal fossa, that is a linear fossa, just distal to or behind your oblique ridge. Okay, so these are the fossas. Then coming to the grooves, this is the central pit area. This depression is called as the central pit area. From there you have the buccal developmental groove separating the two buccal cusps. Then you have the lingual developmental groove separating the two lingual cusps. Okay, then you can see from the central groove there is a groove running across the oblique ridge, that is called as the transverse groove of the oblique ridge. Then you have a groove in the distal fossa, that is called as a distal oblique groove, which continues as the lingual developmental groove separating the lingual cusps. And one more thing is, the angles of the oblique ridge forming cusps are obtuse. Okay, these two angles are obtuse, and the non-oblique ridge cusps, the angle is acute angle. Okay, so these are the four major cusps: mesiolingual, distolingual, mesiobuccal, distobuccal. Then you have four major fossas, one central fossa, one distal fossa, then two minor fossas, that is your mesiotriangular fossa and the distal triangular fossa. The boundaries of the central fossa being the crest of the oblique ridge, the crest of the transverse ridge, the distal slope of the mesiobuccal cusp, okay, and the mesial slope of the distobuccal cusp. So the occlusal aspect, I think the video was very clear. So it is when we have to write the points, so write the shape, okay, rhomboidal in shape. Then write what are the four major cusps: mesiolingual, distolingual, mesiobuccal, and the distobuccal. You know the cusps, okay. And the mesiolingual will be the largest cusp, okay. Distolingual is the smallest of all cusps, okay. And this distolingual cusp becomes progressively smaller and smaller, and eventually disappears as a major cusp in the second and third maxillary molars. So once you finish the cusp scene, you talk about the ridges, okay. So what all ridges you have? All the cusp will have their triangular ridge, that you know, right? Every cusp will have a central eminence with the cusp slopes, the mesial and the distal slope. Then you have the oblique ridge, that is very particular for the maxillary first molar, that is running occlusally diagonally connecting the mesiolingual cusp and the distobuccal cusp. So we know that it connects the distal cusp ridge of the mesiolingual cusp and the triangular ridge of the distobuccal cusp. Then obviously you will have your mesial marginal ridge and you have your distal marginal ridge. This is your distal marginal ridge. This is your mesial marginal ridge. This is your oblique ridge. Okay. This is the triangular ridge of the mesiolingual. This is the triangular ridge of the mesiobuccal. Together you can call it as a transverse ridge. Then talking about the fossas, you have two major and two minor fossa. Okay. The two major fossa being, one is this is the central fossa. This is a triangular fossa that is called as the central fossa. Then the next major fossa is your distal fossa, which is a linear fossa. Okay, it is just behind your oblique ridge. Okay, then you have your two minor fossas, that is your mesial triangular fossa. This one is your mesial triangular fossa, and this is your distal triangular fossa. Okay, and we know the boundaries of the central fossa: the crest of the transverse ridge of the mesiobuccal and the mesiolingual cusp. Then you have your oblique ridge, crest of the oblique ridge, and the cusp slopes of the mesiobuccal and the distobuccal cusp. That is your distal slope of the mesiobuccal and the mesial slope of the distobuccal cusp. Then going to the grooves. So the grooves present are so you have the central developmental groove. This is the central developmental groove. The black line is the central developmental groove. It runs from a point called this is the central pit area. Okay, this is the central pit, which is located in the center of the occlusal surface. This point is the central pit. So it runs from the central pit to the mesial triangular fossa. Okay, then you have the buccal developmental groove separating the two buccal cusps. Then you have your lingual developmental groove separating the two lingual cusps. And you can see that from the central pit, a groove is running on the transversely on the oblique ridge. Okay, that is called as the transverse groove of the oblique ridge. Okay, and the distal fossa, this is your distal fossa, right? That's a linear fossa. In the depth of the distal fossa, you have a groove called as the distal oblique groove, which lies in the distal fossa and continues as the lingual developmental groove separating the lingual cusps. And I'll just discuss two short notes here. So one is called as a Stewart groove. Okay, in case they ask, you can write that as you see the mesiolingual cusp, it had two ridges, right? One is the triangular ridge It is connecting with the triangular ridge of the opposite mesiobuccal cusp. It also has a distal cusp ridge which connects with the distobuccal cusp triangular ridge to form the oblique ridge. Okay, so you can have a groove in between these two ridges. It is called as the Stewart groove. Okay, then another short note is maxillary molar primary cusp triangle. Okay, as we saw that the distolingual cusp is actually becomes smaller and smaller eventually. Okay, so these three cusps are called as the primary cusp triangle. The mesiolingual, mesiobuccal and the distobuccal, they form a triangle that is called as the maxillary molar primary cusp triangle. This can be a short note, and Stewart groove can be a short note. Okay, so that was your maxillary first molar. So describe the occlusal aspect in under the headings cusps, fossa and groove and ridges. Okay, now we'll go to the mandibular first molar. So the mandibular first molar has 5 well-developed cusps, the 2 buccal, 2 lingual and 1 distal. Okay, the mesiobuccal, distobuccal, distal and the mesiolingual and the distolingual. Okay, the crown is longer mesiodistally than buccolingually and 2 roots mesial and distal are seen. So we see the buccal aspect. The crown is roughly trapezoidal. All the 5 cusps can be seen from this aspect, that is a mesiobuccal, distobuccal, distal and the tips of the lingual cusp. This is the tips of the lingual cusps. And 2 grooves are present. That this is the first groove is the mesiobuccal developmental groove. This groove is a mesiobuccal developmental groove separating the mesiobuccal and the distobuccal cusp. Then you have the distobuccal developmental groove which separates the distobuccal cusp and the distal cusp. Then the mesiobuccal is the widest mesiodistally and it's relatively flat. The distobuccal cusp has a much more curvature and the distal cusp is very round, sharper and it forms a very small part of the buccal surface. Actually it belongs to the distal surface. Okay, so a very small part of it forms the buccal surface. 2 roots can be seen, the mesial and the distal. Okay, if you see the mesial root, it curves mesially. This side is the mesial side, right? It curves mesially till middle third, then it curves distally. Okay, if you take the distal root, it just takes a distal inclination from the starting point. Okay, so the mesial root curves mesially till the middle third, then curves distally. Distal root is less curved and curves in a distal direction totally. And the point of furcation is 3 mm below the cervical line. So this is the cervical line. The point of furcation is 3 mm below the cervical line. A deep developmental depression can be seen at this point in the root trunk area. As I told, the root trunk area is the undivided portion of the root is called as the root trunk. So you can see a developmental depression in that area. Going to the lingual aspect, the cusps seen are mesiolingual, distolingual and a part of the distal cusp, the lingual portion of the distal cusp. Okay, the 2 lingual cusps are high. Okay, so you cannot see the buccal cusp. It was opposite in the buccal aspect because the buccal cusp are little shorter than your lingual cusp. So you can see all the 5 cusps from the buccal aspect. Whereas in the lingual aspect, the lingual cusps are higher. So you will not be able to see the buccal cusps. Okay, and the mesiolingual cusp is the widest and the cusp ridges meet at an obtuse angle. Can you see this? It's a meeting at an obtuse angle. Okay, and the lingual developmental groove, this is a lingual developmental groove. It is seen between the mesiolingual and the distolingual cusps. Okay, and the surface of the crown is generally smooth. The furcation is around 4 mm below the cervical line. Okay, and again here a developmental groove can be seen in the root trunk area from the furcation to the cervical line. So on the mesial aspect, you can see the 2 cusps, the mesiobuccal and the mesiolingual cusp, and you can see the mesial root. That is, you see the tooth from the front. Okay, so you have the mesiolingual, then you have the mesiobuccal, the first thing you see. Okay, then the buccal outline is convex and the lingual outline is also curved to the same extent. But you can see the crest of the curvature on the buccal outline is at the cervical third. Okay, and that part you call it as the buccal cervical ridge. Okay, the cervical ridge. Whereas in the lingual outline, you see the crest of the curvature is at the middle third. Okay. Then the mesial contact area comes at the junction of the occlusal and the middle third It is just below the mesial marginal ridge, 1/3 the distance from the mesial marginal ridge. So this is your mesial marginal ridge. So the mesial contact area is 1/3 the distance from the mesial marginal ridge, somewhere at the junction of the occlusal and the middle third. Okay. The cervical line curves occlusally about 1 millimeter, and you can see a developmental depression on the mesial surface of the mesial root, because the first surface you see will be the mesial surface. So on the mesial surface of the mesial root, you can see a developmental depression. Coming to the distal aspect, actually the crown and the root taper distally. Okay, so more of the teeth can be seen from the distal aspect. So you view from the back side. Okay, more of the teeth can be seen from this aspect, and there is also a distal tilt of the tooth. Okay, the teeth is tilting towards the distal side, towards the back side. Okay, distal side. So what happens is you can see more of the occlusal surface from this aspect. So you can see more of the teeth from this aspect because it is tapering towards the distal aspect. And there is also a distal inclination of the crown, a tipping of the crown towards the distal side. So you can see more of the occlusal surface also. Okay, and the distal cusp will be seen as the first cusp. Okay, then the distal contact area is higher than the mesial contact area. So the cervical line is almost straight, and the apical third of the distal root is more rounded. And the root you see from the distal aspect is the distal root, but you can also see the lingual border. So this part is the lingual border of the mesial root. Okay. So this is the occlusal surface of the mandibular first molar. You have 5 major cusps: the mesiobuccal cusp, the distobuccal cusp, distal cusp, mesiolingual cusp, and the distolingual cusp. Okay, and the mesiobuccal is the largest cusp, followed by the 2 lingual cusps which are of equal size. Then you have your distobuccal cusp, and the smallest is your distal cusp. Okay, coming to the ridges, you have the triangular ridges of each cusp, that is the central eminence of the cusp with the mesial slope and the distal slope. Then you have your, for each cusp you have your triangular ridges. Then you have your mesial marginal ridge and the distal marginal ridge. Coming to the fossas, you have one central fossa, that is your major fossa, and you have 2 minor fossas. Mesial triangular fossa and the distal triangular fossa are the minor fossas. Then the central fossa is the major fossa. As you can see, this is the actual shape of the central fossa. Okay, this whole area is your central fossa. Okay, so the boundaries being the distal slope of the mesiobuccal cusp, both the slopes, that is both the mesial and the distal slope of the distobuccal cusp, the mesial slope of the distal cusp, the distal slope of the mesiolingual cusp, and the mesial slope of the distolingual cusp. So this area is called as the central fossa. So it is bounded by distal slope of the mesiobuccal cusp, both the slope of the distobuccal cusp, mesial slope of the distal cusp, distal slope of the mesiolingual cusp, and mesial slope of the distolingual cusp. Okay, then 2 minor fossas are the mesial triangular fossa and the distal triangular fossa. Coming to the central, this is the central pit area. You have one central developmental groove which runs from mesial triangular fossa to the distal triangular fossa. Then you have your mesiobuccal developmental groove which separates your mesiobuccal cusp and the distobuccal cusp. Then you have your distobuccal developmental groove which separates the distobuccal and the distal cusp. Then you have the lingual developmental groove which separates the mesiolingual cusp and the distolingual cusp. Okay, that is about the grooves which separate the cusps. Then going to the occlusal aspect, and we all know that you have 5 major cusps. Okay, the mesiobuccal, distobuccal, distal, mesiolingual, and the distolingual cusp. Okay, and you have 3 fossas, 1 major fossa and 2 minor fossa, whereas in the maxillary molar you had 2 major and 2 minor. Okay, in the mandibular first molar you have 1 major fossa and 2 minor fossa. Okay, so this will be your distal triangular fossa, this is a minor fossa, distal triangular fossa, and this will be your mesial triangular fossa. Okay, just behind your mesial marginal ridge is the mesial triangular fossa, and the distal triangular fossa, that is the minor fossas. Okay, so we'll see the major fossa. So this central fossa is called as the major fossa. You have one major fossa, that is your central fossa. Okay, so if you see the boundaries of the central fossa, actually I have told in the video also, the distal slope, okay, the distal slope of the mesiobuccal cusp, both the slopes of the distobuccal cusp, the mesial slope of the distal cusp, the mesial slope of the distolingual cusp, and the distal slope of the mesiolingual cusp. Okay, this is your central fossa. Okay, so I'll just remember you have one major and two minor fossas. Okay. Okay, coming to the grooves. Okay, so you have four developmental grooves. This is a central development groove. Obviously, you can see running from the one triangular fossa to the other triangular fossa. That is your central developmental groove marked in blue. Okay, then you have the mesiobuccal developmental groove. We also saw on the buccal side also, that is actually extending from the occlusal surface. Okay, it is extending like this. So mesiobuccal developmental groove separating the mesiobuccal and the distobuccal cusps. Okay, then you have your distobuccal developmental groove separating the distobuccal and the distal cusp. Then you have your lingual developmental groove separating both the lingual cusps. Okay, and all these grooves converge in a central point called the central pit. So this part is called as the central pit. Okay, so we've discussed two essays, that's your maxillary first molar and the mandibular first molar. So whenever you write an essay, make sure the first page is for introduction and chronology. Then you write each and every aspect, like give a heading buccal aspect, draw the diagram, then write the points. Doesn't have to be grammatical sentences, just write the points and draw a big diagram, at least quarter of a page with good labeling. Okay, and highlight the important points. The usual essay is a maxillary first molar with chronology, mandibular first molar with chronology. Then 5-mark question, you can have occlusal surface of the mandibular first molar. Then short notes, you can have either oblique ridge or you can have your primary cusp triangle. Then you can also have Stewart groove as a 3-mark question. Then these are the frequent questions in maxillary first molar and the mandibular first molar. So wish you all the very best for your exams, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. Moving on to the next speaker of the day, Dr. Nirupa Thomas, who will be talking on premolars and canine. Dr. Nirupa, currently working as a reader in the Department of Oral Pathology, did her BDS in 2003 from Raja's Dental College, Tirunelveli, and Masters in Oral Pathology from Anu Dental College, Muatura. She has a teaching experience of more than 8 years and has presented papers in national conferences and has many articles published in many journals. We welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
All. Today I'm going to talk about premolars. It includes maxillary and mandibular premolars. All of you know that we have 4 maxillary premolars, 2 in the right side and 2 in the left side. These premolars are also known as bicuspids because they have 2 cusps, 1 buccal and 1 lingual cusp. Coming to the function of premolars, they assist in shearing and cutting of food and support the corners of mouth. Premolars are known as posterior teeth because they have occlusal surface instead of incisal ridge, and the buccolingual measurements are greater than the anterior teeth. Contact areas in these premolars are broad and at nearly the same level, and the crown is shorter than the anterior teeth, and the cervical curvature is less than the anterior teeth. By all these reasons, these premolars are known as posterior teeth. Coming to the chronology of first premolar, the first evidence of calcification is 1.5 to 1, 3/4 years. The enamel completion is 5 to 6 years. Eruption of first premolar is 10 to 11 years. Root completion is 12 to 13 years. First premolar has 4 surfaces and occlusal aspect. The surfaces are buccal, lingual, mesial and distal, and occlusal aspect also. In 80% first premolar, 2 roots are seen, but in 20% they are single rooted. Coming to the detailed description of all the aspects, buccal aspect. Buccal aspect, first you have to study the buccal aspect by its geometrical outline. Shape of first premolar from the buccal aspect is trapezoid. This is the trapezoid shape, and here the short side is cervically seen and long side is occlusally. Next is the cervical line. Cervical line is little curved, and the crest of curvature of cervical line is near the center of root. Next is the mesial outline. Mesial outline is slightly concave till the contact area. Here is the contact area, and the distal outline is straight or slightly concave till the contact area. And next, the occlusal outline. In the occlusal outline, you can see mesial slope and distal slope. The mesial slope is longer than the distal slope, and the mesial slope is straight and the distal slope is rounded. On the buccal aspect, you can see depressions and elevations. The elevation is buccal ridge that is extending from cervical line to the cusp tip. And depressions are developmental grooves that are mesial and distal to this marginal ridge. The buccal root is, there are two roots, buccal root and lingual root. The buccal root is similar to that of canine but shorter. Buccal root superimposes the lingual root or the palatal. Coming to the lingual aspect is almost similar to that of buccal aspect, but you can see lingual convergence. Lingual cusp is also shorter than the buccal cusp by 1 millimeters, and the mesial and distal slopes have right angle. The lingual surface is spheroid and has a less developed lingual ridge than the buccal ridge. And the cervical line is slightly convex or even straight. On the lingual aspect, the root portion, a portion of buccal root is visible from the lingual aspect. Next is the mesial aspect. In the mesial aspect, the crown portion is trapezoid in shape, and here you can see the buccal outline and the lingual outline. The buccal outline is convex till the buccal cusp tip with maximum convexity at cervical third, and the lingual outline is convex with maximum convexity at the center. The lingual cusp is shorter than the buccal cusp, and mesial marginal ridge is present at the junction of occlusal and middle third. Mesial contact area is present at the middle third. One of the important features of maxillary first premolar on the mesial aspect is presence of mesial developmental groove that is continuous with the central groove, crossing the mesial marginal ridge and terminating a short distance. And you can also see a mesial developmental depression above this contact area and continuous on the root surface. This is known as canine fossa. And I already told you that there are two roots. These are buccal root and lingual root, and the buccal cusp tip is in line with the center of buccal root. A lingual cusp tip is in one line with the lingual border of lingual root, and the bifurcation of root is present at the middle of root length. Next is the distal aspect. Here you can study only the difference from the mesial aspect. Here the surface shows convexity from almost all the points except a small flattened area cervical to the contact area. There are no developmental grooves crossing the distal marginal ridge, no developmental depression on the crown or root, and the contact area on the distal aspect is broader, and the cervical line is less curved or straight. The bifurcation of root is present at the apical third. Next is the occlusal aspect. Occlusal aspect is hexagonal in shape, and there are 6 sides: mesiobuccal, distobuccal, distal, distolingual, mesiolingual, and mesial surface. The buccolingual dimension is more than the mesiodistal dimension, and the occlusal aspect shows slight convergence to the palatal aspect or lingual aspect. The occlusal surface shows anatomical landmarks. These are cusp, ridge, fossa, grooves, and pits. The cusps are buccal and lingual cusp. Ridges are triangular ridge, transverse ridge, mesial and distal marginal ridges. Triangular ridges are the ridges extending from the cusp tip to the center of occlusal aspect. Buccal and lingual triangular ridges are there. Buccal triangular ridge is prominent than the lingual triangular ridge. Transverse ridge is the triangular ridge of buccal cusp meets the triangular ridge of lingual cusp to form the transverse ridge. Mesial and distal marginal ridges are there. The mesial marginal ridge forms the mesial boundary of occlusal aspect, and distal marginal ridge forms distal margin of occlusal aspect. Grooves are central developmental groove that divides the occlusal surface into equal halves extending in a mesiodistal direction from mesial triangular fossa to distal triangular fossa. Another groove is mesiobuccal and distobuccal developmental grooves. These are the grooves these are the two collateral developmental grooves extending from mesial and distal pit in a buccal direction. And mesial marginal developmental groove is the distinguishing feature in maxillary first premolar, and this groove starting as extension from central groove runs in mesial direction, crossing the mesial marginal ridge and ends in mesial surface. And few supplementary grooves are also seen on the occlusal aspect. And fossae and pits, mesial triangular fossae and distal triangular fossae. This present as mesial triangular fossae present as depression, triangular depression near the mesial marginal ridge, and distal triangular fossae appears as a triangular depression near the distal marginal ridge. Mesial and distal pits are present in triangular fossae where the grooves converge. Roots taper to a pointed apex that is curved distally. In almost 75% cases, the roots are curved distally, and the surface of the root is convex and smooth, and the lingual root is more blunt than the buccal root. If two roots are present, the lingual root is shorter and narrower than the buccal root. Next, we are discussing the difference between maxillary first and maxillary first premolars have larger, longer and sharper buccal cusp, but maxillary second premolars have smaller, shorter and less sharp buccal cusp. Mesial slope of buccal cusp is longer than the distal slope in first premolar, but in second premolar, the distal slope of buccal cusp is longer than the mesial slope. And first premolar, there is prominent buccal ridge, but in second premolar, less prominent buccal ridge is seen. And more cervical convergence of crown on buccal aspect is seen, but in second premolar, less cervical convergence of crown on buccal aspect is seen. Crown is narrower on lingual aspect in first premolar, but lingual taper of crown is less in second premolar because these buccal cusp and lingual cusp are almost same size in second premolar. Buccal cusp is longer than the lingual cusp in first premolar. Both buccal and lingual cusps are nearly of same height in second premolar. Mesial developmental groove is present, crossing the mesial marginal ridge on the mesial surface in first premolar, but there is no mesial developmental groove in second premolar. This is one of the important difference. Mesial developmental depression is seen on the mesial surface of crown and root in first premolar, that is the canine fossa, but in second premolar there is no mesial developmental depression on mesial surface of crown and root. Cusps are relatively closer and occlusal table is narrower in first premolar, but in second premolar cusps are spread apart and the occlusal table is wider. Occlusal aspect is asymmetrical and is hexagonal in shape in first premolar, but in second premolar occlusal aspect is symmetrical and oval in shape. Central groove is longer in first premolar, but central groove is shorter in second premolar. Supplementary grooves are few in number in first premolar, but supplementary grooves are more in number, and that makes a wrinkled appearance on the occlusal aspect. The first premolar usually has two roots, second premolar usually has a single root. Coming to mandibular first premolar. The occlusal surface is diamond or round in shape, and the occlusal surface tapers lingually. Buccal cusp, on the occlusal aspect you can see large buccal cusp and rudimentary lingual cusp. The buccal cusp has large triangular ridge also, and the lingual cusp has small triangular ridge. Buccal and lingual triangular ridges are connected by a transverse ridge. Here you can see a transverse ridge. And mesial and distal triangular fossae are also seen, and central developmental groove may cross this transverse ridge. Coming to mandibular second, the geometrical outline of this mandibular second premolar is square. It has one buccal and two lingual cusps. Arrangement of cusps according to the size is buccal is the largest one, and mesiolingual is the next large, and next one is distolingual. Every cusp has triangular ridges also. Y-shaped developmental groove separating these three cusps are also seen on the occlusal aspect. There is central fossa, mesial and distal triangular fossa, and central pitch, mesial and distal pits, and mesial and distal margin ridges are also seen on the occlusal aspect. In the two-cusp pattern, the geometrical outline is round and there is lingual convergence, but in three-cusp pattern, less lingual convergence is seen, and there is one buccal and one lingual cusp, and there may be transverse ridge. The central developmental groove may be H-shaped or U-shaped in two-cusp pattern. The surface has supplemental grooves. Mesial and distal fossae are rounded in two-cusp pattern. So here we were discussed the mandibular first premolar, mandibular second premolar, maxillary first premolar, maxillary second premolar. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, ma'am, for the enlightening session. Up next, we are moving on to another important topic, that is eruption, which will be dealt by Dr. Lakshmi Venugopal. Dr. Lakshmi did her BDS in 2010 from Coorg Institute of Dental Science and MDS in Oral Pathology from Ma Baselius Dental College, Kodamangala. She has more than 5 years of experience in teaching and is trained in signing out histopathology slides and interpreting immunochemistry results. She has presented many papers in different national conferences and published many articles. Welcome, Dr. Lakshmi, and on to you.
Good afternoon all. I'm Dr. Lakshmi Venugopal. Today I'll be discussing the topic tooth eruption. Frequently asked essay question from this chapter is theories of tooth eruption, and we will be discussing the same in this session. Coming to the definition of tooth eruption, it is nothing but the axial or occlusal movement of the tooth from its developmental position within the jaw to its functional position in the occlusal plane. When we talk about the physiological tooth movement, that movement is quite complex and it basically involves three types: pre-eruptive tooth movement, eruptive tooth movement, and post-eruptive tooth movement. These events eventually lead to the replacement of the entire deciduous dentition by the permanent dentition. We'll discuss about the pre-eruptive tooth movement first. It is considered as the movement positioning the tooth and its crypt within the growing jaws preparatory to the tooth eruption. In simple words, it is nothing but the movement of the deciduous and permanent tooth germs prior to the tooth eruption. And basically two types of movements are involved in the pre-eruptive stage, that is drifting of tooth germs and growth of tooth germs. Some major changes are seen as a result of this pre-eruptive tooth movement, and that changes could be spacing between the deciduous tooth germs, and also there will be rapid growth of the tooth germ, and as a result crowding occurs, and later this crowding will be relieved by the jaw growth which drifts the tooth germs. Finally, the tooth move to their original position from which they erupt. Also, there is a difference in the pattern of tooth movement between the deciduous and permanent tooth germs. Some changes we could see in the position of deciduous teeth are: second deciduous molar will drift backwards, whereas anterior teeth will drift forwards. And also there will be bodily movement of the tooth germs, that is outward or upward or downward direction, and it occurs by the bone remodeling. Not much of movement occurs within the crypt, and all these movements occur in association with the jaw growth. Coming to the changes in the position of permanent teeth, the anterior permanent tooth move from lingual to the deciduous to their apical position, and the premolars move from the lingual to deciduous position to the position in between their divergent roots, whereas maxillary molars, which are distally tilted, become upright, whereas mandibular molars, which are mesially tilted, become upright. Here is the diagrammatic representation of the change in the position of the permanent tooth. Here, this is the deciduous tooth and this is the permanent successor tooth. Both are present in the same bony crypt. And this is seen, that is the permanent successor tooth is seen lingual to the deciduous anterior tooth. Here you can appreciate this. In case of molars, again, both the successor tooth and the deciduous tooth are present in the same bony crypt, and again it is found lingual to the deciduous molar. Here it is a deciduous molar and it is replaced by the permanent premolars, and it is present or it is found within the divergent roots of the deciduous molars. Moving on to the histology of pre-eruptive tooth movement. It occurs by two ways. First by bodily movement and second by the eccentric growth. We'll see what will happen in the bodily movement. Osteoclastic bone resorption occurs on the surface of the crypt wall in advance of the moving tooth, and the bone deposition occurs on the crypt wall behind it. That is called the filling process. And in the eccentric growth, one part of the developing tooth germ remains stationary while the remainder continues to grow, leading a shift in its center. This is the pictorial representation of the histology of the pre-eruptive tooth movement, that is the bodily movement and the eccentric growth. Here, this is the tooth germ, and the bone resorption occurs on the crypt wall towards which the tooth moves. That is, the tooth germ is moving in this direction, and the resorption, it is marked by the red line. It is resorption of the crypt wall is occurring here, and behind that, here the bone disposition is occurring. Here you can appreciate this clearly from this picture. And coming to the eccentric growth, here bone resorption only occurs on the crypt wall facing the growing tooth germ, and other part of the tooth is growing and there is a shift in the center. Moving on to the eruptive tooth movement or eruptive stage. It is a stage where the tooth moves from its position within the bone of the jaw to its functional position in the occlusion. The direction of movement is occlusal or axial, and also jaw growth takes place in this stage. About the histology of eruptive tooth movement, this is the stage where some significant development occurs, and there will be root formation in this stage, also development of PDL, that is periodontal ligament, and establishment of dentogingival junction occurs in this stage. Let's see how the root formation is happening. Once a root formation starts, this will exert pressure on the underlying alveolar bone. Once 1/3 of the root is completed, the tooth starts erupting. An increase in the root length is largely accommodated by the eruptive tooth movement. Shortly after root formation, cementum, periodontal ligament, and bony lining of the crypt wall are formed. And the other significant change that occurs during the eruptive stage is the development of periodontal ligament. As 1/3 of the root forms, the dental follicular fibers surrounding the developing tooth starts organizing in the oblique direction. To facilitate eruption, there are certain structural changes that are occurring in periodontal ligament. One such important feature is cell-to-cell contact, that is intercellular adhesions. And in the periodontal ligament, one cell is attached to 20 to 30 adjacent cells. Another important feature is the development of actin and myosin filaments within the fibroblast. And this will give the contractile property to the fibroblast in the periodontal ligament. Hence, the fibroblasts in the periodontal ligament are called myofibroblasts. Not only the fibroblasts are connected to each other, they develop connections with the extracellular collagen fibers of the periodontal ligament. And these fibers are known as fibronexus. Glycoprotein facilitating the fiber to cell adhesion is called fibronectin. And this fibronectin is seen surrounding the fibroblast. And this fibronectin is seen quite organized in the myofibroblast also. So the fibronexus is nothing but the intercellular and extracellular filaments which will fuse together by the thickening of the cell membrane and appearance of glycoprotein called fibronectin that will enable the cell and fiber attachment. Another important structural or histological change occurs during the eruptive stage is the development or establishment of dentogingival junction. When the tooth moves close to the oral epithelium, the cells of the reduced enamel epithelium will release hydrolytic enzymes. These enzymes will degrade the connective tissue present between the oral and reduced enamel epithelium. This will lead to the fusion of the reduced enamel epithelium and oral epithelium. As the tooth erupts in the occlusal direction, the epithelium will move towards apically and become dentogingival junction. And this is the pictorial representation of the establishment of dentogingival junction. Here, the reduced enamel epithelium will fuse with the oral epithelium and it is moving towards the occlusal direction. As it moves occlusally, the epithelium is moving apically and leading to the establishment of dentogingival junction. Gubernacular canal and cord is another important feature that is seen only during the eruption of permanent successive tooth. During the pre-eruptive stage, we have seen that the deciduous tooth and its permanent successive tooth germ develop in the same bony crypt. Once the deciduous tooth erupts into the oral cavity, it leaves a pathway of eruption continuous with the dental follicle of its permanent successor tooth germ. And this pathway shows no bone formation. Instead, it is filled with connective tissue. And this canal or this pathway is called gubernacular canal. Once the deciduous predecessor exfoliate, this canal will be continuous with the lamina propria of oral mucosa. The remnants of dental lamina seen in gubernacular canal is referred as gubernacular cord. Here you can appreciate this gubernacular cord is continuous with the dental follicle, and here you can appreciate the developing tooth germ, and here is the dental follicle, and it is seen that this bony wall or crypt wall is not continuous, and here is the gubernacular cord, and this canal is widened by the resorption of the bony wall, and this facilitates the eruption of the successor permanent tooth. Coming to the post-eruptive movement. Post-eruptive movements are required to accommodate the growth of the jaw and to compensate the occlusal and proximal wear. The movements occurring during this stage are axial movement and mesial or proximal drift. About the histology of post-eruptive movement, there will be secondary cementum formation occurring at the apical area. This occurs as a result of the tooth movement occlusally to compensate for the occlusal wear. Also, there will be mesial migration of the tooth to compensate for the interproximal wear, and it occurs by bone remodeling. Moving on to the most important part, that is mechanism of tooth movement or theories supporting the tooth movement, that is theories of eruption. There are four major theories regarding the tooth eruption. They are bone remodeling theory, root growth theory, vascular pressure theory, and finally ligament traction theory. According to bone remodeling theory, selective deposition and resorption of bone brings about eruption. And the objections for this theory is that bone remodeling is one because of the tooth movement and not vice versa. Second is root formation theory. Here the growing root exerts pressure apically on a fixed base which will be translated in the opposite directions, resulting in eruption. According to authors of this theory, the fixed base is nothing but the cushion hammock ligament. There are many objections for this theory. That means if the cushion hammock ligament acts as a fixed base, then this must be inserted on either sides into the alveolar bone. But here there are no insertions on the bone. And it is considered that cushion hammock ligament is only a pulp delineating membrane. It is also considered as an objection for this theory. If pressure is exerted on the alveolar bone, there is resorption. So it cannot act as a fixed base. Another concerning factor, if the root growth has relation to the eruption, this must start immediately after the root growth. But this does not happen. The tooth eruption starts only after 1/3 of the root completion. Eruption is complete before the root completion also makes an objection for this theory. Another one is the vascular pressure theory. According to this theory, the pressure of the tissue fluids, blood, etc. in the apical portion of the tooth in and around of the growing root will exert pressure on the tooth, and finally it leads to the tooth eruption. And the main objection for this theory is that the force exerted by the vascular pressure alone is not sufficient for the tooth eruption. Another most important theory is the periodontal ligament traction theory. It is a widely accepted theory, and it states that the eruptive force lies in the dental follicle periodontal complex, and as long as the periodontal tissue is present, tooth movement occurs. Considering some supporting points for this periodontal ligament traction theory, tissue culture experiments have shown that the ligament fibroblasts are able to contract a collagen gel, which in turn mode a disc of root tissue attached to the gel. The periodontal ligament fibroblast has contractile property because of the actin and myosin filaments, and transfer these contractile force to the collagen bundles, and this force is sufficient to pull the tooth. Considering other supporting points for this theory, if the tooth germs are removed and the follicle is left intact, the eruptive pathway forms. Also, if the tooth is enucleated and substituted with a silicone replica within the follicle, the replica erupts. Certain morphological evidences could be suggested for this theory, and they are presence of myofibroblasts, fibronectin, and also the remodeling of collagen fibers, angulation of collagen bundles, and reorientation of the dental follicle fibers during the eruptive phase. Coming to the summary of ligament traction theory, eruption occurs as a combination of events involving a force initiated by the fibroblast. This is transmitted to the extracellular component by the fibronexus and the collagen bundles. This is aligned in proper inclination due to root formation, and this brings about the tooth movement. Fibers remodel for eruption to continue, and removal of bone creates a pathway for the tooth to erupt. Coming to the clinical considerations for eruption of tooth. One is a premature eruption of tooth. Other is natal teeth, that is the teeth present at birth. Neonatal teeth erupt within the 30 days of birth, and also delayed eruption due to many local or systemic factors. So coming to the end of the session, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi, for the enlightening session. We have come to the end of today's program, and hope all of you had a wonderful learning experience. And this would be beneficial for your preparation in your exams. Kindly fill in the feedback form, which will be posted to your WhatsApp group. Any queries regarding any of the topics can be discussed within the WhatsApp group. All the faculty members who have taken the chapters for you are available within the group. And the videos of today's lectures will be posted in the group within a span of 2 days. All the best, dear students. Keep learning, and God bless you all. All the best for your exams once again. Signing off from Anu Dental College. Thank you all.